that we smoked this. And it wouldn't even be that book. It would be I'd play a video of me doing the dance, like a GIF, and it would be exclusive for that, and it would exist nowhere else.
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother.
Okay, I definitely increased the price because you're really, this is a statue game. Yeah. So I significantly increased the price because that's kind of annoying, and that completely stalls the stream. You were in the news. You transcended. You are my new god now. Shit, I hate waiting 40 days for anything but BTS. You pissed and shit yourself. Is that successful? Of course, yeah, this is back in the day. Like, if you look at the comparison between the old stories and the new stories, the old stories were like between like 500 and 1,000 words. The new stories are between 3,000 and 10,000. That's like the scale that I've improved with the comfortability of my writing. You in the past with Katarina. Shit, my mommy dommy's out of style. What about Leona, man? So she'd LeBlanc mid, and then I would bottom Tristana, and we would just fucking destroy. I don't do that. If you don't make it publicly available to me, it's not part of my prerogative. And they've tried to get me in trouble with it before, and I'm like, hey man, if it's not printed out, it's not my prerogative. You can't... You didn't fucking tell me? That's not my fucking problem. Sorry, bro. I will send you my script. Let me translate it into English first. I hope the translator does his job correctly. That's okay, Shayra. That's exactly what Raymond Dow does, and it seems to work pretty fine. And we can pretty much infer sometimes between it, so it should be good. Last night I hit my daily 1K words as usual. I'm happy with this pace. Hell yeah, 13. We haven't been quite hitting 1K words. We haven't been writing as much, but we've been, you know, doing other things, and we're kind of building up to this point. So, I love you guys. You're fucking amazing. Remember, you are Atlas holding up the world, and the stream is the world. I am only here to facilitate the bringing together of a community of writers that have no holds barred. We are all about twisting fate to our means through storytelling, and we're not shy about it. And that is what I love about creativity, imagination, and ideas, and sharing shit with people. But hey, at the end of the day, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We've wasted some time, so I'm gonna take that second toke that we were supposed to do with wellness check there, and then we can get into it. That's not it. Aw, damn, that's the wrong one? Shit. I can't even tell because I have my... I mean, I didn't actually join it, but anyways. I need to join some more Discord communities so I can do more promotion, right? Like, King, can I get... Because I'm guessing you're good at promoting, right? You got plus 1K followers.
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother can love.
But if you do it on here, then it does it on screen. There you go, book. That's what it's all about. I'm like, what do you guys think about those? Ooh, is this another revision? Is this another revision book? Yeah, and by the way, King, if you have anything that you write, if you are a writer and you want to drop anything in the Discord, I love reading other people's work. There you go. See, it's all about how you present it, right? Now, I'm super confused, because I don't know where that announcement came from. But whoever did that announcement, congratulations, I don't even know what the fuck it was. So, in this case, the plan is they have to draw out the Monarch and the Viceroy. But, of course, the Monarch has technology, and the weapon is made of technology. He made the weapon, so he knows how to counter it. The only thing they could use is its destructive force to try to break through the shield. Unveiling the fact that this 5-step... So this is usually how the reacts go when we're doing a either world building or on writing, which in this case is a on writing for how to write climaxes. I usually treat these as a test to see how well my ideas are structured. And do I hit these points on my own without being told that I should need them? The only saviors that could ever save the planet. And in the end, the planet winds up being destroyed. Guy refuses Husai's plan to take him over and use her full power. Planet's getting fucked up. And now we get to the actual final end scene of the entire book. What's funny about that is this entire story, the entire point of this story, Chapter 2, Do Art series, is to use the character profile and match it to the character. As I like to say, every story has been written except yours. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Why did it go... Wait, why did we... How did we go through, like, all of the alphabet? How did we get back to alpha? My N-word is the ultimate N-word because it's the word that Trump calls the N-word. I don't know, I've never heard a girl fart, guys. I think at some point in time, just like the birds, women were replaced with robots. Because he's stepping down, which means he's now able to leave the tree. So it's like all these cogs kind of have to merge together into a flow. He went from being an adventurer to basically being a bureaucrat. So the last time he wrote a speech, it was very easy for him in the fact of he didn't think it was a challenge because he had just come back as an adventurer and he'd been out like literally risking his life and shit. Ton of channels in there for people to do it pretty much whatever they want in there. Try to support as many creators as possible, writers and everything. I draw my inspiration from other people, so gathering other people together and, you know, talking and spreading ideas and stuff like that is what it's all about here. Like yesterday, we randomly came up with an idea for a co-author book or story that me and Book are gonna write. Number 2, remember idea, write down idea. Then forget idea. Then number 3, remember idea, write down idea. Notice you already have idea written down. Star idea. Yo, how's it going, boys? We back at her. How's everyone today? Welcome, Muffin and Sean and Callie. What did Callie do to his name? He got inspired by a, mommy dommy daddy? Wait. Yeah, mommy dommy daddy, and, changed his name to Good Boy. Because he's a good boy. Just the way that it is. He's a good boy now. Yep. Callie's a good boy. He don't want no more of that other stuff. He all about the good boyness. Oh, actually, we need this. That was everyone's day going so far. So I've been seeing all this shit about pregnant women and Tylenol. What the fuck is up with that? Callie is a bad boy. Every day he doesn't write. Callie, go write. He did write today, though, Sean, apparently. That's what he said. Okay, so we have 1 here. That's 2. We have 1 left there. We did that. So we need the lamb to the slaughter. Smokey is the bad boy? Smokey's the really, really bad boy, though. Like, he's, like, super bad. There's nothing worse than someone... we only want short stories. Nothing worse than someone who is ignorant enough and it talks. I can't read anymore. Where do I post my writing? I don't know what you mean by that, Callie. Do you mean on the internet, or do you mean in the Discord, or do you mean just like, because like my answer would be everywhere. Put it in every person's Discord, put it on everybody's thing. Oh, you put it in the Discord, so it is there. Egg salad. Do you know someone in your server called Guru? No, they're gone. I looked at the comments, Muffin, and I booted like 3 of the bots. I booted Guru, I booted Vigor, and I booted, who was the other guy? Keko. No, not Keko. He was the guy who did, that was, Keko is, there's someone else I booted. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, they friended everyone, and I was like, yeah, get the fuck out of here.
You're a fraud.
Alpha PS4! Yo, yo! Thank you for the follow. How are you, good sir? Welcome. Quick follow. I know, Muffin, we're popping off, brother. True, buddy. How's it going? How are you? Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do writing and reading tip improvements, as well as commentary on social aspects for world building purposes to flesh out your worlds and make them a lot stronger, deeper, and more alive by taking real life concepts and throwing them into your book. I think my cardio is really good now because I literally did cardio for like 25 minutes with weighted clothes on, and the only thing that stopped me was my stupid shin. A nerve started bugging me. That's the struggle. When my knee starts to cramp up and I'm like, I'm getting old! Fuck! But yeah, F off. If you want to join the Discord, we got the, public stories section here where you can drop any of your stories if you want me to read them, as well as any sort of self-promotion that you want to do. Feel free to drop that in there in the self-promotion. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and thank you again for the follow. I really appreciate it. We are starting off most likely with Sean's story, and then we'll move into Callie's story. And then from there, we'll do the short stories, and after that, we will be reading The Wheel of Time, Book 1. Where's the Read My Story Now redeem? I mean, actually, Callie, I could do that right now. I can add one of those right now. Erase the queue and do my story right now. Let's create one of those. This would be super easy to do. I'm never not in pain, especially in my left heel. I have a bone spur going straight down, so it's like I'm walking with a knife cutting into my heel all the time. Jesus Christ, Sean, that's horrible. Viewer rewards, power-ups, and channel points. Create a new custom reward. Read me now. Skip the queue and get your reading. Get me reading your work ASAP. Boom. I don't know how long it'll take to pop up, but now, damn, I woke up with such a muscle cramp that with my right leg. Oh, it's like one of those things where you go to stretch out your leg, and you're like, my muscles, fuck! Especially the calf. Calf is the worst one. Death by cramp. Yeah, I definitely feel that. Use more mustard. For whatever reason, something in the vinegar used in mustard and the like helps to reduce cramps. Huh. Definitely the calf. Yeah, the brutality. I can just imagine it, and it is agony, pure agony. So, Callie, are you gonna see if that redeems or not, and see where it goes from there? 'Cause I could definitely start with you, Callie. I don't have to start with Sean. I always start with Sean. Maybe I should start with Callie. It's just Sean always has the story. So Alright, and this is Callie's. Chapter 3.15. Smith pain's still there. Yup, some of the pain's still there. Yeah. And it's just like, oh, there's nothing you can do. It's all over and your life just ends. Oh, hey, guys, by the way, I just want to say congratulations to everyone. Let's all, you know what? Let's get a standing ovation. We all successfully survived the rapture today, guys. I want you all to give yourselves a good pat on the back that we all survived the rapture today, right? We are all evil demons. It's great. We're all rejected. I was like, whew, man, I'm not ready for that shit. You're short? Yes, of course I'm short, Callie. I'm like 5'6", 5'7". My wife sometimes gets 3 cramps at once in the same leg, calf, ankle, and toe. Toe cramps are fucked, dude. I have this thing with like my the toe beside my big toe where it has like an extra bend on it, so it kind of bends backwards, and it'll like cramp in that bent position. It's like fucked. Like I'm standing on my tiptoes, like my nail like is pointed like up basically instead of like that. If like all my other toes are like this, my fucking that foot is like this, that toe. Aleve can help too, if not only reduced pain, but inflammation as well. Sure, just, hey guys, just a heads up, just don't be pregnant and take Tylenol, you know? Ever since I was a kid, I've always known, hey, you shouldn't take Tylenol or Advil and shit like that when you're pregnant. But, apparently, it's good for you. That's what Big Pharma says. Big Pharma says, Tylenol good for pregnancy. You take that Tylenol, and you like that Tylenol. Can I get some normal photos so I'm not getting a head rush every second? What do you mean normal photos? Came by on the TLC Discord, just checking, see if I like the vibes. Hell yeah, F off. I love the idea. Thank you for at least giving me the chance, good sir. Hopefully we can vibe together, although I will say, this channel is very much fucked up. And we don't give a shit about, like, political correctness or anything. We kind of say whatever the fuck we want. We're not malicious, and we're not mean, but we just, you know, we understand that there is an element of humor to everything, and we try to play off of that. So if I ever say something fucking extreme, it's probably, without context, like, in some way, shape, or form, a joke. Like, you know, what would be a good example of that? I take ibuprofen. Yeah, and well, it's like, the difference is, like, the idea of doing something when you're pregnant. It's like alcohol, right? It's like, yeah, sure, alcohol is bad for you, but you don't drink when you're fucking pregnant. Everyone knows that. Fetal alcohol syndrome. So, hot take here, guys. Hot take. Putting stuff in your body that doesn't need to go in your body is probably a bad idea. I hate politics talk, to be honest. Take too much energy. See, that's why we like to do, basically our political thing is, like, we look at Grok, and then we basically, like, this is the prompt for today. Context. Regarding the recent release of documents regarding the side effects of Tylenol, considering the profit around Big Pharma and how monetary incentive has been proven to be tied to things like COVID vaccine and prescription drugs, what do you think of pregnant women that are now taking Tylenol out of spite to prove how safe it is? I think it's a profoundly dumb idea. I think that's all you need as a response. And it's like, if I could get a common sense take out of AI, I'm like, okay, we've done something right, guys. As long as we can train AI to be not a fucking retard, I think there's hope for the human race, you know? If there's no secret thing in there, the AI's like, no, of course taking Tylenol. It's like drinking while you're pregnant. It's completely fine. There's no scientific evidence that it's bad for you, right? Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel the entirety of politics is a inflammation, but we do use it. Think about it this way, Afoff. Since I'm a writer, I take a lot of things from the real world to put into my writing. So, and I'm Canadian, so I don't really give too much of a fuck about, like, specifically American politics, because Canada's just as fucking bad. But I hate looking at Canadian politics because it makes me fucking angry. But looking at American politics, I think it's funny. But that's just... That would be one of my takes. I think American politics are funny because it's ridiculous. But Canadian politics are just as fucking bad. It's the timeline that we live in, guys. Oh, what a great fucking timeline. I love it. Big Pharma says, don't take something, listen. If they prompt you to take something, question it. That's very true, Sean, because the reason that they're telling you don't take something is for legal obligations. A talk is ignoring me. Okay, you can keep the MILFs. I'm good now. Do you get my joke talks? Sorry, Callie. Can I get some normal photos? Okay, I see what you mean. Like, not sexy MILFs, like, fuck, I'm dying right now. Okay, I see, Callie. Sorry I overlooked you, Callie. I'm really sorry, man. I didn't mean to, Callie. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was a mistake. I'ma spank your toes. Ah, they're my toes. Always question. There's nothing wrong for asking unless they didn't like the question and chose to ignore it. That's the other thing, right? Is there should never be a problem with asking a question. The second someone has a problem with asking a question, I'm out. And I will ask the most ridiculous, fucked up question. Like... Okay, so if I take Tylenol, right? And then I eat beets, and then my poo is purple. Is that because of the Tylenol? Sean isn't helping. Let's get a second reel of normal photos of women in swimsuits. I mean... My problem, Sean, with swimsuits is that, like... How do you say this? Swimsuits shouldn't be sexualized. That's kind of... maybe that's a hot take, but I don't think swimsuits should be sexualized. Because it's like, because it's something that you have to do, right? Like, if you're going to the beach and you're getting in the water, you're getting in a hot tub, you're going to the pool, you gotta wear a bathing suit. Whether that's a revealing one or not is, like, a completely different story, but still the simple fact of... So I don't think the idea of sexualizing bathing suits is, like, primarily a healthy thing for society. It's like, I think sexualizing naked people, and this may be really weird, but the context to this is like Japan. Japan is a very, or like Asia in general, has a very open policy on nudity, where nudity is not considered sexual. It is acts that you do while you are naked that make it sexual, right? But the actual act of just being naked is not sexualized. Whereas in the West, I really feel like there is a heavy sexualization on just straight up being naked. Which, again, I think is maybe small, but it's just a considerable net negative to society to have something like that, right? You want a specific thing that you see and you're like, oh, that's what you want to sexualize, right? And then that can be like, for me, that's like a differentiation where you see someone in this specific bathing suit and you go, okay, that person doesn't want me to sexualize them because of the type of bathing suit that they're wearing. And it has nothing to do with being revealing. Of being like, I just, I want to wear a bikini. I don't want to be sexualized, but I want to wear a bikini. Okay. But then you wear this type of thing, and it's like, oh no, that one wants to be sexualized. And it's like something as simple as like a full back bottom that like covers your butt, and one that's like a thong. It's like if you're wearing a bathing suit that shows your full ass, it's like a thong, you want to be sexualized. If you're wearing a full back, you don't. And I think that should be like a societal norm. And I'm just thinking now, that would be a great premise for a short story compilation. Would be things that I think, this is just my personal opinion, right? And then I would have like examples of why these things are bad. And I mean, you can say, well, they're kind of neutral, and it's like, yeah, I could definitely agree with that, but it's like, do we have to do it? That is probably the fundamental question. That it's like, do we have to do this? And then it would be stories about social norms. I think that would go pretty hard. You watched Weapons. What's Weapons, Callie? What is this Weapons you say? Oh, I heard about this. I heard about this. Looks away. I'm confused, Callie. I can't see the screen right now. Oh. Wait. Hey, Hybrid Ninja, how's it going, buddy? Welcome, good sir. I don't want to... I am planning to watch too. Well, I'm gonna watch it. I wasn't gonna spoil it. I literally just Googled to see what the cover looked like and who acted in it to see if I wanted to see it. Oh, no. You guys, have you guys seen this? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I do not play horror games, but guys, actually, I'm playing this. Okay. It talks. Hideo Kojima fucking horror story. I'm so fucking excited. It's like, I'm not really the horror game kind of person, but fucking Kojima, why keep lighting matches? I think, Sean, the idea was that she's shaking so much she kept, like, putting out the match. Japanese never failed to deliver. Oh, I know, right? Hybrid, they've got it locked in! Use one candle to light the next, so why? And it's like the longer that she's there, the more it's burning up. So it's like it's getting closer and closer to her fingers, so she puts it out so she doesn't burn herself. Ads, ads, ads! It's ads! We got ads! Let's go ads! Fuck 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 ads! Oh my god! Alright. They're bad. I'll take you down a path you don't want to go. I went there once, son. It was not a good time, I'll tell you that. You come back from that, you come back screaming. Raymond, what's up, brother? How are you, good sir? How was your day? Congratulations, Raymond! You survived the rapture! Welcome to Hell on Earth, guys! Welcome to Hell on Earth. We are now the Left Behind. Write all our names down in the Left Behind book, guys. We all got left behind. Alright, Callie, are we ready for this? Back we are. Sounds good. Are we ready for this, Callie? Are you ready for this? Alright, let's do it. So this is Callie's story, Chapter 3. Apparently this is taken from Chapter 2. This is 3.15. I'm guessing this is just the top part here. Part of it you might have read already. That's all good. I don't know who Capella is. Did you change a name, Callie, again? Who is Capella? Or am I retarded? I don't ever remember her name. Capella. Swimsuit photo comment was purely a joke, by the way. Oh yeah, I know, Sean. I know. I was just, I find ways to lead into conversations. Capella is Stella. Oh, right, you changed Stella's name. Okay. Okay. Capella could hear glass against dress pants. Dress pants that barely clung to the waist. A bed with one too many flowers resting upon it. All mocking the boy's physique. Each of his steps jostled the snow globe Capella was trapped in as he argued with the young girl. It was Gawain, and he was arguing with Capella's younger self. Meanwhile, Capella's a doll, trapped in a snow globe, her skin barraged by pellets of bone. I don't know if you just meant to say doll, or Capella's is a doll. Like, meanwhile, Capella is a doll without the apostrophe, because this is possession instead of... Seriously though, how about an anime dragon reel? Wait, an anime dragon reel? What do you mean, Sean? Okay. Because, yeah, she's a doll right now, right? Like, she's in her doll body. Trapped in a snow globe, her skin barraged by pellets of bone. This must be the room where he learned the piano. The snow that raged were blades against the smooth material Capella was made of. With every piercing against her skin, there was a clang and a burn where the bone hacked away at her. She tastes the porcelain that makes her up. This is a drowning at the bottom of the acid sea. Coral reefs scraped against her as the current ravaged her skin. Liquid is like acid to what used to be blood. All that bled from her was her flesh dissolving. A reel of anime dragon pictures, so you can switch between that and the anime babes reel whenever the mood strikes you. Oh, you mean for the background pictures? Oh, that's a good idea, Sean. Then we could go from sexy anime bitches into, like, badass epicness. We could do, like, different kinds of ones. We could do, like, a horror one, and it's, like, based on the vibe of what we're going for. I like the idea of that, Sean. I like the idea of that. She only recognized the chastising. I could even do one that's like swimsuit model edition, and it's literally just like swimsuit model pictures instead of anime bitches. Gets them going for the real life gooners, the RL gooners. That was the swimsuit photos comment. See, that went over my head, Sean. I didn't understand what you were talking about when you said that, as like the background to the stream. Now it makes a lot more sense. She only recognized the chastising, the tone of her mother takes. Oh, the tone of voice. Shut the fuck up. I'm retarded. Tone of voice her mother takes as she lectures Gawain, and the high-pitched squeals of rats caught in traps Capella set up when she was a teenager. Movement threatens to dislodge her limbs. She willed her body to move, but with every attempt her shoulders and knees cracked. Gawain sat at his piano. Capella's mother, Nell, offers him her instruction, but he is a different student. What with his fragile fingers, she drifts down to the seafloor and her fingers graze the everpass beneath her just to feel something familiar. All she knows is this grasping at anything that won't bite back. The acid reminds Capella of what her mother spits at her. You can only play one song, and you give, but never take. But do not confuse deprivation for compassion. Because Callie was implying the anime babes were causing some adult issues, so I thought it was funny if we made it real normal pictures. See, I thought Callie was talking about, like, DMs that he was getting from... I thought Callie was talking about, like something like Discord or something like that. Like he was in a Discord where he just kept getting DMs of like naked chicks, like naked MILFs, which would be 100% on point for Callie, getting all the dommy mommies to send them their nudes. So I didn't even realize he was talking about the background pictures. I got a few of those. See, Callie, that's where I was completely confused. It's because I jumped the gun and I just immediately assumed you were talking about, like, DMs that you were getting. I didn't realize you were talking about the anime bitches. Now that's just fucking funny to me. I was so oblivious to that. Because I was really confused. But I was like, okay, I'll go along with it. Compliments she gave Capella. After all... a life of regret. All after a life of regret. She's able to crush her, and even if she'd been made of Belfry's heaviest metals, she'd be able to lift Capella up. She loved her mother, but Capella never felt that she loved her until she met Belfry. Before my fingers dissolved completely, Capella felt a rumble where porcelain met the ground. Okay, what's the difference between, like, the narrator's eye and Capella? Is that the doll Capella versus the Mai of Stella? Or, like, Capella's main body versus the doll's body? Not 100% sure about that. If that's a mistake or not. See, Callie, I helped. You can now giggle about how oblivious Atox was on this topic, plus he's now genuinely understood your comment. It's like a win-win, you know, you get to have your cake and eat it too. The Everpass, calling to me. Death and light. You possess both ghostly charm and the fire lines, girl, as death, bellowed the voice, and another screeched, and as light. Mistake also, Sean, why I want cake, now it talks Dommy Mommy Cake.
I can cake up your desires as a Dommy Mommy Callie.
Oh, there you go, Callie. That works, doesn't it? We cannot let your potential go to waste, said the pair. Ghostly charm, the ability to persuade the dead, the fire lines, access to all of Ulnarone's history. Nell and Belfry make too strong a pair. Let Angela make her way down. Do you hear us? Once Angela lands, revive her. Death and Fay Bell landed alongside her. And let Gawain realize his own role in this, they said. But I can't move, said Capella, outside of the snow globe. Nell played her song. But she was improvising, adding embellishments of her own. Sounded less like Flight of the Bumblebee and more like a flame in a harsh wind. Almost as if she wasn't playing music. The music played through her body. She was the piano's instrument. Wait, you want to talk cake? I don't think that kind of cream will make for either a good cake or a good frosting. Just gotta churn it a lot. I had a year and a half saved up for you, Sean. Can semen get freezer burnt? She was a candle flame fighting against a hurricane. The hurricane was the breath of a dying bird igniting a fire. That won't be so for too long. As the only woman able to wield it, we feel comfortable with giving you a taste of our combined strength. But first, you have to realize your worth. My worth? Capella asked. You are more than what your mother sees in you, Capella. There are exactly 800 people in the town of Ulnarone. That means there are 800 mirrors reflecting an image onto you. And do you understand which reflection is most important? Said Death. Said Faybell. Is it bad I laughed at that harder than you did? Probably, Sean, but that's a good thing. Don't worry about it. I don't. I never gave it any thought. I responded. Your fear, Gorda. You fear your own reflection, and cannot stand putting yourself over others. But Nell is right. That is a flaw. You are the only person capable of building yourself up, and you use your energy building up the rest of Ulnarone? Finding your father a lover? What do you expect in return? Admiration is a weak foundation for the snow globe you're trapped in. What am I supposed to do? I can't stand my reflection. I have no idea why I should love myself, whined Capella. It's not that you should love yourself, it's that you should appreciate what you do to yourself. I'm glad I'm not the one who's supposed to read. My eyes are tearing from that stupid joke. Oh, I love it, Sean. I am glad for... I know, Callie, I make up my own words, okay? Because I'm not actually reading what's on the page. I'm just saying what's in my mind. Does that make sense? Like, I'm reading it in my mind, and then I'm just saying what I read in my mind out loud. That's why I fuck up so much when I'm reading. Because I'm like a sentence and a half ahead in my mind of what I'm actually saying. And then I'll like combine two words together, and I'll be like, well, that's not... Fuck. But that's just how I fucking read. Can't help it. My eyes focused on the reflection above me before the last of my fingers disappeared. Acid turned into tears. Resonance grows stronger the more you build for art. But really... Oh, Jesus. I hate the way you read, but I still come back. Wait, you hate the way I read, Callie? Really? Do I need to improve that? Is that why my YouTube videos suck? Because I'm terrible at reading? You spot recognize words too, so after the third letter, you think you know the word, and then only after you finish the sentence do you realize what you said is messed up. Is that like a charming thing, or is that like a frustrating thing? Shuts up. Damn it, Kelly, you can't say something like that and then not criticize me. Here's my plan for how magic will be portrayed in my universe. Aliens exist in my story. However, they are incredibly irrelevant because a weapon to destroy planets, and even more, will be seen as insignificant compared to the power of magic. And unlike Darth Vader's line, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force, I will show it, not just tell it. That's amazing. I love that idea. No matter what kind of epic weapons and amazing technology and science and shit you work with, magic is just so amazingly potent it would never... It would outscale absolutely anything you could ever do. Even attaching the minuscules of technology to magic wouldn't even matter that much because it's so insignificant. Constantly sound like your sinuses are clogged. Oh, so you're not actually saying, like, the way that I read, you're criticizing my voice, Callie, which I say is the worst thing that I hate about me. My nasally, over the top, that's why sometimes I just wish I would talk like this. And then maybe it would solve all of my problems. But that doesn't work so well most of the time, and it is a very much goes to be a struggle on my voice. But Callie, if you really want, I will read your entire story in this voice if you want. But you have to say 1333 in the chat. Love Star Wars, but I feel that Darth Vader's line was a mistake because they never showed how powerful the Force actually was. Sure, there was a Darth Nihilus guy, but he's in Legends, not in movies. I don't know what that is. I'm not saying it. Oh, it's just a random thing. It's just, Callie, as far as I know, it has absolutely no meaning. I was gonna say 1337, but I was like, Leet is just too easy. I'm just gonna make up a random number, so I just said another 3. But I was originally gonna make you type Leet in the chat. So if Leet is better, type 1337 in the chat. If you think I should read your entire story in this voice. Feet. Do you get disappointed whenever a character just tells and not shows? It depends, Ninja. If the character tells to foreshadow and then the event happens, it's fine. But if the character tells and then it never shows, it makes you think that the character was lying. Or the character was misinformed. Or the character was exaggerating. Does that make sense? Okay, Callie. You have spoken. You have put feet in the chat, which means we are now reading in this voice. It does. Awesome. Resonance grows stronger the more you build for art. But really, art is a reflection of everything you are. That is why it makes you stronger. You are feeding yourself when you create. Capella took every portion of Everpass at the tip of her isolated pinky before the last of me vanished and escaped. Capella was herself, but somehow she was the snow globe. If the character is intended to be a blowhard full of bluster, then that's okay, providing they get the smackdown later. No, don't use the voice! Too late, Callie, the voice is being used. I am now the voice. This is the new voice. Welcome to the voice. Oh, I forgot. I gotta turn this shit up. It's so fucking quiet. Where's...
Minnie loves chocolate. Scotty Doo. Scotty Doo.
How are you?
How about you do, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty Doo. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty Doo. Minnie aimait le chocolat bien, hein? Oui, yeah. Scotty n'est pas.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so we're...
Thank you so much for that. No, don't use the voice. God, it talks. You sound like the dragon. That is... Callie, that's the voice. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku met Aurelie for the second time after Vegeta found out she is not something you should mess with. Wait, you know her? Who are you again? Grr. It really does kill my voice, though. But Callie, for you, I'm gonna keep doing it. Time took an abrupt pause. 2 lines of fire went ablaze between us. Nell stood stiff where the flames pierced her. Try talking normally while pinching your nose. I want to hear how that affects your voice. You mean talking like this? The fire lines function as a web connecting the past and present, allowing any member of the House of Embercage to manipulate... Oh, I have an idea. How about this? To manipulate and travel through Uratone's history. And Gawain, being a former member of Embercage, cast out at birth, regained his autonomy the moment his eyes met with mine. Gawain, the unfinished sculpture of a bird, was released from his web. He was no longer Belfry's slave. Experiment complete. Nasal is better. It provides resonance. So you think I should talk like this then, Sean? This is our new thing. He was no longer Belfry's slave. Now, the aggregate has reached his full potential, ultimate authority over all houses. Mother, Gawain, Capella asked. She forgot she forgot one member of the aggregate. The manifestation of the fire lines she herself birthed from the revenge against her mother, Nell. Raised by Belfry. A 5th fire line sprung out from Capella's chest, through Nell's body. Angela, the washerwoman. She and Nell's clothes and washed them of blood. Could this mean they were to murder Nell where she stood? No one else was here to commit the dead. It's gonna fuck up my nose though now. My nose is clogged half the time fucking anyways from taking too many tokes, so fuck it, right? Please, dear God, don't try to toke with the clip on. Smoking with a clogged nose is so fucking retarded. Okay. Could this mean they were to murder Nell where she stood? No one else was here to commit the deed. From the fire lines, Capella learned Nell worked alongside Belfry in his attempt to revive Isabel. Isabel's the reason Gawain lost his body and his status as an Embercage. Nell is the reason Capella can't stand herself. But it isn't too late. Capella can destroy Isabel if she so desired. With control over all matter, Nell could easily persuade the Everpast to cease tormenting her daughter. But she let the world reject the girl, having created her just so she could have revive Isabel? Wait, what? So she could have her revive Isabel. However, Nell broke a fundamental law of the resonance. One is to create for the sake of creation. If I were reading, I could do it as Herbert the Pervert, or Mickey Mouse, Goofy, or Mufasa. Well, I think we did Goofy pretty good yesterday, didn't we? The aggregate of the 3 houses is made sure they'll be punished. The fiery weather kept Nell's truck is unstrung. They lost their control over the flames. I don't know how well that is, but, you know. To my ear, it sounds like, okay. The fiery web kept Nell's truck was unstrung. They lost their control over the flames. The room went ablaze. A warmth enveloped all who stood here, as the Angela herself had not only escaped the snow globe, but her limitations. Wasn't Goofy, but that was the other Homer from The Simpsons. I just don't have, like, as high... Like, I can't get into the high pitch of it, right? That shit kills my voice. Angela, both Embercage and Shamblefoot could alter the dead. A sorcerer took each strand the three used to trap Nell from a formed ball of yarn. Read the flaming as the last beams of light they'd see at the sunset. Red and flaming. Yeah, I can't do that anymore. It's killing my fucking voice. Old Nerone was a town that received no sunlight. Capella was the only star above us. Yet, though Angela was the result of Capella's revenge, the manifestation of the fire line with sentience and free will had ample influence compared to a girl with a snow globe. Tox, I need you to read with your voice exactly what you see in your head. Okay, Callie, do you really want me to do that? Jack Nicholas is a fun voice for a while. My impression is terrible. At least you know who I'm trying to sound like. I don't think you want me to do that, Callie. Not anymore after seeing you gasp. Okay, this is how it is in my head, Callie. Now plucked her daughter from the skies to revive her departed sister. But what could Capella do now? She's grown attached to Gawain, and in Capella's eyes, Gawain has suffered too much. Belfry, the fallen child, spoke into the ball. You made yourself my victim the moment you caught my love in your trap, said Belfry. Capella, Gawain, and Angela were stuck. Belfry, being a pure Embercage, could make it anything of their web. When God made a lantern to compare Capella's shine, another reshaped that lantern into a tower for Belfry to ring. No, it's because I go through, like, different voices in my head. It's like each word is like a different voice. It's like, the last god to touch the fire lines, Fabel transformed into a snow globe to trap the entity of Alderone for all trap. His bag flesh manipulate all events and curse the town. Your mind sounds more chaotic than mine. That's not even the half of it, Callie. That's just one tab. That's just one tab. That's just my reading thought pattern tab. For Osric to keep his bags of flesh, to manipulate all events and curse the town should his citizens cross him. Nell grabbed Belfry by the head and transformed his teeth into piano keys. Who are you calling your lover? Osric is my only, said Nell. She's a Shamblefoot who danced in light long extinguished, but she still feels heat, still falls the moment the fire sears her flesh. Belfry could make her Embercage. He could rewrite her past. If only Capella hadn't awakened. One moment, Capella stared at her mother, still and without heartbeat. The next, she was at Belfry's throat, eager to let him know what Gawain experienced when Belfry swallowed that poor bird. Capella took Nell by the hand and transformed her into a raven. What if I made you swallow something you loved? Cock! I mean, what? Gawain rushed over, hair scattered and face scrunched as though Capella had wronged him. "Don't become like them, please, sister," pleaded Gawain. Nell played a sour note on Belfry's lips. Raymond, true. Gawain's mind spasmed. Capella altered Gawain's makeup into a headless shroud, ragged with twin hands that carried him about. His desperation for music was as the fingers in the dark to touch the walls of an ever-expanding room. Fingers scuttled where Capella commanded, onto Belfry's back that was black and flat. She sat him upon that belfry. Gawain let out a shriek. "Sorry, brother, they're the strongest man. No, but kept in the middle of a fucking fight. We can't have that happen to us. We got this backwards bad be not go getting with these dun dams go friggin' mad. Why don't you kapershkin the boppadam when you do derp dams in the friggin' ad?" This is why we watch ads. We'll never understand the language until we watch the procurement of its design. Once you've seen the ad, there's no going back. Fuck ads. It's like the ring gets in your head. Next thing you know, it's in your dreams. Next thing you know, you buying these pair of underwear that you don't even need. You go commando half the time anyways. The fuck does it matter? Nope. We can't get over it, guys. Guys, I feel like when the ads come on, you guys can't hear me. And it really makes me depressed that moments of my life are scammed by these ads. And I don't know if I can handle it anymore, guys. Like, not being listened to. No! It's not fair! Guy's excited that he finally has a date. He wants to celebrate a little, so he goes to buy a pet. He finds a parrot and is oddly cheap. The store owner warns him that his talking has been an issue, but he pays it no mind. He gets the bird home and has his cage in the kitchen, and the bird starts cursing worse than a sailor. In a panic, he throws the bird into a cupboard, and it gets quiet. He takes the bird out again, and the bird starts cursing rapidly once more. That would be my favorite bird, unless he was saying, like, you know, racial slurs. But, you know, if he's swearing up a storm like I am, using some fancy words, even in different languages, I'd be all over that shit. I'd put that in the background and have him swearing up a storm. Tox, I need you to read it normally because I'm using this to edit my stuff. I don't know what you mean by that, Callie. You're using this to edit my stuff? So I have to speak in a normal voice? Callie, make it make sense! Do you mean, like, are you saying, like, I'm not taking it seriously? Because that's how I feel like what you're saying is, like, if I don't just read the story, I'm not taking it seriously, which I could definitely understand. I got a bird and it started screaming, I miss my hands, and I just want to hug my family. And I tell the witch to lift her curse, I beg. That's hilarious. No, like, I can't keep track. Oh, so, okay, I see what you mean, Callie. Because I'm going all over the place. Okay. She sat up upon that belfry. Gawain let out a shriek. "Sorry, brother. You're the strongest of us in this form," said Capella. "But what of Belfry, an ember cage, a 1,000-year-old sorcerer, a piano who played a note from Flight of the Bumblebee, though he was only a piano by the head. That was all it took. Nell acquired necromancy. Si Dansa, Solmano, Isolde, Silwyn, Heron, Hisa, and Corwin, and Capella's counterparts, Elias, were all revived and sworn under Nell's undying allegiance. And that moment the doorbell rings, so he throws the bird into the freezer, he answers the door, and the date goes well. When the girl leaves, he remembers the bird, and in a panic goes to get him out of the freezer. The bird is shivering but alive. Sorry, sir, I didn't mean to offend you. Won't happen again. Just one question, okay? What's your question? Whoa, what the chicken do? I feel like this has more to it, Sean. That it doesn't just end there. I feel like there's more to this story. More that is to come to light. What do you think, you chaotic, multi-tab-minded mother ducker? I love it, Callie. And that's like the introduction to the the snow globe itself, right? Because we haven't really talked about the snow globe, but now it like gives you the idea of like what the snow globe is, who's working with it, why it's there, and how the characters inside of it react to that. It's the end of the joke. He's stuttering because of nearly freezing to death. Okay, I just don't get the what the chicken do. Okay, I went way over my head, Sean. I didn't even think about that there was a frozen chicken in the freezer. Okay, that's funny. What did the chicken do? So I don't want to wind up like him. Oh my god. See, having to explain a joke doesn't ruin the joke. You just have to wait for them to not get it, and then you can explain it to them. Because if they didn't get it, that's a bit different. I think he'd have gotten it if I was speaking it instead of typing it. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he said thrown in the freezer with a chicken. But, I mean, you just infer that, I guess. But yeah, I guess if I was, like, more concentrated on it and thinking about it, and the fact that I wasn't, like, expecting there to be more in the joke. So... But hey, did anyone else get the joke? That's the question. I bet I'm not the only retard, right? You all didn't get the joke either? We're all retarded together? I can deal with that. Noreen, this is Sean's story, by the way. Chapter 18, I believe. Noreen trudged through the forest. She was extremely irritable. Why is Mother taking advice from a man? This is a fool's errand, and 4 times over. There's nothing out here. Survey team assigned to follow her ranged about in apparent ease. The forest canopy rendered the area in perpetual twilight outside of high noon, and so it took a moment for anyone to realize that one of their members had lost their life. "Attack!" shouted one of her guards. Noreen whipped out her sword and prepared to fight for her very life. The battle was brief but fierce, and due to an error in judgment, Noreen lost her left arm. Ouch! "Princess, we should fall back," her remaining guard stated emphatically. "No, I lost an arm. That means there's something here." Go on ahead and scout. Report back as soon as you find something. I don't understand that, Sean. No, I lost an arm. That means there's something here. Is that like emphasizing how well defended it is? That it's like they could fight her off? So there's obviously like a reason why they're defending it. So they've obviously found something? Okay. With a dubious expression, the woman did as she had been bidden. Meanwhile, Greta, her lady-in-waiting, tended to her injury. We're lucky to be alive, Noreen. Why didn't you take this mission seriously? Noreen looked miserable. Because a man sent us out here. How could anyone think a man had any sense? Queen's sense should have been enough, then. Out of everyone here, I'm the only uninjured person. Because I was always on alert, unlike the rest of you. Did you even listen to the reasoning behind this mission, or just that turn a blind ear because of the original source? I love this, Sean. A man said it, therefore it's not fucking true. Jean later, because I forgot I'd already named her. Ah. What of any importance could a man have? Like Sean, this really vibes with today, and this whole, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but these pregnant women taking Tylenol, because they're like, Tylenol doesn't cause autism, so they're just continuously like, to prove a point that they're wrong, let's take a bunch of fucking Tylenol pills while we're pregnant, even though it says don't take Tylenol while you're pregnant. I just flipped the old-time world on its head. Oh. I know, I just think it's really funny, Sean, how that's just like, gives no fucks about what's said, it's only where it's coming from. I love that. The only reason to kidnap children of other countries is to have an unknown workforce who couldn't disobey you. That would suggest some sort of mind. It's basic logic. Couple that with the unnatural spending this bastard has been doing, and it's a compelling argument for the existence of a hidden mine. One that should have been reported to the Crown, but wasn't. The only fool is you for not taking the Queen's intelligence into account. The man also happens to be your brother by law due to a bonding ritual between him, your Princess Nayla. Your sister? Him and your sister Princess Nayla? Or just and Princess Nayla? Between him and Princess Nayla. Had this been something honest, then the noble man could have gotten a loan for legal slaves instead of kidnapping children from elsewhere. Don't try to blame anyone but yourself for this mess. Yes, thanks for spotting that. I need to add sister in there. Alright. If I were to wager, your blatant disregard for the mission the Queen sent us on will force her to disinherit you. Noreen looked sullenly at the forced floor beneath herself. I know, the guard returned. We found it, Your Highness. Now please, let us fall back so your wound can be treated properly. What did you notice? Noreen asked as they began a swift retreat to the main squad. Several slave girls, all young, being used as manual labor in a mine that isn't on any records. It's magicite ore. Also, Caldroni soldiers. Caldroni? Those filthy beasts dare to intrude in our queendom and steal magicite ore from us? Noreen was livid, both at herself and the treacherous foreigners. Maylene sat at her camp chair, agitated, waiting for the scouting missions to return. That fool of a sister of mine isn't taking this seriously at all. Your Highness, please don't speak such things aloud. Those who ought to hear may be near. Oughtn't need to hear. Who oughtn't to hear may be near. Nissa, that matters little. Noreen isn't taking this mission seriously at all if she's unlucky enough to actually find... Nalene was interrupted by shouts of alarm from the encampment. Seems we may have news. Nalene and her lady-in-waiting rushed out of the command tent, only to freeze in horrid fascination at the sight of Princess Noreen missing an arm, and having only 3 of her investigation team still alive, and only 1 of those uninjured. Seems your sister was unlucky, Nissa stated dryly. Indeed, Nissa. Or is that supposed to say Nisa because it's 2 S's? Nisa? What can be done about her arm? Nisa shook her head. As your highness knows, I'm the foremaster user of the healing arts, but even that I can't grow a limb. You said it right? Okay, Nissa. I'll be able to ensure she lives and doesn't suffer from an infection, but there's nothing else I can do. If you'll excuse me, my lady. Nalene simply nodded her consent. A messenger lizard alighted on the castle's balcony where a handler took the message out of the tube, then fed the creature. The handler quickly ascertained the message was meant for the queen herself. She summoned a page and sent the missive off with all due haste. The page handed the message to the queen's personal attendant, who then delivered it into her hand. So, he was correct. Noreen's injury is most unfortunate, but even more so is the fact that I shall be required to disinherit her for this performance. Her disdain for males has finally struck back at her. Send the reply to destroy all traces of the Caldroni and free any workers in that mine. Summon all generals. We must have a war summit to decide what, if any, action will be taken. Oblivious to the goings on elsewhere in the queendom, I, my wives, along with 2 crafters, had made excellent progress on the new water tower. Now all that remained after nearly a week's work was to reposition the well pump and connect a manual float valve to keep the lower tower from flooding. Okay, that should do it for the float valve. When the water goes down, the float lowers, which gradually opens the valve, letting water from the upper tower into this one. Then, as the float rises, it shuts. Now, I just need to hook the well pump in the upper tower, and it will be complete. So that stupid alarm can be shut off again. Climb to the new ladder up to the upper tower. With the well pump in hand, I had a length of electric cable in my pack on my back, plus the tools I'd need to splice everything together. 15 minutes later, while everyone was irritated by the iridescent alarm, I finally finished the work and signaled for the power to be turned on. Blessed silence filled the air, much to everyone's relief. Wasn't there some method of silencing that alarm, despite the power being off? Asked Nayla. Shaking my head, I replied, no, sadly I never anticipated a scenario where I'd be deliberately shutting the power off, outside of a mechanical failure. Wish I had thought about upgrading when I first had it built. Marta happily responded, who cares about that now? It's done, right? I nodded. That means we can all go shower now, right? She was practically bouncing on her feet, impatient to get her shower after so long. Not quite that fast, I'm afraid. I'm going to be it's going to be business as usual for today, because the upper tower needs to fill up before it can supply any real amount of water, and that will take time. A few muffled giggles from the others only served to enhance Marta's disappointment. If it's that big an issue for you, dear sister, then by all means take my turn, Cora offered, though pleasant. It isn't as if I can't bathe in other ways. Marta hugged Cora fiercely and ran off to take the shower she thought she would have to wait for. Here, I thought I might have to fight her about showering. What with her having cat-like features, but instead she's getting depressed whenever she can't take a shower, I said, chuckling lovingly. Man. Thing. The trees that are to the north of you are jealous of the new trees having your house and their boughs, even though your trees warned them about the pain of the first part. They wish to be included. I assure you that I can mitigate any issue that could arise. Please consider adding it to your domicile. I looked at the trees to the north. and indeed they were perfect for an expansion. Please convey my thanks for their offer. I will gladly accept. We need more sleeping space here as it is. Very well, I shall return to my slumber. Good season cycle. Again. The treant's eye closed again. How does he even talk? Does he have some sort of mouth, or is it in my head? Cora giggled, and Tessa responded. It's a sort of telepathy. Were treants able to speak from a mouth at all, it would make mouths or more just to say... It would take months or more just to say good morning. Even their thought speech is slower than our speech, so you can tell. Huh. Well, Mistress Carpenter, can I avail myself of your services once more? I'll need to have the beams and such prefabricated before they get brought out here. Certainly, I'd be delighted to help on yet another project for this magnificent structure. Just drop the plans for me and I'll get to work. Nice. I love adding that bit about everything else and then just like they're sitting off doing their own comfy little thing, no worries in the world, and then you know, out of nowhere it's like, ah! Okay, we're gonna do our first experimental today, the Library of Babel. That's just how the chapter came out. Wasn't expecting to do any scene changes like that where the MC wasn't going somewhere. Well, I mean, he's got his own project going on, but his project's going to get interrupted in the middle of it, right? That's what I assume. Now that they found the mine, he's going to get word, and that's going to kind of, you know... Alright. So this is the horror story for today. Is it going to be a real horror story? Because the... Skipped that one, we skipped that one. I don't see these as being horror. Like, I don't see the lottery as really horror. Monkey's Paw is definitely horror. Yellow Wallpaper seemed like it was horror, but it just didn't do it for me. Sorry, this one's mystery. Lamb to the Slaughter. It's mystery. That's right. And then we have one more there. One more there. One more there. And then for each of them, that's 4 of these. So we'll do one experimental in each one of them for the next couple of days. Okay, so this is actually a mystery. Not a horror. The horrors so far were not good. I want that OD knock level of shit, which got me thinking about like a story, like a redacted story where like the names of everything are redacted, just like Hideo Kojima did like that in the trailer. Just like write out the story, but then just take those words and redact them. And make it like a government report on... And then do that under the category of like the techno body horror. People being turned into machines. I think maybe I see what's going to happen eventually, assuming we're right about hopping to a sci-fi universe. I think the treehouse might become a hub connecting the three worlds. That, however, would happen after whatever BS happens in the sci-fi world. Maybe, Sean, use the sci-fi world as an explanation for the reason why the treehouse is doing what it's doing. Would that work? Like, when they get to the sci-fi world, they're not surprised that he's there. Well, it's like they're surprised that he's there, but they're not surprised that, like, the trees did, right? They're like, oh, we thought this was just an empty patch of land we were trying to experiment with. And we've been hopping it between different worlds, trying to get it here. We have an experimental machine or something like that. I don't know. Something that just explains why. In the sci-fi world would make sense because they would have technology. It would, actually, because I was thinking it was about trees. The few trees that exist in the world are sickly, or so ancient they can no longer produce seeds. And they're pulling trees from alternate, like from the past or something like that, or alternate dimensions in order to create... Oh, I love that, Sean. That is such a great idea. I absolutely love it. In this, like, technologically advanced dystopian world where the world is, like, dying because they don't have enough oxygen and they don't have machines that can work the same way that trees do, and their ultimate goal or their ultimate solution is to try and find trees from other dimensions and other timelines and other times. Definitely super cool. Okay, here we go. This one's pretty short. The room was warm, the curtains were closed, the 2 table lamps were lit. On the cupboard behind her, there were 2 glasses and some drinks. Mary Maloney was waiting for her husband to come home from work. Now and again, she glanced at the clock, but without anxiety. She merely wanted to satisfy herself each minute that went by made it nearer the time when he would come home. As she bent over her sewing, she was curiously peaceful. This was her 6th month expecting a child. Her mouth and her eyes, with their new calm look, seemed larger and darker than before. When the clock said 10 minutes to 5, she began to listen, and a few moments later, punctually as always, she heard the car tires on the stones outside, the car door closing, footsteps passing the window, the key turning in the lock. She stood up and went forward to kiss him as he entered. "Hello, darling," she said. "Hello," he answered. She took his coat and hung it up. Then she made the drinks, a strong one for him and a weak one for herself. And soon she was back again at her chair. Why are you drinking when you're pregnant? Literally, we were just talking about this. Even if it's weak, you don't drink when you're pregnant. The fuck? Then the treehouse gets connected to old trees that were there, and that's what creates the hub. Earth officials would be forced at Mage Point to witness the beauty they had lost, as well as the dystopia they were creating. I love that critique, Sean. Absolutely amazing. And soon, she was back at it in her chair with the sewing, and he was in the other chair, holding the tall glass, rolling it gently so that the ice knocked musically against the side of the glass. For her, this was always a wonderful time of day. She knew he didn't want to speak much until the first drink was finished, and she was satisfied to just sit quietly enjoying his company after the long hours alone in the house. She loved the warmth that came out of him when they were alone together. She loved the shape of his mouth, and she especially liked the way he didn't complain about being tired. "Tired, darling?" "Yes," he sighed. "Thoroughly exhausted." And as he spoke, he did an unusual thing. He lifted his glass and drank it down in one swallow. although there was still half of it left. He got up and went slowly to get himself another drink. "I'll get it," she cried, jumping. "Sit down," he said. When he came back, she noticed that the new drink was a very strong one. She watched him as he began to drink. "I think it's a shame," she said, "that when someone's been a policeman as long as you have, he still has to walk around all day. All day long." He didn't answer. "Darling," she said, "if you're too tired to eat out tonight, as we had planned, I can fix you something. There's plenty of meat and stuff in the freezer." Her eyes waited for an answer, a smile, a nod, but he made no sign. "Anyway," she went on, "I'll get you some bread and cheese." "I don't want it," he said. He moved uneasily in her chair. She moved uneasily in her chair. "But you have to have supper. I can easily fix you something. I'd like to do it. We can have lamb. Anything you want. Everything's in the freezer." "Forget it," he said. "But darling, you have to eat. I'll do it anyway, and then you can have it or not, as you like." She stood up. What a way to start. What a way to start the story, guys. Something obviously happened at work. And he's a policeman. So maybe he had to shoot someone today. Don't know. Very intriguing, though. With that, we back. She stood up and placed her sewing on the table by the lamp. "Sit down," he said. "Just for a minute. Sit down." It wasn't unusual then that she began to get frightened. Until then. It wasn't until then that she began to get frightened. "Go on," he said. "Sit down." She lowered herself to the chair, watching him all the time with large, puzzled eyes. He had finished his second drink and was staring into the glass. "Listen," he said. "I've got something to tell you." "What is it, darling? What's the matter?" He began. He became absolutely motionless, and he kept his head down. "This is going to be a big shock to you, I'm afraid," he said. "But I've thought about it a good deal, and I've decided that the only thing to do is to tell you immediately." And he told her. It didn't take long, 4 or 5 minutes at most. She sat still through it all, watching him with puzzled horror. "So there it is," he added. "And I know it's a tough time to be telling you this, but there simply wasn't another way. Of course, I'll give you money and see that you're taken care of, but there really shouldn't be any problem. I hope not, in any case. It wouldn't be very good for my job." Her first instinct was not to believe any of it. She thought that perhaps she'd imagined the whole thing. Perhaps if she acted as though she had not heard him, she would find out that none of it had ever happened. "I'll fix some supper," she whispered. When she walked across the room, she couldn't feel her feet touching the floor. She couldn't feel anything except a slight sickness. She did everything without thinking. She went downstairs to the freezer and took hold of the first object she found. She lifted it out and looked at it. It was wrapped in paper, so she took off the paper and looked at it again. A leg of lamb. All right, then. They would have lamb for supper. She carried it upstairs, held the thin end with both her hands. She went into the living room, saw him standing by the window with his back to her, and stopped. "I've already told you," he said. "Don't make supper for me. I'm going out." At that point, Mary Maloney simply walked up behind him, and without any pause, she swung the big frozen leg of lamb high in the air and brought it down as hard as she could on the back of his head. She might as well have hit him with a steel bar. She stepped back. waiting, and the strange thing was that he remained standing there for at least 4 or 5 seconds. Then he crashed onto the carpet. The violence of the crash, the noise, the small table overturning, helping to bring her out of the shock. She came out slowly, feeling cold and surprised, and she stood for a few minutes looking at the body, still holding the piece of meat tightly with both hands. "Alright," she told herself, "so I've killed him." It was extraordinary. Now, how clear her mind became all of a sudden. She began thinking very fast. As the wife of a detective, she knew what the punishment would be. Made no difference to her, in fact. It would be a relief. On the other hand, what about the baby? What were the laws about murders with unborn children? Did they kill them both, mother and child? Did they wait until the baby was born? What did they do? Mary Magdalene didn't know, and she wasn't prepared to take the chance. She carried the meat into the kitchen, put it onto a pan, turned on the oven, and put the pan inside. Then she washed her hands, ran upstairs, sat down in front of the mirror, fixed her makeup, and tried to smile. The smile was rather peculiar. She tried again. "Hello, Sam," she said brightly, aloud. The voice sounded peculiar too. "I want some potatoes, Sam." "Yes, and perhaps a can of beans." That was better. Both the smile and the voice sounded better now. She practiced them several times more, and then ran downstairs, took her coat, and went out the back door. Through the garden into the street. It wasn't 6 o'clock yet, and the lights were still on in the neighborhood grocery. "Hello, Sam," she said brightly, smiling at the man in the shop. "Good evening, Miss Maloney. How are you?" "I want some potatoes, please, Sam." "Yes, and perhaps a can of beans, too. Patrick's decided he's tired and he doesn't want to eat out tonight," she told him. "We usually go out on Thursdays, you know, and now I don't have any vegetables in the house." "And how about some meat, Miss Maloney?" "No, I've got meat, thanks. I've got a nice leg of lamb from the freezer." "Do you want these potatoes, Miss Maloney?" "Well, they'll be fine." "Oh, yes, they'll be fine. 2 pounds, please. Anything else?" Grocer turned his head to one side, looking at her. "How about dessert? What are you going to give him for dessert?" "How about a nice piece of cake?" "I know he likes cake." "Perfect," she said. "He loves it." And when she had bought and paid for everything, she gave her brightest smile and said, "Thank you, Sam. Good night." And now, she told herself as she hurried back home, she was returning to her husband, and he was waiting for his supper. She had to cook it well and make it taste as good as possible, because the poor man was tired, and if she found anything unusual or terrible when she got home, then it would be a shock, and she would have to react with grief and horror. Of course, she was not expecting to find anything unusual at home. She was just going home with the vegetables on Thursday evening to cook dinner for husband. That's the way, she told herself. Do everything normally. Keep things absolutely natural, and there's no need for acting at all. As she entered the kitchen by the back door, she was quietly singing to herself. "Patrick," she called. "How are you, darling?" She put the package on the table and went into the living room, and when she saw him lying on the floor, it really was a shock. All the old love for him came back to her, and she ran over to him, knelt down beside him, and began to cry hard. It was easy. No acting was necessary. A few minutes later, she got up and went to the phone. She knew the number of the police station, and when the man on the other end answered, she cried to him, "Quick, come quick, Patrick's dead." "Who's speaking?" "Mrs. Maloney, Mrs. Patrick Maloney." "Do you mean that? What do you mean? Do you mean Patrick's dead?" "I think so," she cried. "He's lying on the floor, and I think he's dead." "We'll be there immediately, ma'am," the man said. The car came very quickly, and when she opened the front door, the 2 policemen walked in. She knew them both. She knew nearly all the men at the police station. She fell into Jack Noonan's arms, crying uncontrollably. He put her gently into a chair. "Is he dead?" she cried. "I'm afraid he is. What happened?" In a few words, she told her story about going to the grocer and coming back, when she found him on the floor. While she was crying and talking, Noonan found some dried blood on the dead man's head. He hurried to the phone. Some other men began to arrive, a doctor, 2 detectives, a police photographer, and a man who knew about fingerprints. The detectives kept asking her a lot of questions. They always treated her kindly. She told them how she put the meat into the oven. It's there now. And how she had gone to the grocer's for vegetables, and how she came back to find him lying on the floor. The 2 detectives were exceptionally nice to her. They searched the house. Sometimes Jack Noonan spoke to her gently. He told her that her husband had been killed by a blow to the back of the head. They were looking for a weapon. The murderer might have taken it with him, but he might have thrown it away or hidden it. It's the old story, he said. Get the weapon and you've got the murderer. Later, one of the detectives sat down beside her. Did she know, he asked, of anything in the house that could have been used as a weapon? Would she look around to see if anything was missing? The search went on. It began to get late. It was nearly 9 o'clock. The men searching the rooms got tired. Jack, she said, would you like a drink? You must be extremely tired. Well, he answered, it's not allowed by police rules, but since you're a friend. They stood around with drinks in their hands. The detectives were uncomfortable with her, and they tried to say cheering things to her. Jack Noonan walked to the kitchen, came out quickly, and said, Look, Mrs. Maloney, did you know that your oven is still on and the meat is still inside? Oh, she said, so it is. I'd better turn it off. She returned with tearful eyes. Would you do me a favor? Here, you all are all good friends of Patrick's, and you're helping to catch the man who killed him. You must be very hungry by now. Please, it's long past your supper time, and I know that Patrick would never forgive me if I let you stay in the house without offering you anything to eat. Why don't you eat up the lamb in the oven? I wouldn't dream of it, Noonan said. Please, she begged personally. I couldn't eat a thing, but it'd be a favor to me if you ate it up. Then you can go on with your work. The detectives hesitated, but they were hungry, and in the end they went into the kitchen and helped themselves to supper. The woman stayed where she was and listened to them through the open door. She could hear them speaking among themselves, and their voices were thick because their mouths were full of meat. Have some more, Charlie? Nah, we'd better not finish it. She wants us to finish it. She said we ought to eat up. That's a big bar the murderer must have used to hit poor Patrick. Doctor says the back of his head was broken to pieces. That's why the weapon should be easy to find. Exactly what I say. Whoever did it, he can't carry a weapon that big around with him. Personally, I think the weapon is somewhere near the house. It's probably right under our noses. What do you think, Jack? And in the other room, Mary Maloney began to laugh. What an epic ending. I love that. Because it gives the impression that she's going to get caught. Because they're going to be like, why the fuck are you laughing? And she's like, oh, don't worry about it. And then eventually they're going to be like, there'll be like meat residue on the dude's head. And then it turns out, they're like, fuck, we ate the evidence. Shit, we ate the fucking evidence. Oh man, that's great. Alright. The Library of Babel. Ooh, I love this. Alright. This one's a little bit longer. By this art, you may contemplate the variation of 23 letters. Anatomy of Melancholy, Part 2, Section 2, Memoir 4, The Universe, which others call the Library, is composed of an indefinite, perhaps infinite number of hexagonal galleries. In the center of each gallery is a ventilation shaft, bounded by a low railing. From any hexagon, one can see the floors above and below. one after another, endlessly. The arrangement of the galleries is always the same. 20 bookshelves, 5 to each side, line 4 of the hexagon's 6 sides. The height of the bookshelves, floor to ceiling, is hardly greater than the height of a normal librarian. One of the hexagon's free sides opens into a narrow sort of vestibule, which is in turn opens into another gallery, identical to the first, identical in fact to all. To the left and the right of the vestibule are 2 tiny compartments. One is for sleeping upright, the other for satisfying one's physical necessities. Through this space, too, there passes a spiral staircase, which winds upward and downward into the remotest distance. In the vestibule there is a mirror, which faintly duplicates appearances. Men often infer from this mirror that the library is not infinite. If it were, what need would there be for an illusionary replication? I prefer to dream that burnished surfaces are a figuration and promise of the infinite. Light is provided by certain spherical fruits that bear the name bulbs. There are 2 of these bulbs in each hexagon, set crosswise. The light they give is insufficient and unceasing. Like all the men of the library, in my youngest days I traveled. I have journeyed in quest of a book, perhaps the catalogue of catalogues. Now that my eyes can hardly make out what I myself have written, I am prepared to die a few leagues away from the hexagon where I was born. When I am dead, compassionate hands will throw me over the railing. My tomb will be the unfathomable air, my body will sink for ages, and will decay and dissolve in the wind, endangered by my fall, which shall be infinite. I declare that the Library of Babel, the library is endless. Idealists argue that the hexagonal rooms are the necessary shape of absolute space, or at least of our perception of space. They argue that a triangular or pentagonal chamber is inconceivable. Mystics claim that their ecstasies reveal to them a circular chamber containing an enormous circular book with a continuous spine that goes completely around the walls, but their testimony is suspect, their words obscure. That cynical book is God. Cyclical book is God. Let it suffice for the moment that I repeat the classic dictum. The library is a sphere whose exact center is any hexagon, and whose circumference is unattainable. Each wall of each hexagon is furnished with 5 bookshelves. Each bookshelf holds 32 books, identical in format. Each book contains 410 pages. Each page, 40 lines. Each line, approximately 80 black letters. There are also letters on the front cover of each book. Those letters neither indicate nor prefigure what the pages inside will say. I'm aware that the lack of correspondence once struck men as mysterious. Before summarizing the solution of the mystery, whose discovery, in spite of its tragic consequences, is perhaps the most important event in all history, I wish to recall a few axioms. First, the library has existed ab terminate. That truth, whose immediate corollary is the future eternity of the world. No rational mind can doubt. Man, the imperfect librarian, may be the work of chance or of malevolent demiurges. The universe with its elegant appointments, its bookshelves, its enigmatic books, and indefatigable staircases for the traveler. Indefatigable. Alright. Staircases for the traveler, and its water closets for the seated librarian. Can only be the handiwork of a god. In order to grasp the distance that separates the human and the divine, one is only to compare these crude trembling symbols which my fallible hand scrawls on the cover of a book with the organic letters inside, neat, delicate, deep black, and intimately symmetrical. Second, there are 25 orthographic symbols. That discovery enabled mankind 300 years ago to formulate a general theory of the library and thereby satisfactorily solve the riddle that no conjecture had been able to divine the formless and chaotic nature of virtually all books. One book, which my father once saw in a hexagon in circuit 1594, consisted of the letters MCV perversely repeated from the first line to the last. Another, much consulted in this zone, is a mere labyrinth of letters whose the original manuscript was neither numbers nor capital letters. Punctuation is limited in the comma and the period. Those two marks, the space and the 22 letters in the alphabet, are the 25 sufficient symbols that our unknown author is referring to. Penultimate page contains the phrase, "O time, thy pyramids." This much is known. For every rational line of forthright statement, there are leagues of senseless cacophony, verbal nonsense, and incoherency. I know of one semi-barbarous zone whose librarians repudiate the vain and superstitious habit of trying to find sense in books, equating such a quest with attempting to find meaning in dreams in the chaotic lines of the palm of one's hand. They will acknowledge that the inventors of writing intimidated the 25 natural symbols, but contended that adoption was fortuitous, coincidental, and that books in themselves have no meaning. That argument, as we shall see, is not entirely fallacious. Queen, welcome, welcome. How's it going? How are you? We're reading short story, The Tower of Babel, or the Library of Babel, which is it's going. Hell yeah. So, Queen, just random question because it's kind of on the social commentary of today. What's your opinion on Tylenol and pregnancy? Throw it right at you, right at the beginning there. Oh, 'cause apparently there's something about, like, RFK Jr. and Trump saying that Tylenol's bad when you're pregnant. So there's, like, a bunch of women that are pregnant who are just out of spite taking Tylenol in order to basically say that it's safe. Autism risk in Tylenol. Why aren't we talking about this? And people are just like, no, we're just pounding back fucking Tylenol because we believe in science. We don't believe in... And I've always thought it's like... It's like alcohol in a way. It's like you just... When you're pregnant, you just don't put anything in your body that you don't have to put in your body. That's the way I think about it. But it's like the difference between, like, taking 3 Tylenol every single day for the entirety of your pregnancy, right? Because people don't know how to read fucking statistics, and people don't know how to... So what was funny is I asked AI about it, and AI's first response was, I think it's a profoundly dumb idea that people are taking Tylenol out of spite. And it's like they're not... It's like they're not taking it because they need it. When I was pregnant, you were allowed to take Tylenol. But I mean, like, excessive. Because it's like, oh, if you have like a headache or something like that, yeah, take Tylenol. But it's like, oh, I have cramps, I'm taking Tylenol. Oh, you know, it's just like you're literally taking Tylenol consistently. And I think that's what they're talking about. Not like, you know, I take I take 3 pills of Tylenol like once a month because like I get headaches, maybe I'm feeling a little bit sick, maybe you know, whatever. I hurt my leg, I have like some sort of joint pain. But I still think if you don't need to put it in your body, don't put it in your body. Callie Queen! Oh, I don't know. Yeah, so it's like there was apparently a bunch of facts that came out about linking Tylenol, like excessive Tylenol usage, to autism. So, because of that, liberal women are apparently out of spite just taking Tylenol for no reason. While they're pregnant. So the new meme has become, if Trump said drinking bleach was bad, we wouldn't have to worry about these people anymore. Because all they care about is where the information came from, not what the actual information is. Because apparently they don't like RFK. Even though I think RFK is probably the in excessive amount of it. Exactly! Exactly! And like taking things that you don't need to take is like, why would you take something you don't need to take? It's just, I think it just goes to show the mentality of those kinds of people, right? And I'm sad that those kinds of people are pregnant, because that means they're going to indoctrinate their kids into that kind of mindset. Because you know those kinds of parents would do that. They're telling their 3-year-old Trump's Hitler. And they're like, I don't know who Hitler is. Hitler killed a lot of people. Well, did Trump kill a lot of people? Well, he's going to. Right? I don't know. That's just my fear, right? I'm just like, it's my fear. But hey, I have hope in humanity, because I have a sister and she has kids, and despite them being terrible, because they're like terrible, they're really good kids. They're just kids, right? They just act out sometimes, and they have like jealousy issues between each other, and you know, Jordan's like at school or at work a lot of the time, so you know, Jenny's dealing with a lot. And then they want to be over at my parents' house, and Jenny said, well, you can't go to Grandma and Grandpa's, they're golfing. This is why I don't pay attention to politics. Gotta learn the world somehow. Exactly. That's why I think the question at the end of the day is, how important actually is it? Right? But, you know, that's me for having an open mind towards it, right? I'm like, I worry that would be a thing, but it's just because, and like, there's nothing wrong with saying Trump's a bad person, Trump's a scammer, Trump's a fucking douchebag, Trump's a piece of shit. That's all true. But saying that he's a dictator, an authoritarian, and he's a danger to democracy, and he's going to like destroy the United States, I think that's a bit much. And that's coming as a Canadian, when I could say the same thing, that I could literally say that about Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau fucked Canada up. That's not a lie, that's not an exaggeration. Trudeau and Harper fucked things up before that. So we thought Trudeau was good because we hated Harper, and then turned out Trudeau was worse than fucking Harper. And now the guy that we want to get, everyone's totally against, because apparently he's right wing. Even though everyone knows that Justin Trudeau's father was Fidel fucking Castro. It's come on, guys. We all seen the pictures, we all know the story. We know exactly how it happened. It's a little bit of that one, you know. I like keeping up with politics of America because it doesn't affect me as much, and I like using the real world concepts in world building and creating stories. So I don't take it seriously. I take it as a creative why am I blanking on the word? Inspiration. Creative inspiration. That's the main reason why I do it. Because it makes me think outside of the box about things. So it's never about whether it's true or not. It's just about thinking about the ideas. And I think putting the ideas in your head and thinking about the ideas is the most important thing to do, because being able to visualize ideas outside of the scope of what you actually believe and being able to put yourself in other people's shoes is very important for being able to communicate with people. Foot cam, Callie, get your foot cam here. Oh, I forgot to change this. I'm retarded. I apparently did not change this. It's not Death of a Monarchy. It's Cursed Characters. My bad. Thought I changed that. Not that it really matters. Doesn't really matter at all, but that's okay, because we gotta stand tall. And that's when we get up and go, y'all. It ain't gonna be so much for us to call. But hey, you know what they say about it when you are a doll. It's gonna be a good time, so let's go pluck on that haul. Do feel we are in the midst of a fall, so feel free to run and dive as if you were Callie, why are you so adorable? You're not allowed to be so adorable, Callie. It's not fair. I can't help myself. For many years, it was believed that those impenetrable books were in ancient or far distant languages. It is true that the most ancient peoples, the first librarians, employed a language quite different from the one we speak today. It is true that a few miles to the right our language devolves into dialect, and that 90 floors above it becomes incomprehensible. All of that, I repeat, is true, but 410 pages of unvarying MCVs cannot belong to any language, however dialectal or primitive it may be. Some have suggested that each letter influences the next, and that the values of MCV on page 71, line 3, is not the value of the same series on another line of another page. But that vague thesis has not met with any great acceptance. Others have mentioned the possibility of codes. That conjecture has been universally accepted, though not in the sense in which its originators formulated it. Some 500 years ago, the chief of one of the upper hexagons came across a book as jumbled as all the others, but containing almost 2 pages of homogeneous lines. He showed his find to a traveling decipherer who told him that the lines were written in Portuguese. Others said it was Yiddish. Within the century, experts determined that the language actually was a Samoyed Samoyed-Lithuanian dialect of Guarani, with inflections from Classical Arabic. The content was also determined the rudiments of combinatory analysis, illustrated with examples of endlessly repeated variations. Those examples allowed a librarian of genius to discover the fundamental law of the library. This philosopher observed that all books, however different from one another they might be, consist of identical elements: the space, the period, the comma, and the 22 letters of the alphabet. He also posited a fact, which all travelers have since confirmed, that in early terms there was one man for every 3 hexagons. Suicide and diseases of the lung have played havoc with that proportion. An unspeakably melancholy memory. I have sometimes traveled for nights on end, down corridors and polished staircases without coming across a single librarian. There are no two identical books. From those incontrovertible premises, the librarian deduced that the library is total, perfect, complete, and whole, and that its bookshelves contain all possible combinations of all the 22 orthographic symbols, a number which, though unimaginably vast, is not infinite. That is, all that is able to be expressed in every language, all the detailed history of the future, the autobiographies of the archangels, the faithful catalogue of the library, thousands and thousands of false catalogues, the proof of the falsity of those false catalogues, the proof of the falsity of the true catalogue, the Gnostic gospel of Basilides, the contemporary commentary upon that gospel, the commentary on that gospel, the true story of your death, the translation of every book into every language, the interpolations of every book into all books, the treatise Bede could have written, but did not, on the mythology of the Saxon people, the lost books of Tacitus. When it was announced that the library contained all books, the first reaction was unbounded joy. All men felt themselves the possessors of an intact and secret treasure. There's no personal problem, no world problem, whose eloquent solution did not exist somewhere in some hexagon. The universe was justified. The universe suddenly became congruent with the unlimited width and breadth of mankind's hope. At that period, there was much talk of the vindications, books of apology, and prophecies that would vindicate for all time the actions of every person in the universe that had held wondrous arcana for man's futures. Thousands of greedy individuals abandoned their sweet narrative hexagons and rushed upstairs, spurred by the vain desire to find their vindication. These pilgrims squabbled in the narrow corridors, muttered dark imprecations, strangled one another on the divine staircases, threw deceiving volumes down ventilated shafts, were themselves hurled to their deaths by men of distant regions. Others went insane. The vindications do exist. I have seen 2 of them, which refer to persons in the future, persons perhaps not imaginary. But those who went in quest of them failed to recall that the chance of the man's finding his own vindication, or some perfidious version of his own, can be calculated to be 0. At the same period, there was also hope that the fundamental mysteries of mankind, the origin of the library and of time, might be revealed. In all likelihood, those profound mysteries can indeed be explained in words. If the language of the philosophers is not sufficient, then the multiform library must surely have produced the extraordinary language that is required. Together with the words and grammar of that language, for 4 centuries, men have been scouring the hexagons. There are official searchers, the inquisitors. I have seen them about their task. They arrive exhausted at some hexagon. They talk about the staircase that nearly killed them. Rungs were missing, they speak with the librarian, about galleries and staircases, and once in a while they take up the nearest book and leave through it, searching for disgraceful or dishonorable words. Clearly, no one expects to discover anything. That unbridled hopefulness was succeeded, naturally enough, by the similarly disproportionate depression. The certainty that some bookshelf in some hexagon contained precious books, yet that those precious books were forever out of reach, was almost unbearable. One blasphemous sect proposed that the searches be discontinued and that all men shuffle letters and symbols until those canonical books, through some improbable stroke of chance, had been constructed. The authorities were forced to issue strict orders. The sect disappeared. But in my childhood, I've seen old men who for long periods would hide in the latest latrines with metal discs and a forbidden dice cup, feebly mimicking the divine disorder. Others, going about it in a positive way, thought the first thing to do was eliminate all worthless books. They would invade the hexagons, show credentials that were always false, leaf disguisedly through a volume, and condemn entire walls of books. It is to their hygienic aesthetic rage that we lay the senseless loss of millions of volumes. Their name is execrated today. But those who grieve over the treasures destroyed in that frenzy overlook two wildly acknowledged facts. One, that the library is so huge that any reduction by human hands must be infinitesimal. And two, that each book is unique and irreplaceable, and since the library is total, there are always several 100,000 imperfect facsimiles books that differ by no more than a single letter or a comma. Despite general opinion, I dare say that the consequences of the depredations committed by the purifiers have been exaggerated by the horror those same fanatics inspired. They were spurred on by the holy zeal to reach, some day, through unrelenting effort, the books of the Crimson Hexagon. Books smaller than natural books, books omnipotent, illustrated, and magical. We also have knowledge of another superstition from that period. Belief in what was termed the Bookman. On some shelf in some hexagon, it was argued, there must exist a book that is the cipher and perfect compendium of all other books, and some librarian must have examined that book. This librarian is analogous to a god. Guys, what's up, Callie? In the language of this zone, there are still vestiges of the sect that worshipped that distant librarian. Many have gone in search of him. Do you think I should... Still learn French and German, yes. Why wouldn't you, Callie? You just may not have to go as hard as you are on it. You know, learn 10 words a day. That's easy, right? 1 word every hour. You got this, Callie. I believe in you. I believe in you. For 100 years, men beat every possible every path in vain. Every possible path and every path in vain. How was one to locate the idealized secret hexagon that sheltered him? Someone proposed searching by regression. To locate Book A, first consult Book B, which tells where Book A can be found. To locate Book B, first consult Book C, and so on to infinity. Chronicles! Callie, Chinese or Japanese? He wants French and German because French and German are huge in the writing category, so he could get more viewers if he has French and German as languages. Oh! Busted. Sorry, Callie. I had to ruin your secret. I hope you don't mind that I outed you. Welcome, Chronicles. How's it going, brother? How are you today, my good man? We are reading the Library of Babel. Someone proposed searching by regression. Oh, we already read that. To infinity. It is in ventures such as these that I have squandered and spent my years. I cannot think it unlikely that there is such a book. On some shelf in the universe, I pray to the unknown gods that some man, even a single man, tens of centuries ago, has pursued and read that book. If the horror and wisdom and joy of such a reading are not to be my own, then let them be for others. Let heaven exist, though my own place be in hell. Let me be tortured and battered and annihilated, but let there be one instant, one creature, one wherein thy enormous library may find its justification. Infidels claim that the rule in the library is not sense, but nonsense, and that rationality, even humble, pure coherence, is an almost miraculous exception. They speak, I know, of the feverish library, whose random volumes consistently threaten to transmogrify into others, so that they may affirm all things, deny all things, and confound and confuse all things, like some mad and hallucinating deity. Those words, which not only proclaim disorder, but exemplify it as well, prove, as all can see, the infidels' deplorable taste and desperate ignorance. For while the library contains all verbal structures, all the variations allowed by the 25 orthographic symbols, it includes not a single absolute piece of nonsense. It would be pointless to observe that the finest volume of all the many hexagons that I myself administer is titled Combined Thunder, while another is titled The Plaster Cramp, and another XXXX Mole. Those phrases, at first apparently incoherent and undoubtedly susceptible to cryptographic or algorithmic reading, that justification of the words order and existence is itself verbal and ex hypothesi, already contained somewhere in the library. There is no combination of characters one can make. Such to J, for example, that the divine library is not foreseen, and that in one or more of its secret tongues does not hide a terrible significance. There is no syllable one can speak that is not filled with tenderness and terror, that is not, in one of those languages, the mighty name of a god. To speak is to commit totalities. This point repeat in order for a book to exist. It is sufficient that it be possible, and only the impossible is excluded. For example, no book is also a staircase, though there are no doubt books that discuss and deny and prove that possibility, and others whose structure corresponds to that of a staircase. Less verbose epistle already exists in one of the 30 volumes of the 5 bookshelves, in one of the countless hexagons, as does its refutation. I don't know. Number n of the possible languages employ the same vocabulary. In some of them, the symbol library possesses the correct definition: everlasting, ubiquitous system of hexagonal galleries. Well, a library, the thing, is a loaf of bread or a pyramid or something else, and the 6 words that define it themselves have other definitions. You who read me are you certain you understand my language? Methodical composition distracts me from the present condition of humanity. The certainty that everything has already been written annuls us, for renders us phantasmal. I know districts in which the young people prostrate themselves before books, and like savages kiss their pages, though they cannot read a letter. Epidemics, heretical discords, pilgrimages that inevitably degenerate into brigandage, have decimated the population. I believe I mentioned the suicides, which are more and more frequent every year. I am perhaps misled by old age and fear, but I suspect that the human species, the only species, teeters at the verge of extinction. Yet the library, enlightened, solitary, infinite, perfectly unmoving, armed with precious volumes, pointless, incorruptible, and secret will endure. I have just written the word infinite. I have not included that adjective out of mere rhetorical habit. I hereby state that it is not illogical to think that the world is infinite. Those who believe it to have limits hypothesize that in some remote place or places the corridors of staircases and hexagon may inconceivably end, which is absurd. And yet those who picture the world as unlimited forget that the number of possible books is not. I will be bold enough to suggest this solution to the ancient problem. The library is unlimited but periodic. If an eternal traveler should journey in any direction, he would find after untold centuries that the same volumes are repeated in the same disorder, which, repeated, becomes order. The order. My solitude is cheered by the elegant hope Letizia Alzarez del Toledo has observed that the vast library is pointless. Strictly speaking, all that is required is a single volume of the common size, printed in 9 or 10 point type, that would consist of an infinite number of infinitely thin pages. In the early 17th century... Boop! Hey, Mrs. Shadow, Miss Shadow, how are you? Welcome, welcome. How has your day been going today? Have you written anything today? You've been working on anything? In the early 17th century, Cavalieri stated that every solid body is the superposition of an infinite number of planes. Using that silken Vedemic would not be easy. Each apparent page would open into other similar pages. The inconceivable middle page would have no back. I'm dizzy, but trying to. Was setting up some more book ad stuff. Ooh, cool. Nice. Hell yeah. Promoting is key. That is what it's all about. I've been promoting my book for 10 years, and I still have only written the chapter 1 and the ending. Yeah. Maybe we should get on that. But no, we gotta be a better writer, and we're gonna be moving into our, like, you know, art arc soon. Oh, what the fuck is this rapture coming or what? No, Raymond, we survived the rapture. We all survived the rapture, guys. Collab is going to be fun. Oh, I'm so excited for that, Shadow. I have so many ideas rushing through my head. Yeah, like, I literally want to do the AI thing and, like, a journey through time. And I want to do research on all the different time periods. You got 2 others that want to join. Raymond, do you want to join us as well? I think your essay style stuff would be fucking beautiful for this kind of idea. So Miss Shadow wants to do a collaborative book series where essentially people are sent to different time periods in order to try to save humanity, because humanity is dying. So they basically have to go on an adventure through a different time period. I haven't looked at the Discord yet, Shadow, but let's go look at it. I'm like, wait, which one is it? Where did it go? I'm like, it should be the one at the top, but it's not this one. It's not this one, right? Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Okay, cool. So yeah, if you're interested, and mine's gonna be like, I'm the like humanity's already dead and I'm an AI, and I'm going from like the beginning of time to the end of time to try and find ways to basically bring humanity back and stop humanity from going extinct. And then every book would be a journey of a different person in a different timeline, and each collaborator would write their own book from their own perspective, but have this like fundamental idea of like the saving. I put the rules for the collab. Okay, so what? Let's see. What are the rules? Oh, you just mean you don't mean for the book. You just mean like for the Discord itself. I thought you meant for like how we should write the books. Like for, you know, what we should include. We should have a section for like things that you should include in the book, but I don't think we really. The only thing that you should include is like the beginning. Yours would be the last book if you're from the future, and yes, Shadow, it would be the final book in the collab channel. Right, Project Second Humanity. We never thought we would see this day for ourselves, but Earth is dying and humanity is going extinct. With only a few thousand humans left, scientists have come together to work on a project to save the human race. Calling the project Second Humanity, they are looking for the best candidates to participate in their most recent discovery, time jumping. There is a catch, though. Afraid they would be shut down for safety reasons, they hid this knowledge from the world. How do you get candidates for something you can't disclose the details of? Easy. You lie to your candidates. And what if that doesn't work? They will take a short nap. Will you take them to their destination? Nothing will wake up in the Cenozoic era, right? 4 people have been chosen for their unique survival abilities, each sent off to a different time. With any luck, we'll find a better timeline to move all of humanity to. One where we would have a second chance at surviving. And that's the premise behind it. Hello, this is President Obama. I would love if you did an impression of my voice by reading this book in my voice. Ice-T fan. On... Let's see if I can do that. My fellow Americans, I am here today to tell you that we have indeed done the impossible. There you go, that's my impression, Ice-T fan. How was it? On a scale of like 10, it's like -5, right? I don't know, I haven't heard Obama speak enough to really do that. You want to know what I can do? This was great. This is the one that I can do though. Don't worry, I got this one down in the bag. This is one of the only accents. That was awesome. Or do I thank you very much? I know you really have to tell when it is going to be a good time. But are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy imagination and in creativity? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and in this channel we do writing improvement tips. We read, as well as commentary on social aspects and social commentary in order for world building purposes, to bring our world building to a higher level by incorporating the real world aspects into it. Does that work very well for you, good sir? My fellow Americans, I'm here to tell you that we have done the impossible. We have, in fact, had a single intelligent thought. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? In this case, the one intelligent thought is, man, we realized how dumb we were. We're not gonna change anything, but we just realized how dumb we actually are. My bad. Sorry, guys. Alright. Well, we've come to that moment, guys. Eye of the World, Book 1 of the Wheel of Time. We are on Chapter 5, Winter Night. Ooh. The book's been good so far, although a little slow, I will say. The world building makes you definitely, like, entice into it that you're in this small, tiny corner of the world, right? And all this stuff seems to be happening around you, and you're just kind of finding it out. But all of this is very, you know, what are the chances of all these people coming together at the same time in this small place? There has to be something going on behind the scenes, right? But yeah, there is rules down for it. It's above the, in the blue box. Okay. Just so we can kind of stay on the same page. Because we wouldn't want to go too far off. Now, I don't want you to fear. Okay, let's try this again. Now, I don't want you to fear. The individuals responsible for the thought have already been executed. So there's no chance of thought coming to fruition. Thank you, my fellow Americans. We have indeed killed intelligence. Oof, ads. Oof, timing. Oof, I'm so bad at this shit. Guys, I'm just the worst streamer. Okay? Like, name a worse streamer, you can't. You can't. It doesn't exist. Right? I mean, isn't that in and of itself a feat? To be the worst streamer? It's pretty fucking hard to be the worst streamer. They're all pretty bad, right? So being the worst among them, that's pretty impressive, right? Like, the levels of... Because, you know, there's like, the people that, like, don't put in the effort and don't really care, right? And then there's the people like me that's, like, spend every waking moment and see absolutely almost no reward from it. Like, outside of the stream. So it makes me wonder, well, why am I doing all these things outside of the stream if they're not showing any reward? But that's a mentality thing towards it, right? Because a lot of people are like, oh, I stream because I want to become famous. I'm like, I stream because I want to hold myself accountable. Because if I didn't stream, I wouldn't write. And I proved that over 10 years. So having something that holds me accountable to it makes it so that I'm actually improving. Because I can't hold myself accountable to anything. I'm terrible at that. You know? I'm just a lazy, procrastinative piece of fucking shit. So... But if there's some sort of outside thing, that's why I'm so good at, like, old school RuneScape and video games and stuff. Because it gives you a task, you do the task. As long as I have a task to do, that's all I know. That's all I'm focusing on. But leveling up my writing is what it's all about. That's all I really care about. Right? If we can level up our writing to the level that we actually feel comfortable of hitting, or capable of hitting the potential of the story, right? Because at the moment, I'm getting there, but if I look at my writing from a year ago, no fucking way. We would have never, no. It would have been wasted. All the potential would have been wasted. My first book, I made my editor cry, a grown man that doesn't normally do that shit. Well, that's good, Shadow. That's good. Okay, so now the question becomes, what do we do? What do you guys want on screen? Yeah, I definitely want to know what you think of the story. Well, I'm most likely gonna buy it, and then I'll read it on stream, like I did Callie's book. Yeah. So, we can do this, where you guys just see the anime bitches, and then I just read. Or, like, I can find something to put on the screen, or we can just leave it like this. It doesn't really matter to me. So, your guys' input would be best, but for now, since I'm not reading what's on screen, then share the link when you do. Need as many as I can to read it to get to my goal. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about. Alright. Here we go. Chapter 5. Winter Night. The sun stood halfway down from its noonday high. By the time the cart reached the farmhouse, it was not a big house, not nearly so large as some of the sprawling farmhouses to the east. Dwellings that had grown over the years to hold entire families. In the two rivers that often included 3 or 4 generations under one roof, including aunts, uncles, cousins, and nephews, Tam and Rand were considered out of the ordinary as much for being 2 men living alone as for farming in the Westwood. Here, most of the rooms were on one floor, a neat rectangle with no wings or additions. 2 bedrooms and an attic storeroom filled up under the steeply sloped thatch. The whitewash was all but gone from the stout wooden walls. After the winter storms, the house was still in a tidy state of repair. The thatch tightly mending and the doors and shutters well hung and snug fitting. House, barn, and stone sheep pen formed the points of a triangle around the farmyard, where a few chickens had ventured out to scratch at the cold ground. An open shearing shed and a stone dipping trough stood next to the sheep pen. Hard by the fields between the farmyard and the trees loomed the tall cone of a tight-walled curing shed. Few farmers in the 2 rivers could make do without both wool and tobacco to sell when the merchants came. When Rand took a look at the stone pen, the heavy-horned herd ram looked back at him, but most of the black-faced flock remained placidly where they lay, or stood with their heads in the feed trough. Other coats were thick and curly, but it was still too cold for shearing. I don't think the black-cloaked man came here, Rand called to his father, who was still walking slowly around the farmhouse, spear held at the ready, examining the ground intently. The sheep wouldn't be so settled if that one had been around. Tam nodded, but did not stop. When he had made a complete circuit of the house, he did the same around the barn and the sheep pen, still studying the ground. He even checked the smokehouse and the curing shed, drawing a bucket of water from the well. He filled a couple cupped hands, sniffed the water, and gingerly touched it with the tip of his tongue. Abruptly, he barked a laugh, then drank it down with a quick gulp. I suppose he didn't, he told Rand, wiping his hand on his coat front. All this about men and horses I can't see or hear just makes me look crossways at everything. He emptied the well water into another bucket and started for the house, the bucket in one hand and his spear in the other. I'll start some stew for supper. and as long as we're here, we might as well get caught up in a few chores. Rand grimaced, regretting a winter night in Edmund's field. But Tam was right. Around a farm, the work never really got done. As soon as one thing was finished, two more always needed doing. He hesitated about, but kept his bow and quiver close at hand. If the Dark Rider did appear, he had no intention of facing him with nothing but a hoe. First was stabling stabling Bella. Once he had unharnessed her and put her into the stall in the barn next to their cow. He set his cloak aside and rubbed the mare down with handfuls of dry straw, then curried her with a pair of brushes. Climbing the narrow ladder on the loft, he pitched down hay for her feed. He fetched a scoopful of oats for her as well, though there were little enough left that might be no more than a long while unless the weather warmed soon. The cow had been milked that morning before first light, giving a quarter of her usual yield. She seemed to be drying up as the winter hung on. Enough feed had been left to see the sheep for 2 days. They should have been in the pasture by now, but there was none worth calling it so. But he topped off their water. Whatever eggs had been laid needed to be gathered, too. There were only 3. The hens seemed to be getting cleverer at hiding them. He was taking a hoe to a vegetable garden behind the house when Tam came out and settled on a bench in front of the barn to mend harness, propping his spear beside him. It made Rand feel better about the bow lying on his cloak and a pace from where he stood. Few weeds were pushed above ground, but more weeds than anything else. The cabbages were stunted, barely a sprout of the beans or peas showed, and there was not a sign of a beet. Not everything had been planted, of course, only part, in hopes the cold might break in time to make a crop of some kind before the cellar was empty. It did not take long to finish hoeing, which would have suited him just fine in years past, but now he wondered what he would do if nothing came up this year. Not a pleasant thought, and there was still firewood to split. It seemed to Rand like years since there had not been firewood to split. But complaining would not keep the house warm, so he fetched the axe, propped up a bow and quiver beside the chopped block, and got to work. Pine for a quick, hot flame, oak for long burning. Before long, he was warm enough to put his coat aside. When the pile of split wood grew big enough, he stacked it against the side of the house, beside other stacks already there. Most reached all the way to the eaves. Usually, by the time of year, the wood piles were small and few, but not this year. Chop and stack, he lost himself in the rhythm of the axe and the notions of stacking wood. Tam's hand on his shoulder brought him back to where he was, and for a moment he blinked in surprise. Gray twilight had come on while he worked, and already it was fading quickly toward night. The full moon stood well above the treetops, shimmering pale and bulging as if about to fall on their heads. The wind had grown colder without his noticing, too, and tattered clouds scudded across the darkening sky. "Let's wash up, lad, and see about some supper. I've already carried in water for hot baths before sleep." "Anything hot sounds good to me," Rand said, snatching up his cloak and tossing it around his shoulders. Sweat soaked his shirt, and the wind, forgotten in the heat of swinging the axe, seemed to be trying to freeze it now that he tried to stop working. He stifled a yawn, shivered as he gathered the rest of his things. And sleep, too, for that. I might just sleep through right through festival. Would you care to make a small wager about that? Tam smiled, and Rand had a grin back. He would not miss Belthine. If he had no sleep in a week, no one would. Tam had been extravagant with the candles, and the fire crackled in the big stone fireplace so that the main room had a warm, cheerful feel to it. A broad oaken table was the main feature of the room, other than the fireplace. A table long enough to seat a dozen or more. though there had seldom been so many around it since Rand's mother died. A few cabinets and chests, most of them skillfully made by Tam himself, lined the walls, and high-backed chairs stood around the table. The cushioned chair that Tam called his reading chair sat angled before the flames. Rand preferred to do his reading stretched out on the rug in front of the fire. Shelf of books by the door was not nearly as long as the one in Wine Spring Inn, but books were hard to come by. Few peddlers carried more than a handful, and those had to be stretched out among everyone who wanted them. The room did not look quite so freshly scrubbed as most farm wives kept their homes. Tam's pipe rack, the Travels of Jane Farstride, at the side of the table, while another wood-bound book rested in the cushion of his reading chair. A bit of harness to be mended lay on the bench by the fireplace, and some shirts to be darned made a heap on a chair. If not quite so spotless, it was still clean and neat enough, with a lived-in look that was almost as warming and comforting as the fire. Here it was possible to forget the chill beyond the walls. There was no false dragon here, no wars, no Aes Sedai, no men in black cloaks. The aroma from the stew pot hanging over the fire permeated the room and filled Rand with ravenous hunger. His father stirred the stew pot with a long-handled wooden spoon, then took a taste. A little while longer. Rand hurried to wash his face and hands. There was a pitcher and basin in the washstand by the door. A hot bath was what he wanted, to take away the sweat and soak the chill out. But that would come when there had been time to heat the big kettle in the back room. Tam rooted around in a cabinet and came up with a key as long as his hand. He twisted it in the big iron lock on the door. At Rand's questioning look, he said, "Best to be safe. Maybe I'm started taking a fancy, or maybe the weather is blackening my mood, but..." He sighed and bounced the key on his palm. "I'll see you to the back door," he said. He disappeared toward the back of the house. Rand could not remember either door ever being locked. No one in the Two Rivers locked doors. There was no need, until now, at least. Oh, excuse me. Jesus. From overhead, from Tam's bedroom, came a scraping, as of something being dragged across the floor. Rand frowned. Unless Tam had suddenly decided to move the furniture around, he could only be pulling out the old chest he kept under his bed. Another thing that had never been done in Rand's memory. He filled a small kettle with water for tea and hung it from a hook over the fire, then set the table. He had carved the bowls and spoons himself. The front shutters had not yet been closed, and from time to time he peered out. But full night had come, and all he could see was the moon shadows. The Dark Rider could be out there easily enough, but he tried not to think about that. When Tam came back, Rand stared in surprise. A thick belt slanted around Tam's waist, and from that belt hung a sword, with a bronze heron in a black scabbard, and another with a long hilt. The only men Rand had ever seen wearing swords were the merchants, guards, and Lan, of course. That his father might own one had never even occurred to him, except for the herons. The sword looked like a great deal like Lan's sword. "Where did that come from?" he asked. "Did you get it from a peddler? How much did it cost?" Slowly, Tam drew the weapon. Firelight played along the gleaming length. It was nothing at all like the plain, rough blades Rand had seen in the hands of merchants, guards. No gems or gold adorned it, but it seemed grand to him nonetheless. The blade, very slightly curved and sharp on the only one edge, bore another heron etched into the steel. Short quillins worked to look like braid, flanking the hilt. seemed almost fragile compared with the swords of the merchants' guards. Most of those were double-edged and thick enough to chop down a tree. I got it a long time ago, Tam said. A long way from here. And I paid entirely too much. 2 coppers is too much for one of these. Your mother didn't approve, but she was always wiser than I. I was young then, and it seemed worth the price at the time. She always wanted me to get rid of it, and more than once I've thought she was right, that I should just give it away. Reflected fire made the blade seem a flame. Rand started. He had often daydreamed about owning a sword. Give it away? How could you give away a sword like that? Tam snorted. Not much use in herding sheep now, is it? Can't plow a field or harvest a crop with it. For a long minute he stared at the sword as if wondering what he was doing with such a thing. At last he let out a heavy sigh. But if I am not just taken by a black fancy, if our luck runs sour, maybe in the next few days we'll be glad I tucked it in that chest instead. He slid the sword smoothly back into its sheath and wiped his hand on his shirt with a grimace. The stew should be ready. I'll dish it out while you fix the tea. Rand nodded and got the tea canister. But he wanted to know everything. Why would Tarn have bought a sword? He could not imagine. And where had Tam come by it? How far away? No one ever left the 2 rivers. Or very few, at least. He'd always vaguely supposed his father must have gone outside. His mother had been an outlander. But a sword? He had a lot of questions to ask once they had settled at the table. Tea water was boiling fiercely, and he had to wrap the cloth around the kettle's handle to lift it off the hook. Heat soaked through immediately. As he straightened from the fire, a heavy thump at the door rattled the lock. All thoughts of the sword or the hot kettle in his hand flew away. One of the neighbors, he said uncertainly. Master Dwardley wanted to borrow, but the Dwardy family, their nearest neighbor, was an hour away, even in the daylight. Then Ogun Dowtry, shameless borrower that he was still not likely to leave his house by dark. Tam softly placed the stew, filled bowls on the table. Slowly he moved away from the table. Both of his hands rested on his sword hilt. I don't think, he began, and the door burst open, pieces of iron lock spinning across the floor. A figure filled the doorway, bigger than any man Rand had ever seen, a figure in black mail that hung to his knees, with spikes at wrists and elbows and shoulders. One hand clutched a heavy scythe-like sword. The other hand was flung up before his eyes as if to shield them before the light. Rand felt the beginnings of an odd sort of relief. Whoever this was, it was not the black-cloaked rider. Then he saw the curled ram's horn on the head that brushed the top of the doorway, and where mouth and nose should have been was a hairy muzzle. He took in all of it in the space of one deep breath that he let out in a terrifying yell as without thinking he hurled the hot kettle at the half-human head. The creature roared, part scream of pain, part animal. True queen! Epic fucking emote. Part animal snarl as boiling water splashed over its face. Even as the kettle struck, Tam's sword flashed. The roar abruptly became a gurgle and the huge shape toppled back. Before it finished falling, another was trying to claw its way past. Rand glimpsed a misshapen head toppled by spike-like horns before Tam struck again. 2 huge bodies blocked the door. He realized his father was shouting at him. "Run, lad! Hide in the woods!" The bodies in the doorway jerked as others outside tried to pull them clear. Tam thrust a shoulder under the massive table, and with a grunt he heaved it over atop the tangle. "There are too many to hold! Out the back! Go! Go! I'll follow!" Even as Rand turned away, shame filled him that he obeyed so quickly. I know one of your viewers wanted me to work on the vampire book next. I'll DM you the prologue of it if you want to read it. It's only 4 pages, but you don't need to read it. It's just yet if you don't want to. I'll read it, no worries. I can do that, Shadow, if you want me to. Just post it in the Discord. He wanted to stay and help his father, though he could not imagine how. But here, fear had him by the throat, and his legs moved on their own. He dashed from the room toward the back of the house, as fast as he had ever run in his life. Crashes and shouts from the front door pursued him. He had his hands on the bar across the back door when his eye fell on the iron lock that was never locked, except that Tam had done just that tonight. Letting the bar stay where it was, he darted to a side window, flung it up and flung up the sash and threw back the shutters. Night had replaced twilight completely. Full moon, drifting clouds made dampled shadows chase one another across the farmyard. Shadows, he told himself, only shadows. The back door creaked as someone outside, or something, tried to push it open. His mouth went dry. A crash shook the door in its frame and lent him speed. He spilled through the window like a hare going to ground. Okay, said sick, and cowered against the side of the house. Inside the room, wood splintered like thunder. He forced himself, warning not edited though, of course. That's all good, no worries, Shadow. Forced himself up to crouch, made himself peer inside, with just one eye, just at the corner of the window in the dark. He could not make out much, but more than he really wanted to see. The door hung askew. The shadowed shapes moved cautiously into the room, talking in low, guttural voices. Rand understood none of what was said. The language sounded harsh, unsuited to a human tongue. Axes and spears and spiked things dully reflected stray glimmers of moonlight. Boots scraped on the floor, and there was a rhythmic click, as of hooves as well. He tried to work moisture back into his mouth, drawing a deep, ragged breath, shouted as loudly as he could, "They're coming in the back!" The words came out in a croak, but at least they came out. He had not been sure they would. "I'm outside! Run, father!" With the last word, he was sprinting away from the farmhouse. Coarse-voiced shouts in the strange tongue raged from the back room. Glass shattered loud and sharp, and something thudded heavily to the ground behind him. He guessed one of them had broken through the window rather than try to squeeze through the opening, but he did not look back to see if he was right. Like a fox running from hounds, he darted into the nearest moon-cast shadows as if headed for the woods, then dropped to his belly and slithered back to the barn in his larger, deeper shadows. Something fell across his shoulders, and he thrashed about, not sure if he was trying to fight or escape, until he realized he was grappling with the new hoe handle Tam had been shaping. Idiot. For a moment he lay there trying to stop panicking. Copland fool idiot. At last he crawled on along the back of the barn, dragging the hoe handle with him. It was not much, but it was better than nothing. Cautiously he looked around the corner of the farmyard and the house. Of the creature that had jumped out after him there was no sign. It could be anywhere. Hunting him, surely, even creeping up on him at the very moment. Frightened bleats filled the sheep pen to his left as a flock milled, as if trying to find an escape. Shadowed shapes flickered in the lighted front windows of the house, and the clash of steel and the steel rang through the darkness. Suddenly one of the windows burst outward in a shower of glass and wood, and Tam leapt through it, sword still in hand. Landed on his feet, but instead of running away from the house, he dashed toward the back of it, ignoring the monstrous things scrambling after him through a broken window in the doorway. Rand stared in disbelief. Why was he not trying to get away? Then he understood. Tam had last heard his voice from the rear of the house. "Father!" he shouted. "I'm here!" In mid-stride, Tam whirled, not running toward Rand, but in an angle away from him. "Run, lad!" he shouted, gesturing with the sword as if someone ahead of him. "Hide!" A dozen huge forms streamed after him. Harsh shouts and shrill howls shivering the air. Rand pulled back into the shadows behind the barn. There he could not be seen from the house. in case any of the creatures were still inside. He was safe for the moment at least, but not Tam. Tam, who was trying to lead those things away from him, his hands tightening on the hoe handle, and he had to clench his teeth to stop a sudden laugh. A hoe handle. Facing one of those creatures with a hoe handle would not be much like playing a quarterstaff with Perrin. But he could not let Tam face what was chasing him alone. If I move like I was stalking a rabbit, he whispered to himself, they'll never see or hear me. Eerie cries echoed in the darkness, and he tried to swallow, more like a pack of starving wolves. Soundlessly, he slipped away from the barn toward the forest, gripping the hoe handle so hard that his hands hurt. At first, when the trees surrounded him, he took comfort from them. They helped him hide from whatever the creatures were that had attacked the farm. As he crept through the woods, though, moon shadows shifted, and it began to seem as if the darkness from the forest changed and moved too. Trees loomed malevolently, branches writhed toward him. But were they just trees and branches? He could almost hear the growling chuckles stifled in their throats while they waited for him. The howls of Tam's pursuers no longer filled the night, but in the silence that replaced them, he flinched every time the wind scraped one limb against another. Oh shit, we're in ads. Escape the ads, escape the Matrix, get out of here, you guys, run! Run away! Further, faster, further away, run please, run, no, run further away, ah! Sean, one of these days you'll learn that all it takes is a great mind, and that's all. Fuck! Guess I'm not a great mind. I mean, there goes that. There goes that. Got you tab double working. Hope you have an amazing stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you, good sir. Enjoy working. I'm the one who always gets what he wants. Fair enough, Sean. Fair enough. Lower and lower he crouched and moved more and more slowly. He hardly dared to breathe of fear he might be heard. Suddenly a hand closed over his mouth from behind. An iron grip seized his wrist. Frantically, he clawed over his shoulder at his free hand with some hold of the attacker. "Don't break my neck, lad," came Tam's hoarse whisper. "All it takes is a great mind and that..." Fuck! Scotty. In any event, I'm off for the night, getting closer to my correct sleeping habits. Woke up at 6 a.m. this morning. Alright, Sean, no worries. Have a great night, good sir. Take care. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always appreciate it. Enjoy your sleep. Sleep tight. Relief flooded him, turning his muscles to water. When his father released him, he fell to his hands and knees, gasping as if he had run for miles. Tam dropped down beside him, leaning on one elbow. I wouldn't have tried that if I had thought how much you've grown in the last few years, Tam said softly. His eyes shifted constantly as he spoke, keeping a sharp watch in the darkness. But I had to make sure you didn't speak out. Some Trollocs can hear like a dog. Maybe better. But Trollocs are just... Rand let the words trail off. Not just a story. Not after tonight. Those things could be Trollocs or the Dark One himself for all he knew. Are you sure? He whispered. I mean, Trollocs, I'm sure. Though what brought them to the Two Rivers, I never saw one before tonight, but I've talked with men who have, so I know a little. Maybe enough to keep us alive. Listen closely. A Trolloc can see better than a man in the dark, but bright lights blind them. For a time, at least. That may be the only reason we got away from so many. Some can track by scent or sound, but they've said to be lazy. If we can keep out of their hands long enough, they should give up. That made Rand feel only a little better. In the stories, they ate men and served the Dark One. If anything belongs in the shepherd of the night's flocks, lad. It is Trollocs. They kill for the pleasure of killing, so I've been told. That's the end of my knowledge, except that they cannot be trusted unless they're afraid of you, and then not far. Rand shivered. He did not think he would want to meet anyone a Trolloc was afraid of. Do you think they're still hunting us? Maybe, maybe not. They don't seem very smart. Once we got into the forest, I sent the ones after me off toward the mountains without much trouble. Tam fumbled at his right side, then put his hand close to his face. Best act as if they are, though. You're hurt. Keep your voice down. It's just a scratch. And there's nothing to be done about it now, anyway. At least the weather seems to be warming. He lay back with a heavy sigh. Perhaps it won't be too bad spending the night out. In the back of his mind, Rand had just been thinking fond thoughts of his coat and cloak. The trees cut the worst of the wind, but what gusted through still sliced like frozen knife. Hesitantly, he touched Tam's face and winced. You're on fire. I have to get you to Nynaeve. In a bit, lad. We don't have time to waste. It's a long way in the dark. He scrambled to his feet and tried to pull his father up. A groan, barely stifled by Tam's clenched teeth, made Rand hesitantly ease him back down. Let me rest a while, boy. I'm tired. Rand pounded his fist on his thigh. Snug in the farmhouse, with a fire and blankets, plenty of water, and willow bark, he might have been willing to wait for daybreak before hitching Bella and taking Tam into the village. Here was no fire, no blankets, no cart, and no Bella. But those things were still back at the house. If he could not carry Tam to them, perhaps he could bring some of them, at least to Tam. If the Trollocs were gone, they had to go sooner or later. He looked at the hoe handle, then dropped it. Instead, he drew Tam's sword, the blade gleaming dully in the pale moonlight. The long hilt felt odd in his hand. The weight and heft were strange. He slashed at the air a few times before stopping with a sigh. Slashing at air was easy. If he had to do it against a Trolloc, he was surely just as likely to run instead, or freeze stiff so he could not move at all until the Trolloc swung as one of those odd swords. And stop it! It's not helping us any. As he started to rise, Tam caught his arm. Where are you going? We need the cart, he said gently, and blankets. He was shocked at how easily he pulled his father's hand from his sleeve. Rest, and I'll be back. Careful, Tam breathed. He could not see Tam's face in the moonlight, but he could feel his eyes on him. I will be. As carefully as a mouse exploring a hawk's nest, he thought. As silently as another shadow, he slid into the darkness. Thought of all the times he had played tag in the woods with his friends as children, stalking one another, straining not to be heard until he put a hand on someone's shoulder. Somehow he could not make this seem the same. Creeping from tree to tree, he tried to make a plan, but by the time he reached the edge of the woods, he had made and discarded 10. Everything depended on whether or not the Trollocs were still there. If they were gone, he could simply walk up to the house and take what he needed. If they were still there, in that case, there was nothing for it but to go back to Tam. He did not like it, but he could do Tam no good by getting killed. In peering towards the farm buildings, the barn and the sheep pen were only dark shapes in the moonlight. Light spilled from the front windows of the house, though, and through the open front door just the candles father lit, or are there Trollocs waiting? He jumped convulsively at a nighthawk's reedy cry, then sagged against a tree, shaking. This was getting him nowhere. Dropping to his belly, he began to crawl, holding the sword awkwardly before him. Kept his chin in the dirt, all the way to the back of the sheep pen. Crouching against the stone wall, he listened. Not a sound disturbed the night. Carefully, he eased up enough to look over the wall. Nothing moved in the farmyard. No shadows flickered against the lit windows of the house, or in the doorway. Bella and the cart first, or the blankets and other things. It was the light that decided him. The barn was dark. Anything could be waiting inside, and he would have no way of knowing until it was too late. At least he would be able to see what was inside the house. As he started to lower himself again, he stopped suddenly. There was no sound. Most of the sheep might have settled down already and gone back to sleep, though it was not likely. But a few were always awake, even in the middle of the night, rustling around, bleating now and again. He could barely make out the shadowy mounds of sheep on the ground. One lay almost beneath him. Trying to make no noise, he hoisted himself onto the wall until he could stretch out a hand in the dim shape. His fingers touched curly wool, then wetness. The sheep did not move. Breath left him in a rush as he pushed back, almost dropping the sword as he fell to the ground outside the pen. They kill for fun. Shakily, he scrubbed the wetness from his hand in the dirt. Fiercely, he told himself that nothing had changed. The Trollocs had done their butchery and gone, repeating that in his mind. He crawled on across the farmyard, keeping as low as he could, but trying to watch every direction. He had never thought he would envy an earthworm. At the front of the house, he lay close beside the wall, beneath the broken window, and listened. The dull thudding of blood in his ears was the loudest sound he heard. Slowly, he reared up and peered inside. The stew pot lay inside, down on the ashes, on the hearth. Splintered, broken wood littered the room. Not a single piece of furniture remained whole. Even the table rested at an angle, 2 legs hacked and rough stubs. Every drawer had been pulled out and smashed. Every cupboard and cabinet stood open, many doors hanging by one hinge. Their contents were strewn over the wreckage, and everything was dusted with white flour and salt, to judge from the slashed sacks tossed down by the fireplace. 4 twisted bodies made a tangle in the remnants of the furnishings. Trollocs. Rand recognized one by its ram horns. The others were much the same, even in their differences. A repulsive melange of human faces, distorted by muzzles, horns, feathers, and fur. Their hands, almost human, only made it worse. 2 wore boots. The others had hooves. He watched without blinking until his eyes burned. None of the Trollocs moved. They had to be dead, and Tam was waiting. He ran in through the front door and stopped, gagging at the stench. A stable that had not been mucked out in months was the only thing he could think of that might come close to matching it. Vile smears viled the walls, trying to breathe through his mouth. He hurriedly began poking through the mess on the floor. There had been a water bag in one of the cupboards. A scraping sound behind him sent a chill to his marrow, and he spun, almost falling over the remains of the table. He caught himself and moaned behind teeth that would have clattered had he not had them clenched until his jaw. One of the Trollocs was getting to its feet. A wolf's muzzle jutted out below sunken eyes, flat, emotionless eyes, all too human. Hairy, pointed ears twitched incessantly. It stepped over one of its dead companions on sharp goat hooves. The same black mail the others wore rasped against leather trousers. One of the huge scythe-curved swords swung at his side. Murmured something guttural and sharp, then said, "Others go away. Narg stay. Narg smart." Words were distorted and hard to understand, coming from a mouth never meant for human speech. Its tone was meant to be soothing, he thought. But he could not take his eyes off the stained teeth, long and sharp, and flashed every time the creature spoke. "Narg know some come back sometime. Narg wait. You no need sword. Put sword down." Till the Trolloc spoke, Rand had not realized that he held Tam's sword, waving before him in both hands. Its point aimed at the huge creature. It towered head and shoulders above him, with a chest and arms to dwarf Master Luhon. "Nork, no hurt." Took a step closer, gesturing. "You put sword down." Dark hair on the backs of its hands was thick like fur. "Stay away," Rand said, wishing his voice were steadier. "Why did you do this? Why?" "Vlija de Raga," the snarl quickly became a toothy smile. "Put sword down. Narg no hurt. Midril want talk you." Flash of emotion crossed the distorted face. Fear. "Others come back. You talk Midril." Took another step, one big hand coming to rest on its own sword hilt. "You put sword down." Rand wet his lips. Midril. The worst of the stories was walking tonight. If a fade was coming, it made a Trolloc pale in comparison. He had to get away. But if the Trolloc drew that massive blade, he would not have a chance. He forced his lips into a shaky smile. "All right." Grip tightening on the sword, he let both hands drop to his sides. "I'll talk." Wolf's smile became a snarl, and the Trolloc lunged for him. Rand had not thought anything that big could move so fast. Desperately, he brought his sword up. The monstrous body crashed into him, slamming him against the wall. Breath left his lungs in one gasp. He fought for air as they fell to the floor together, the Trolloc on top. Frantically, he struggled beneath the crushing weight, trying to avoid thick hands groping for him and snapping jaws. Abruptly, the Trolloc spasmed and was still, battered and bruised, half suffocated by the bulk on top of him. For a moment, Rand could only lie there in disbelief. Quickly, he came to his senses, though enough to writhe from out from under the body, at least, and body it was. The bloodied blade of Tam's sword stood out from the center of the Trolloc's back. He had gotten it up in time after all. Blood covered Rand's hands as well, and made the blackish smear across the front of his shirt. His stomach churned, and he swallowed hard to keep from being sick. He shook as hard as he had in the worst of his fear, but this time in relief at still being alive. Others came back, the Trolloc had said. The other Trollocs would be returning to the farmhouse, and Midril, a fade. The story said fades were 20 feet tall, with eyes of fire, and they rode shadows like horses. When a fade turned sideways, it disappeared, and no wall could stop them. He had to do what he had come for and get away quickly. Grunting with the effort, he heaved the Trolloc's body over to get the sword, and almost ran when open eyes stared at him. It took him a minute to realize they were staring through the glaze of death. He wiped his hands on a tattered rag. It had been one of Tam's shirts only that morning, and tugged the blade free. Cleaning the sword, he reluctantly dropped the rag on the floor. There was no time for neatness, he thought with a laugh that had to clamp his teeth shut to stop. He did not see how they could ever clean the house well enough for it to be lived in again. The horrible stench that probably already soaked right into the timbers. But there was no time to think of that, no time for neatness, no time for anything, maybe. He was sure he was forgetting any number of things they would need, but Tam was waiting, and the Trollocs were coming back. He gathered what he could think of on the run, blankets from the bedrooms upstairs, and clean cloths to bandage Tam's wound, their cloaks and coats, a water bag that he had carried when he took the sheep to pasture, a clean shirt. He did not know what he would have time to change, but he wanted to get out of his blood-smeared shirt at the first opportunity. Small bags of willow bark and their other medicines were part of a dark, muddy-looking pile he could not bring himself to touch. One bucket of the water Tam had brought in still stood by the fireplace, miraculously unspilled and untouched. Filled the water bag from it, gave his hands to a hasty wash in the rest, made one more quick search of anything he might have forgotten. He found his bow among the wreckage, broken clearly in two at the thickest point. He shuddered as he let the pieces fall. What he had gathered already would have to do, he decided. Quickly, he piled everything outside the door. The last thing before leaving the house, he dug a shuttered lantern from the mess on the floor. It still held oil. Lighting it from one of the candles, he closed the shutters, partly against the wind, but mostly to keep from drawing attention, and hurried outside with the lantern in one hand and the sword in the other. He was not sure what he would find in the barn. The sheep pen kept him hoping too much, but he needed the cart to get Tam to Edmund's Field. In the cart he needed Bella. Necessity made him hope a little. The barn door stood open, one creaking on its hinges as it shifted in the wind. The interior looked as it always had at first. Then his eyes fell on empty stalls. The stall doors ripped from their hinges. Bella and the cow were gone. Quickly he went to the back of the barn. The cart lay on its side, half the spokes broken of its wheel, one shaft only a foot long, stumped. The despair he had been holding at bay filled him. He was not sure he carried Tam as far as the village, even if his father could bear to be carried. The pain of it might kill Tam more quickly than the fever. Still, it was the only chance left. He had done all he could do here. As he turned to go, his eyes fell on the hacked-off cart shaft lying on the straw-strewn floor. Suddenly he smiled. Hurriedly, he set the lantern and the sword on the straw-covered floor, and in the next instant he was wrestling with the cart, tipping it back over to fall upright with a snap of more breaking spokes. Then, throwing a shoulder into it, heave it over to the other side. The undamaged shaft stood straight out. Snatching up the sword, he hacked the wheel well, the well-seasoned ash. To his pleased surprise, great chips flew with his strokes, and he cut through as quickly as he could have with a good axe. When the shaft fell free, he looked at the sword blade in wonder. Even the best sharpened axe would have dulled chopping through the hard wood. Jesus, excuse me. That hard, aged wood, but the sword looked as brightly sharp as ever. He touched the edge with his thumb, then hastily stuck it to his mouth. The blade was still razor sharp. But he had no time for wonder. Blowing out the lantern, there was no need to have the barn burned down on top of everything else. He gathered up the shafts and ran back to get what he had left at the house. Altogether, it made an awkward burden. Not a heavy one, but hard to balance and manage. The cart shafts shifted and twisted in his arms as he stumbled across the plowed field. Once back in the forest, they were even worse, catching on trees and knocking him off of his feet. They could have been easier to drag, but that would leave a clear trail behind him. He intended to wait as long as possible before doing that. Tam was right where he had left him, seemingly asleep. He hoped it was sleep. Suddenly fearful, he dropped his burden and put a hand to his father's face. Tam still breathed, but the fever was worse. The touch roused Tam, but only in a hazy, wakeful state. "Is that you, boy?" he breathed. Worried about you. Worried about you. Dreams of days gone. Nightmares." Murmuring softly, he drifted off again. "Don't worry," Rand said. He laid Tam's coat and cloak over him to keep off the wind. "I'll get you to Nynaeve just as quick as I can." As he went on, as much to reassure himself as for Tam's benefit, he peeled off his blood-stained shirt, hardly even noticing the cold in his haste to be rid of it, and hurriedly put on the clean one. Throwing his old shirt away made him feel as if he had just had a bath. "We'll be safe in the village in no time, and in the wisdom will set everything right. You'll see, everything's going to be all right." The thought was like a beacon as he pulled on his coat and bent to tend to Tam's wound. "Nice, thanks, Queen, love it." They would be safe once they reached the village, and Nynaeve could cure Tam. He just had to get him there. Alright, that's the end of chapter 5. Alright. Yay! And I was gonna say, Raymond, do you have another essay that you want to share. I can't remember if you had posted another one or not. Translating one, like, right now. Ah, cool, Raymond. Nice. Was it him that wanted me to do the vampire one? I don't remember. I don't know if Raymond was here yesterday. Who was here yesterday? Was it Chronicle? I have no idea. I wasn't here yesterday. Well, there you go, Queen. You couldn't have been you. Trying to think. Well, there's Sean, there's Callie.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance.
Do I have... I got a
Lots
bad
of no
memoir.
dance for you.
Do I have
Please
any
come
other
and enjoy this
viewers?
immersive experience.
Besides you guys? Like, there's Chronicles. Rick hasn't been around for a while. Beezus hasn't been around for a while. You know. Oh, maybe it was Emmanuel, because he was a guy who came in yesterday. Oh, no! Maybe it was Country Girl. It could have been Country Girl.
Keep dancing, bitch. It ain't over yet.
It was a guy, I think. Maybe it was Emmanuel. Because I'm trying to think who else was here yesterday. Besides Sean and Callie and...
You did good. You can rest now, babe.
Thanks for that, Queen. Now, before I forget, I'm going to remember to turn this back on. That was fun. Yeah. I love me some chair dancing. Okay. Just thinking if there's anything else that I can read while we wait for Raymond. Hold on, I'm gonna actually go throw some food in. So, let's just do this. We're not gonna watch all of it, but maybe we can watch like a little bit of it, because it's just gonna be a bunch of different episodes. So we will watch the first one. Because this shit is real. I love Joe Scott. Why is it not? Okay, so we're gonna watch this. Whoop food, yeah. So I'm gonna go make some pizza. I will be right back. So weather also plays like a huge part in world building, right? So there'd be a world. You forgot to click play. I forgot to do a lot of things.
It's September. I'm currently in my hat era, and we're halfway through the Atlantic hurricane season, which normally runs from June to November. This happens because the extra sun during the summer months warms the ocean in the tropical regions of the Atlantic, and then that warmer water evaporates. This sends water vapor up into the air, this creates clouds and storms, and then they start to rotate because of the Coriolis effect, and then that spin gets faster because cool physics.
I'm retarded, guys.
So this little path through the Caribbean is just a breeding ground for tropical storms and hurricanes this time of year. It's normal to at least get a tropical depression every couple of weeks during this time. Gee, I wonder what could have sunk all those ships in the Bermuda Triangle. Must have been aliens. Weather on Earth does crazy things, and over the years I've made lots of videos about weird weather phenomena and events and whatnot, so this month we threw together some of our favorites for you guys to enjoy. So put this on in the background while you're doing whatever it is you're doing, and enjoy this compilation of crazy weather stories. Starting
learning
with a storm that not only was the deadliest storm in human history, but it literally created a new nation and almost brought the world to nuclear war. This is a wild story. Earlier this month, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration released their summary of weather disasters for the United States in 2022. What they found was that there were 18 weather or climate-related events that caused more than $1 billion in damage, including everything from droughts to floods to wildfires to severe storms, hurricanes, and winter storms. This is more than double the average of 7.9 since 1980 and led to the deaths of 474 people. Each death is a tragedy, of course, but 474 is practically nothing compared to a cyclone that struck South Asia in 1970. This one storm killed 600,000 people in one night.
Holy shit.
Millions more died in the aftermath of the storm, including a famine, a genocide, and a war that, believe it or not, came this close to nuclear Armageddon. This was, by any conceivable measure, the deadliest storm of all time. A storm that literally almost ended the world. Chances are you've never heard about it.
Gotta love that kind of shit, right?
Okay, yeah, I know. Everything I just said sounded super hyperbolic and way over the top. But you're just gonna have to get used to that, because everything about this
There's an asteroid headed for the moon, guys.
It just happens to be true.
The only tragedy is that there is no disaster movie coming out from all this.
And it came to be known as the Bola cyclone, named after one of the many islands that pretty much just wiped off the face of the earth. And the thing is,
Alright, well, since we gave you time, Raymond, let's do your essay. This will get everyone pumped. Okay, so this is it. From here. I love Raymond's essays. He is very, very insightful and intelligent, and has a lot of resources, and reads a lot of books, and has very high levels of philosophy gained in like actual like philosophical research, as opposed to just ramblings of a madman. Rambling of a red madman. A red madman. Like Jodorowsky. All right. Interventio illicita, Venezuela between international law and ethics. Question of the legitimacy of a unilateral U.S. military intervention in Venezuela cannot be resolved on the immediate plane of power politics. It must be instead be situated within the long tradition of ius natural and ius gentium, where the second scholastic intertwines with the rationalizations of Grotius and Vattel, and with the critical and elaborations of Kant and Hegel, culminating in the positive international law of the United Nations Charter. Francisco de Vitoria de Indus affirmed that peoples possesses dominion virtum over their territories. Political power, potestas politica, cannot be unilaterally suppressed. War is only legitimized through self-defense or through restitutio iustitiae in response to proven harm. Although Victoria originally spoke in the American colonial context, his principle regarding sovereignty and just cause projects analytically onto any modern state. Francisco Suarez in De Legibus ac Dio Legislatore expands his notion. Political power emanates from the community, which delegates it to the ruler through a tacit contract and not from an external will. Any foreign imposition that ignores this principle constitutes a violation of the legitimate order. While Suarez acknowledges the hierarchical authority of government and subordination to God as supreme legislator, his framework remains a criterion for evaluating the legitimacy of external intervention. Hugo Grotius in De Iure Belli ac Pacius codifies the just causes of war, self-defense, restitution of harm, and punishment of universal crimes, crimen generis humani, applicable to offenses recognized by the entire international community. Beyond these conditions, war becomes a mere act of force, contrary to the ius gentium. Amer de Vattel in Le Droit des Gens reinforces the principle of sovereign equality, pari dignitate, and maintains that no state may intervene in the government of another except under reciprocal agreements or the defense of treaties. Independence constitutes the ontological condition of the state as a subject of law. Kant, in Zum ewigen Frieden, condemns any violent intervention in the constitution of another state, linking perpetual peace with the republican order of the Federation of Free States. Hegel, in the philosophy of right, conceives that the state is subjectum ethicum universale, whose historicity and ethical substance cannot be subordinated to particular interests. While he recognizes the absence of a supreme judge among states, this does not legitimize unilateral interventions, but rather affirms the ethical autonomy of each political community. The late scholastics, Soto and Molina, warned that any coercion harming innocence or ruining fair commerce violates iustitia commutativa and lex naturalis. In contemporary times, this principle extends to the humanitarian effects of blockades and sanctions, which under political pretext inflict disproportionate suffering upon civilian populations. Positive international law confirms this horizon. The UN Charter, Article 2.4, prohibits the use of force against the territorial integrity and political dependence of any state, admitting only two exceptions: legitimate self-defense and responsive armed attack, Article 51, and express authorization of the Security Council. The doctrine of the responsibility to protect, R2P 2005, reinforces that any coercive humanitarian action must be collective and channeled through that said council. It does not constitute a binding unilateral right. International human rights instruments like the 1948 Universal Declaration and the 1966 Covenants reinforce the notion of universal obligations, but they do not themselves authorize unilateral use of force. From the philosophical and juridical trajectories, it follows that unilateral U.S. military intervention in Venezuela lacks justification. Neither the scholastic tradition nor modern rationalistic law, nor Kantian or Hegelian ethics, nor contemporary international legality supports it. Venezuelan sovereignty remains inalienable, and the legitimate path to address the crisis must be multilateral international mediation and respect for the originating political community. This is heavily, like, literally the same thing that we do with, like, North Korea. Which is, like, acknowledging their power and knowing that we can do nothing about it. Which is a sad reality, but it's better than getting involved in a war. Because the people in the country are going to get fucked either way. So let them deal with it. It may sound harsh, but it's the lesser of two evils when it comes to something like that. This reflection may be synthesized in a formula condensing centuries of bellum iustrum theory and current law. Bellum iustrum sax XXI, Defensio X Art 51, Mandatum CSNU. Since none of these conditions are met, the Venezuelan case, it is clearly confirmed. Internationio USV equals illicita injusta contra ius gentium. In words, this means that the United States intervention in Venezuela is illicit, unjust, and contrary to international law, consolidating the philosophical, ethical, and juridical judgment of the illegitimacy of any unilateral action that subordinates in sovereignty and history and dignity of a people to external interests. For those who laugh with H, that shit is illegal. In order to keep the joke at the end of the essay, let's invert it like they do in Dora the Explorer. For those who laugh with J, I don't know what that means. One thing to say about this is also the idea of how many wars has the U.S. gotten in other countries that are legal? Was the Iraq War legal? Was the Vietnam War legal? I think those things are actually still to this day up to debate. Because of the, like for instance with Vietnam and, well, with Vietnam for instance with the Gulf of Tonkin incident being a false flag in order to initiate the US into the Vietnam War. So even like before, maybe you could say it was legal and justified, but after finding out proof that it was a false flag that initiated everything and it was all fake, the last legal war the U.S. had was World War II. Yeah, that's pretty much what I would assume. It's just, how do you stop a power like that, right? And at that point, it's like you agree with what they're doing. That's the thing. The U.S. always does that. Yeah, because they're like, we just bully our way in through it. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's the way the world works. The world works with the shows of force. And if you're the biggest guy with the biggest stick, you get to stand on top of everyone. And it's been that way forever. And no technology is going to change human nature in that way. Except maybe AI, with the capability to enslave every single human being, to the point we can't do that. But again, is that worth it?
It wasn't even that bad of a storm. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was a bad storm, but it was more just a confluence of unlucky factors that made it so deadly. A perfect storm, if you will.
Yeah, Perfect Storm is what should have been the name of the book, but Sebastian Junger already took that.
Yeah, it's already been taken. That's Scott Carney, an anthropologist and author
It's
who
like
wrote a
someone
book
who
called The
hits
Vortex about the Bola cyclone.
you on the
I
street and then
recently interviewed him
robs
for my
your
podcast.
clothes and
Links down in
goes,
the
"Hey, this
description.
guy's naked,
No,
arrest
I think
him."
it was like a category.
That's a
4
great.
so it wasn't
Holy
even
shit,
the
Raymond
highest
Dow.
level
That is
category, but we still were
amazing.
having
I
sustained
love
winds of
that.
At least 140 miles an
I
hour. So pretty
absolutely fucking
big,
love that
but
analogy.
It's really the timing when it hit, right? So it comes in during a full moon, so you already have high tide, and at high tide, and that's when it makes landfall. So when you're dealing with islands that are only like 3 feet off of sea level, when you have a 20-foot storm surge, the only people who survive were the people who climb trees and stay there overnight.
In 1970, Bangladesh had a population of 64.2 million people spread across 144,000 square kilometers. That's about the same size as the state of Iowa, with 2.9 million residents today. Why do so many people live there? Well, for the same reason that the Egyptians were able to survive as an empire. Egypt and Bangladesh are both situated on river deltas. Just as the Nile enriches the soil of Egypt, the Ganges enriches the soil of Bangladesh. Both rivers drag nutrients from upstream into the ocean. In Bangladesh, the nutrients support bumper crops of rice, tea, and jute, a kind of fiber that's used in coffee bags. And when the Bola cyclone struck, it depopulated. We're using the word depopulated here. Entire islands in the Ganges Delta. Early reports focused on the largest island, Bolo, which is how the cyclone got its name, but there are harrowing stories of survival and loss from all over the area, including the island of Manpura, where, as Scott details in his book, there lived a young man named Muhammad Hai.
So Muhammad Hai is like a teenager, 18 years old, loves football, fishes during the day, and like dreams of bigger things in his life. And he's in this tiny little like clay village, clay house, and the storm surge car's coming in. So all of his family members are like, okay, we've been through a lot of cyclones before. We'll just gather up all the animals, and we'll all just sit in our 2-story house and wait out the storm. The storm starts coming up, and the water starts filling up his house, and his family is reading the Quran, trying to pray the storm away. It's not working, and they climb up to the 2nd story of their house, and the water keeps on going up, and Hai actually breaks through the roof, through the tin roof, and is telling his family to come up as they're sort of, their chins are just above the water level. He decides that he has to jump to a tree, and he'll get all of his family to go to the palm tree that's right next to the house. He jumps on it and is calling back to his family for hours as these 140-mile-an-hour winds are all around him, and his entire family drowns. And then the eye goes over him, and there's this dead silence, raging winds, and then in a second it all turns to nothing. It's just dead calm. You're like, whoa, is it over? And then
the eye of the
he
storm.
looks around, he talks to an uncle, a neighboring house, and there's only one survivor over there. And then the storm all kept back up again, and he has to hold on for another 6 or 7 hours.
Finally, in the early hours of the morning, the weather had passed, and he was able to climb down from the tree. But sadly, this was just the beginning of the disaster for him. All told, over 40,000 of Manpura's 50,000 inhabitants were dead. He spent the next week helping to bury corpses in mass graves all over the island, and later became an aid worker. Later still, he became a freedom fighter. And there are thousands of similar stories from this cyclone. One grandmother survived because her servants tied her to a tree, and then all the servants drowned.
We also interviewed one guy, and we didn't use him in the book, but he
Yeah,
spent
it's
the whole
fucked
night
up.
in a tree with a nest of king cobras, because they all tried to escape too. And the cobras.
Alright, I gotta grab my food. I'll be right back.
Also traumatized by this
Yeah.
event.
Now you might wonder why nobody tried to warn the people of Bola and Manpura and all these other islands to evacuate. Well, the irony is, if you want to use the word irony, is that the science of meteorology had recently just taken a huge step forward. A prototype weather satellite called IDOS-1 had just launched in January of 1970. It was meant to provide infrared and visual photographs for meteorologists to analyze, and it did. It worked perfectly. The problem was the turnaround time. For example, there was a meteorologist named Neil Frank. He's kind of a legendary meteorologist at this point. He later went on to become the director of the National Hurricane Center in Florida. But he received a picture of the Bola cyclone from shortly before landfall. He immediately saw the danger in this storm and would have sent warnings worldwide. The only problem is, it was a week old by the time it came across his desk.
He gets the film roll late to develop it, and the New York Times reports on the storm before he knows what's going on.
Now, this wasn't IDOS-1's fault. It was working perfectly. It snapped the picture on November 12th and transmitted it to NOAA that day. The problem was, there was no internet back then. That picture today could just be emailed to Neil Frank. He would have had it in nanoseconds. But back then, they had to actually put it in an envelope and physically mail it to him. And it was this disaster and others like it that led to the building of the infrastructure that made it possible to get that information around the world in a timely manner, the internet and all of that stuff we completely take for granted today. Of course, there were also local meteorologists that saw it coming with radar and whatnot, and they knew what they were looking at and they knew how dangerous it was. The problem was, IDOS 1 wasn't the only new thing in the meteorological world. They had also just updated their warning system.
And then meanwhile, there's all these like weird warnings coming in off the radio system that they'd never heard before because Pakistan has just instituted a new cyclone warning system, and no one knew what it meant. Yeah, it's like you switch the red lights and the green lights on all of your and all of your traffic signs in your building, in your city, and then you just don't tell anyone you did it.
For example, when the local meteorologists saw the storm coming and sent out warnings over the radio, they called out red 4, red 4. The red, meaning red alert, and the 4, meaning a category 4 storm. Specifically, red 4 meant red alert, catastrophic destruction imminent, seek high ground immediately. But this was new and had never actually been used in Bangladesh before, so the people there didn't really know what the hell red 4 even meant. In fact, they were used to a 1 to 10 scale, so when they heard 4, it didn't sound like that bad of a storm at all to them. So because of this, many who could have evacuated didn't, and those who could have gone to higher ground stayed put. And as the storm approached, at high tide under a full moon, it just happened to turn just the right way to form a giant storm surge up the Ganges Delta. And a quarter of an area the size of Iowa, with 21 times the population of Iowa, was engulfed by several meters of water, literally washing 500,000 people out to sea, all in one night.
And when later we have these accounts of people going down the river to the most affected areas, and they'll be in the boat, and there'll be this smell that's coming in, and like, that's not a very nice smell, and they'll see like a body floating in the water, and then more and more bodies until the boat can't even navigate because there's so many corpses, and they're worried that their propeller's gonna get full of human hair. I mean, this is a true nightmare.
The scale of this destruction is something most of us can hardly even imagine. But unfortunately, this was just the beginning. As we've seen in many other cases, it wasn't the disaster itself that caused the most suffering. It was the way people responded to it. Okay, so here's the deal. Throughout this whole video, I've been talking about how this storm hit and devastated Bangladesh. And technically, that's not true, because in 1970, Bangladesh didn't exist. Back then, Bangladesh was a part of Pakistan, which was way over here. This was West Pakistan, and this was East Pakistan. Now, if you see that map and it doesn't make any sense to you, well, you're not British. You probably know that the British once controlled India, part of that whole Asian land grab for spices thing all the European countries are into. Remember how everything is all about spices? Well, this was known as the British Raj. It was made up of land that is now India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Sri Lanka. And in 1947, when the British ended their occupation, they chose to partition this land out among religious lines. Hindu areas became India, Muslim became Pakistan. Now, if it sounds like I'm oversimplifying all this, I am. But, in my defense, so did they. Because there were multiple different groups of Muslims in the British Raj, the Bengalis in the east and the Punjabis in the west among them. And these were entirely separate ethnic groups with different languages and histories and economies and everything. But the British, in their infinite wisdom, decided that instead of making them two separate countries, it would be simpler to just make them one country. Separated. And like most countries that experience a power vacuum, Pakistan went through decades of wars and coups and power struggles, but by 1970, when the cyclone hit, this was the basic state of things in Pakistan. The seat of power was in West Pakistan. East Pakistan was more populous and resource-rich, but it was divided amongst many different political parties. They kind of had less sway and were treated more like a colony of the West than an equal. At the head of the government in West Pakistan was President Yahya Khan. He was a famed general and war hero from World War II, and he had big plans for the country. Yahya Khan had two main goals. First, he wanted to oversee the first free and fair election since partition. He really kind of saw himself as the George Washington of Pakistan. He wanted to be known as the man who finally brought stability to his country and set it on a course for success. To that end was his second goal. He wanted to make Pakistan a major player in the world stage. And his plan to do that was to engineer a meeting between the United States and China. He had a connection with Mao Zedong, and he knew that Nixon wanted to open diplomatic relations with China. Of course, at the time, this was the Cold War and everything. Nixon couldn't just, openly approach them, so Yahya Khan tried to serve as a sort of a back channel between the two. Nixon and Mao did famously have a summit in 1972, and Yahya Khan played a major part in that. He spent years cultivating a relationship with Nixon and his advisor, Henry Kissinger, to make it happen. Now, all of this paints a picture of Yahya Khan as a noble statesman, which he definitely had that side to him. But he also had another side. He was a drunken genocidal lunatic. When the Bola cyclone made landfall, his all-important election was only 25 days away, just less than a month out. Now, one option would have been for him to shower the Bengalis with help, to secure their votes. But he chose a different direction. In the spirit of never let a good disaster go to waste, he withheld aid from East Pakistan. He suppressed news reports and ordered the army to hoard any relief supplies, which led to hangars and airports just being loaded up with food and fuel and clothes and supplies while Bengalis starved in the streets. In his mind, the Bengalis were less likely to vote for him anyway, so why not just let this disaster take out as many of them as possible? In fact, our hurricane specialist I was talking about earlier, Neil Frank, he actually visited Pakistan on behalf of the World Bank, and he had an interesting exchange with the Punjabi general.
One general he goes to sort of sits him down, sort of off the record, let's turn off the microphone. He says, that cyclone solved 500,000 of our problems.
But this plan backfired when the election came, because the Bengalis, who normally, were split up among many different party lines, instead they unified. They came out in droves and they voted for a man named Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who was the head of a pro-independence party called the Awami League. Rahman, who went by Mujib to his followers, he had spent the last month distributing supplies as far and wide as he could, winning over the hearts and minds of the people. Now, you could say that he did it as a, campaign tactic or whatever, or maybe he did it out of kindness, but either way, it worked. So now Yahya Khan, who had made this election
Intent
his
doesn't
life's
matter
work,
in that case.
not only lost the election, but he lost it to a Bengali who wanted independence for East Pakistan. So now he had a choice. He could accept the results of the election that he oversaw, handing over the government to what he considered to be an outsider, watch his country possibly split apart and lose any chance of ever making that Nixon-China connection he'd been working on. Or he could do some dictator shit. He chose to do dictator shit. He delayed the transfer of power over and over again for months, and eventually had Mujib arrested and put in jail. And when the inevitable protests broke out in East Pakistan, he set into action a plan that he called Operation Searchlight. The name Operation Searchlight was specifically chosen to be as vague and innocuous sounding as possible, but
we're gonna go kill a bunch
it was
of
nothing
people.
of the sort. In March 1971, just 4 months after surviving the deadliest storm of all time, East Pakistan suffered through one of the worst genocides of the 20th century. Between March and May of that year, up to 3 million Bengalis were slaughtered by Pakistani forces, and millions more fled into neighboring India. The details of this are horrifying. I couldn't possibly cover it here on YouTube without getting demonetized. This video is already flirting with demonetization, so I made a whole separate video of it over on Nebula as part of my Forgotten Atrocities series. And this definitely fits the description of an atrocity. Basically, Yahya Khan's instructions were, kill 3 million people and the rest will eat out of our hands. That was an actual quote from him, so yeah.
Damn.
Just 3 million people.
Only
Some of the other
3
topics
million.
I've covered.
It
on
wasn't
this
6
series include the
million,
Irish
I'll tell
famine
you
and the Holodomor,
that.
which was basically the Ukrainian Holocaust. Both of which are examples of natural disasters made 1,000,000 times worse by human negligence or outright malice. It's a bit of a pattern. So Operation Searchlight was terrible, it was horrible. You see all the details in that other video, but it led to an all-out war as Bengalis retaliated and fought back. And India, who already had decades of tension with Pakistan, began training and equipping the Bengalis. This led to a series of skirmishes that are formally known as the Indo-Pakistan War. And this is where things get really messy. Because India at the time had a cooperative agreement with the Soviet Union. And remember I said a second ago how Yahya Khan had been cultivating a relationship with Nixon? Yeah. So you have India on one side using Soviet weapons and Pakistan on the other side using American weapons. Where could this go wrong? It also turned out that Nixon wasn't really a fan of Mujib and the Awami League because their politics were a little too socialist for his taste. So now, right in the middle of Vietnam, which was basically a proxy war between the US and the Soviet Union, here comes another one. But because Vietnam was raging at the time and it was so expensive and so divisive, Nixon didn't really want to get completely involved in another war.
Free healthcare.
He attempted a bit of a half measure. He sent one ship to the Bay of Bengal as a show of force. But it wasn't just any ship. It was the USS Enterprise. The aircraft carrier, not the starship. Although it did have the power to go where no one had gone before, that place being total nuclear annihilation. On its own, the Enterprise carried more firepower than 2,000 Hiroshimas. So that's one hell of a half measure. The Soviets, of course, couldn't just sit idly by and let that happen, so they sent a trio of nuclear subs as a countermeasure. And the commander was given a simple order: don't let the Americans come within range of targets in India. And the Americans were given orders to not let the Soviet show of force deter them, because it was worth ending the human race rather than look weak. So yeah, once again, the fate of all of humanity came down to just a few ship captains playing chicken with each other. God, the Cold War was stupid. So you have this literal line in the water that the Soviets will not let the Enterprise go past. The Enterprise is just inching forward, and the Soviet subs came to the surface, each communicated with each other and said that their orders were to basically set the world on fire if the other didn't back down. But luckily for us all, within literal hours before an escalation were to take place, the Bengali independence forces took the capital of Dhaka, and Pakistan conceded defeat on December 16, 1971.
The only reason you were born, the only reason anyone who's listening to this is still alive, is because these dudes, these former fishermen with some mines and grenades, defeated the genocidal regime of Yahya Khan.
Bangladesh was finally a free country. Mujib was released after nearly a year in jail and became the country's first president, later its first prime minister. And I would love to say that things were happily ever after from that point, but that's not the truth. The truth is Bangladesh had been completely devastated. First by the worst storm of all time, then by a genocide and a civil war that killed up to 3 million people. Plus, as part of Operation Searchlight, Yahya Khan specifically targeted political figures in the country's academics and elites, and they emptied out the banks of their reserves with the sole purpose of setting them back as far as possible. Bangladesh had to rebuild itself from the ground up, which is never easy, but as often happens after revolutions and civil wars, years of struggles by various groups for power led to even more waves of violence. In fact, Mujib only served as prime minister for 8 months before he was assassinated in 1975. It really wasn't until the 90s that Bangladesh was able to find stability and finally recover from the series of tragedies they had endured.
Of course.
Now, since the Bola cyclone, our ability to track and predict storms has taken giant leaps. So while we can expect more and bigger storms as our climate changes, hopefully we won't ever see a disaster on this scale ever again. By the way, it's not the last bad storm to hit Bangladesh. In fact, Bangladesh is also, somehow, home to the deadliest tornado in history. It was called the Daulatpur Sadaria tornado, and it hit in 1989. And it killed
hurricanes
more people
and
than any other
tornadoes?
tornado in
That's
history.
horrible.
Probably, again, because it's just such a highly populous place. By the way, if you're wondering, Yahya Khan was ousted as president soon after the war, and he was put in house arrest for the next 8 years. He died 1 year after being released, and is now remembered basically as just a dark stain on the history of Pakistan. It is quite possible that no country has suffered as much in the last 50 years as Bangladesh. Their story is one of perseverance and grit, and one that we just don't hear about very much here in the United States. But we should, because it's important. Anyway, my interview with Scott Carney is up on the Conversations with Joe channel. You can find that link down below. Go check it out. There's a lot more details there. You can also find that in the bonus video about Operation Searchlight over on Nebula, which I deeply encourage you to do. Operation Searchlight was insane. All right, that's it for today. You guys go out there, have an eye-opening rest of the week. Stay safe, and I'll see you next Monday. Love you guys. Take care. This next video is on ball lightning, which ever since I recorded this,
ball
I've had
lightning.
people sending me videos of supposed ball lightning from Instagram and whatnot. I thought maybe we could take a look at some of these, because these all, came after the video was released.
You gonna play
So this
PoE
one's up in the
tonight?
clouds. You can see the little thing
Maybe,
flying around.
Queen. Maybe.
See, most of the time I hear about ball lightning being like on the ground, but if there was like a ball of plasma, in
That's
an
how
electrical,
tired I am and
storm,
how
I
long
guess
it takes
could be
to
on
get
the
through
ground.
everything.
I don't know if that's real, but it's kind of cool looking. This one's a lot more dramatic. Actually, I like this one a lot because it's like behind the trees. This looks like something from a Spielberg movie from the mid-'80s or something. But since we don't get a good look at
Do
it,
you
I mean,
want me to
this
play
could be
PoE, Queen?
Literally anything. I mean, that's an amazing effect. I'm not convinced that's ball lightning. It's hidden. Yeah, this is a dramatic one. I don't know about this.
I was just asking.
I'm gonna
Okay.
call fake on this one. I've never heard of ball lightning.
I try to get
Actual
input on
lightning
people.
bolts
Do they
firing
like
out
me
of it.
playing
I've never
video
heard them
games? Do they
creating
not like me
smoke,
playing video
although-
games? What do you guys
Could
want
be
to
wrong.
see?
That looks to me. This looks to me like somebody is walking around with like a smoke thing, a kind of smoke firework, and then they added the effects later on. Yeah, that one's a little too good. I don't quite trust that. But hey, if you've got a better video than that you know of, link it down in the comments or tell me what you think of those. Whatever. But anyway, here's the video. Imagine explaining lightning to an alien. It's basically like a giant bolt of electricity that can just kind of randomly arc from a
On
cloud
my video
to the
games,
ground
that's
at
what I
any
usually
time,
watch.
and
I
it
learn.
burns hotter than the surface of
way.
the sun, so if it hits you,
Well, it's
you,
always acceptable.
you know, explode
That's
and
what I
die.
do, Queen.
And it happens like 100 times a second somewhere on Earth. Oh, let me tell you about tornadoes.
Keep your planet.
Wait. Lightning is one of these things that we know about from a very early age. It's just a normal part of nature. We get used to it. We don't think about it very much unless we get up close and personal with it.
Oh, shit. Holy shit.
The thing is, we're still learning things about lightning, like the fact that we just recently learned that it produces gamma radiation, and it actually produces ozone as well. It also, believe it or not, helps to fertilize soil. Yeah, bolts of lightning can fuse nitrogen molecules to oxygen, creating nitrogen oxides that then sort of dissolve into the rain as nitrates that then wash into the ground, and then voila, potatoes. And the massive energies involved create lightning phenomena that we're still trying to figure out to this
I usually
day,
my favorite
including
YouTuber.
the mysterious
I just like
ball
watching
lightning.
people play with their friends and do stupid shit.
Long-time viewers of this channel probably
You just see
know
all the
that
funny
I love
lore that
these
you wouldn't
unexplained
see if you weren't a part of the
phenomena. I used
group.
to have books
Yeah.
on these topics all over my room when I was growing up. And yeah, I used to believe some pretty wacky stuff. Praise Zorp. But no, you can see the influences of those books in videos all over this channel, including spontaneous human combustion, the cursed silent twins of England, the Philadelphia experiment, and today we can add ball lightning to that list. Because ball lightning is kind of one of those mysterious phenomena that's been reported going all the way back to ancient times, but it happens so rarely and it's so little studied that it's almost on par with Bigfoot and ghosts and that kind of thing. Now, I know you're probably sitting there saying, Joe, this is fascinating and all, and you're very handsome, but what is ball lightning anyway? So yeah, let me tell you what ball lightning is, and by the way, thank you. Didn't have to say that. Ball lightning is not what happens when a guy pees on an electric fence. It's described as a luminous ball of light ranging in size anywhere from the size of a pea to the size of a car. They occur during electrical storms and have been known to come into houses through windows or even chimneys, buzz around the room, go up the walls and whatnot, sometimes for up to a minute or so, and sometimes they just kind of fizzle out, sometimes they explode. Sometimes they leave the environment completely untouched, sometimes they splinter wooden structures and start fires. And weirdest of all, some have been seen passing through glass as if it's not even there. It's thought that ball lightning might be the inspiration for spirits and fairies in some religions. The Australian Aborigines just called them min-min lights. And there are a lot of theories as to what exactly this might be, but before we dive into that, let's get familiar with good old-fashioned normal lightning. See, yeah, lightning is interesting because in some ways it's super simple, and in other ways it's really complicated. Like really, when it comes down to it, lightning is nothing more than this. You know how when you scoot your feet around on a thick carpeted floor and get a static charge built up in you, and then you shock yourself when you touch metal or some other conductive surface? Well, that's because all of those threads in the carpet and all the tiny fibers that make up those threads, when friction is applied to it, that can kind of shake loose negatively charged electrons that then enter your body and you build up charge. And then when your negatively charged skin gets close to a positively charged metal surface, that energy will jump that gap. So if you were a bacteria standing on a doorknob, that spark would look like a giant lightning bolt to you. So just imagine that next time you see a thunderstorm, that you are standing on a giant doorknob and that cloud is a giant finger. Of course, the clouds aren't scooting across a carpet floor to build up their charge, but the same idea applies. Clouds are filled with microscopic water droplets and all kinds of particulate matter, dust, debris, and whatnot, and they're all swirling around each other, and just like those fibers in a carpet, they can build up a charge. Now, it does get more interesting than that because higher up in the atmosphere, the air gets colder and it gets less dense, and those water droplets freeze into little ice particles, and ice particles build up a positive charge because reasons. So when you look at a cloud from the side, you're basically looking at a giant battery in the sky with a positive terminal on the top and a negative terminal on the bottom, and this creates all different kinds of electrical phenomena. You've got negative cloud to ground lightning, which is kind of what most people think about when they think of lightning. It's that negative charge at the bottom of the cloud kind of reaching down and finding a positive spot on the ground. It's that whole finger and doorknob thing. The ground, by the way, becomes positively charged because those positive ions are attracted to the negative charge up in the air. That's why if you're ever outside and your hair starts to stand up and you feel a little bit of static built up in you and there's a cloud or a thunderstorm going on, you might want to get inside quickly. In fact, often lightning that hits the ground doesn't actually go all the way to the ground. It actually kind of gets met halfway up. There are these leaders that come out from the cloud, and they connect to streamers that come up from the ground, and they actually connect somewhere in the middle. And that weird jagged shape that lightning takes is simply because air is not a very good conductor of electricity, so it has to kind of search around and try to find for a place to discharge all that energy. But it does it really fast at 270,000 miles an hour. But really, most lightning is cloud-to-cloud lightning. It might be the negative side of one cloud connecting to the positive side of another cloud, or vice versa, or it might just be the bottom of a cloud connecting to the top of a cloud, just inside the middle there. But the big daddy, by far the most powerful lightning strikes, are positive cloud-to-ground lightning. This is when the positive charge at the top of a cloud gets so strong that it actually reaches all the way down and connects to the ground. It's almost like a battery shorting out, and it releases a lot of energy. Positive cloud-to-ground strikes are far brighter, far hotter, and produce far louder thunder than other lightning strikes. Their energy tends to be a lot more focused. It doesn't branch out like the negative strikes do. It's all contained in one bolt. You do not want to be hit by one of these or be anywhere near it. Another couple different types of lightning that are worth mentioning is ribbon lightning, which is like horizontal streaks of lightning, which is actually produced by high winds pushing the lightning along. Yes, lightning can be pushed by wind. And the other type is bead lightning, which isn't really a type of lightning. It's more like the decay after a lightning strike hits. It's when the bolt decays into dots along the path that the lightning strike took. It's basically just ionized gas and plasma that's left over from that extreme heat. Now, there are some lesser known atmospheric phenomena that are worth talking about, and these are known as transient luminous events, or TLEs for short. Blue jets are bright flashes of blue light that can travel up to 40 kilometers in altitude directly on top of a cloud. These are often associated with clouds producing hail. Along with the blue jets, you have red sprites, and the word sprite actually stands for stratospheric perturbations resulting from intense thunderstorm electrification. Seriously. These kind of look like jellyfish and occur way higher in the atmosphere, up to 90 kilometers, like into the ionosphere. And these are much weaker and only occur for a couple of milliseconds, and they're mostly correlated with positive cloud-to-ground strikes. And along with the sprites, you sometimes get ELVs, which stands for emissions of light and very low energy perturbations, because the meteorological world can acronym like a BAUS. ELVs are giant halos surrounding the sprites up in that 90 to 100 kilometer range, and they're very dim, very short-lived. They were only discovered in the late 90s. And all these TLEs are thought to be about the collision of energy discharge with molecules in the upper atmosphere, almost like a reverse aurora. But they're all very mysterious and very little understood. Which brings us back to the most mysterious lightning phenomena, ball lightning. When it comes to ball lightning, there's far more that we don't know than we do know. It's mostly just because of the fact that it's so rare and the majority of sightings are by regular people who don't get a chance to record it. Ball lightning's been observed ever since ancient Greece. There are stories of lighthouses being hit by them, World War II pilots supposedly saw them, masts of ships have been destroyed by them. Tsar Nicholas II reportedly was chased through a church by one when he was a kid. But yeah, they occur so rarely that they're basically considered folklore. And yeah, just to get an idea of how rare it is, lightning strikes around 8 million times a day somewhere around the world. That's a lot of opportunities for this phenomena to occur, and it still only rarely gets seen. They've been described as purple, green, white, or orange in color. Sometimes they'll separate into multiple balls, and like I said before, sometimes they'll explode and cause damage. Sometimes they just kind of fizzle out and just create a little warmth. One event that occurred recently in the Czech Republic in July of 2011, apparently one of these things flew into an emergency room that said it was about the size of a tennis ball and had a 7-meter tail on it. Reportedly, it bounced from the window to the ceiling and then down to the floor and back up to the ceiling again, and then rolled around on the ceiling for about 12 meters before it finally fizzled out. Apparently, it left a burning smell in the room after it was over, and many of the computers were frozen and the cables were frayed. I mean, that's pretty compelling stuff, but again, anecdotal evidence only takes you so far. Scientists are still debating whether or not it even exists, but that hasn't stopped the wild theorizing from happening. So let's get into the speculation. The first theory is that ball lightning is nothing more than hallucinations brought on by exposure to extreme magnetic fields. Yeah, in experiments, researchers have been able to produce hallucinations by submitting the visual cortex to what they call transcranial magnetic stimulation, or TMS. What kind of hallucinations did these people see? Balls of light flying around the room. So yeah, the idea is that with all the powerful forces at play in a lightning storm, that it might create the kind of magnetic fields that could cause us to just hallucinate these things. Also, ball lightning might be just a misdiagnosed St. Elmo's fire, which, if you don't know what St. Elmo's fire is, it's not just a great Brat Pack movie and a stirring song. It's It's actually an electrical phenomena where ionized air creates a glowing plasma around especially like sharp and pointy objects when the atmosphere is highly electrically charged. Although St. Elmo's fire looks more like regular arced electricity that you're used to seeing, it doesn't usually show up as a sphere necessarily, but it's thought that in certain conditions, maybe it could. Now this next theory actually has some weight behind it, and it's the idea that it might actually be vaporized silicon from lightning bolt strikes. And the reason why I say this has some weight behind it is because there's actually some solid evidence behind this. But yeah, in 2014, some Chinese researchers were taking spectrograph readings of a lightning storm, and they actually caught on camera ball lightning. And even better, they were able to take a spectrograph reading of this. They measured the glow of the ball lightning to be around 5 meters wide, but the actual size of it is probably quite a bit smaller. But it hovered up in the air, moved sideways for about 10 meters, and then up for a few meters before it finally disappeared. But yeah, that spectrometer picked up emission lines that indicated silicon, iron, and calcium. In other words, it was kind of made up of vaporized dirt, or at least this type of ball lightning was. But yeah, the theory is that this intense heat separates the oxygen from the silicon and creates sort of a vaporized cloud of sorts, and then this cloud becomes kind of self-sustaining as more oxygen rushes in, and it sort of keeps building on itself. Now this is probably the most compelling explanation just because we have some kind of evidence for it, but this also wouldn't account for it being able to go through windows and stuff like that. So maybe this is a type of ball lightning, but maybe there are other types of ball lightning as well. Luckily, there are plenty more theories to go around. The next one is called the electrically charged solid core model, and the idea here is that there's a solid core of positive ions surrounded by sort of a thin sheet of negatively charged electrons. And layered just between that sheet of electrons and the positive core is a butt-ton of EM energy that's pushing out the electrons and keeping them from falling in to where they're attracted into the positive core. It's almost like the way you might think of the sun, where the fusion energy of the sun is pushing out, but it's being pulled back in by gravity. And this might also explain why some instances of ball lightning have occurred around earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, because it builds up a piezoelectric charge that's not really associated with lightning at all. So the solid charged core model is interesting, but again, it doesn't really account for 100% of the effects that have been described around ball lightning. The microwave cavity hypothesis suggests that after a lightning strike, a pocket of microwave energy gets sort of encapsulated in a nexus of electrons that can remain stable for a short period of time. And it creates light through that super concentrated microwave radiation that could possibly explode or it could possibly fizzle out. Being that this is nothing but pure radiation, this would be able to account for it being able to pass through a window, say. Next up is the soliton hypothesis. Remember how I just said that ball lightning couldn't be St. Elmo's fire? Well, it might be St. Elmo's fire. In physics, a soliton is a self-reinforcing wave, and that term kind of gets applied to anything that's self-sustaining. So the theory is it's basically a coronal discharge like St. Elmo's fire, only it gets trapped inside of a ball of ionized air, and then it becomes self-sustaining. So this theory is interesting because it actually argues that ball lightning is produced by thunder. See, the sound wave that we experience as thunder are basically sonic booms created by the lightning traveling faster than sound. And these waves create concentric rings that travel along the ground. So the ring creates a vortex of over and under pressures that eventually spreads out and then breaks apart, but the idea is that that vortex could possibly trap plasma from the lightning strike. And then when that ring breaks apart, it creates spheres of this trapped plasma, hence ball lightning. So the spinning plasma toroid theory was actually put forth by a company called Electron Power Systems, where they claimed to have produced ball lightning in the lab and then explained what was going on. So yeah, this is very similar to the vortex theory that I talked about a second ago, only it doesn't require the sound waves. Here's a quick explanation that came from the paper they published in 2002. An explanation for the plasma toroid is presented that it is a hollow toroid of electrons where all the electrons travel in parallel paths orthogonal to the toroid circumference and reside in a thin outer shell of the toroid. The electron motion creates a current in the surface that in turn creates an internal magnetic field. You know, that old chestnut. Now there are others that I cut out for time that involve Rydberg matter, nanoparticles, and buoyant plasma and whatnot, but you get the idea. For something that many scientists don't think is actually real, there's been a lot of theoretical work put into understanding this, and there's a good reason why. Take for example that last theory. The idea that we could create a plasma that's stable without any need for an acoustic or a magnetic confinement, that's pretty much the holy grail of nuclear fusion. Now obviously nuclear fusion requires an insane amount of heat and energy, but what is lightning if not an insane amount of heat and energy? So by researching lightning and the weird phenomena that it creates, we could possibly be working towards some breakthroughs in energy storage and production. So maybe taking mysterious phenomena seriously isn't a complete waste of time after all. All right, thanks again for watching. You guys go out there and now stay safe and have eye-opening week, and I'll see you next Monday. Love you guys. Take care. 3,800 years ago, on the island of Crete,
We'll watch
Minoan
this one and then
civilization was one of the most
move
powerful
on.
kingdoms in the entire Bronze Age. In fact, Minoan culture was so dominant that given a few hundred more years, we might be calling all of Greece Minoan. But that's not what happened. Instead, they disappeared from the region and from the entire historical record. In fact, we don't really even know what they called themselves. We called them Minoans based off of the name of their ruler, King Minos. And we only knew of King Minos in 1878 when they discovered his palace on Crete and started excavating it. And it was only after this discovery that they started finding more stuff in the islands around Crete and we got a better idea of just how extensive the civilization was. What happened to the Minoans is still a bit of a mystery, but most experts agree it probably had something to do with this. This is the Greek island of Thera, also known by its Latin name Santorini. Today it's one of the most popular travel destinations in the world, known for its distinctive architecture, dramatic 300-meter tall cliffs, and stunning views of the Mediterranean. But it didn't always look like this. As you probably already figured out, Thera is an active volcano. In fact, it had minor eruptions 3 times in the last 100 years. But it was the eruption that occurred sometime between 1600 and 1700 BCE that reshaped not just the island of Thera, but the entire Mediterranean region. It was an explosion that turned a giant mountain sticking out of the sea into this, a caldera, basically a sinkhole. This was basically just a mountain that blew up. And it blew up with a force of about 100 atomic bombs. Recent estimates say that the eruption could have launched up to 60 cubic kilometers of ash and dust, with samples found up to 30 kilometers away. Just for comparison, the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa and the tsunami it created killed 36,000 people. Thera was 4 to 5 times more powerful than that one.
Damn.
The tsunami from Thera would have wiped out the coastal settlements on Crete that the Minoans held and probably wiped out their navy completely. Not to mention put enough ash and dust in the air to lower global temperatures all around the world, just like the Tambora eruption in 1815. This would have caused years of poor harvests and food shortages, just as the Minoans were recovering from the damage that the tsunami did. They didn't vanish overnight, but they were weakened to the point that when the Mycenaean conquerors came around, they just didn't stand a chance. They were crushed, and then within a few hundred years were culturally assimilated, and then they were just completely lost to time. Not to mention that the knock-on effects of the Thera explosion may have played a part in the entire Bronze Age collapse that occurred around 1177 BCE. The Thera explosion was truly epic, both in scale and significance. It might be one of the most consequential volcanic eruptions in the history of Western civilization. And yet, if you put Santorini up next to the Yellowstone caldera, it looks like this.
Damn.
Adorable.
Yeah, there would be nothing left of North America.
This is the difference
We'd
between
all
a
be
volcano
fucked.
and a supervolcano. You literally can't see a supervolcano from the ground. The 4 overlapping calderas that make up the Yellowstone supervolcano measure about 70 kilometers by 45 kilometers, which is actually twice as far as what the ejecta from the Thera volcano traveled to. So Yellowstone qualifies as a supervolcano because it's had 2 different super eruptions. And to be a super eruption, the volcano has to eject at least 1,000 cubic kilometers of material into the air. Would 1,000 kilometers be a megameter? A megameter? It's got to be a megameter. How come I've never heard of a megameter? Is that a thing? Anyway, whatever you call it, it's about 17 times the ejecta of Thera. You know,
Why is
arguably
there
the
such
most
thing as a
consequential
megameter?
volcanic
Damn.
eruption in human history. According to Jake Lowenstern of the U.S. Geological Survey, Yellowstone super eruptions ejected, quote, enough material to bury the state of Texas 5 feet deep. When I read this quote, I was curious whether or not he meant both of them together was that big. No, each eruption was enough to bury the entire state of Texas 5 feet deep. Eruptions are rated on the Volcanic Explosivity Index, and super eruptions are rated a VEI magnitude 8, or M8. The ancient Thera and Tambora eruptions, which again lowered global temperatures because they were so big, rated only an M7. Which actually sounds pretty close, but the VEI index is logarithmic, so the Thera and Tambora eruptions were only 1/10 as big as a supervolcano. Luckily for us, no super eruptions have occurred since prehistoric times, but Yellowstone is not alone. There's several super
That's
volcanoes
lame.
around
I
the
can't
world
see
just
who is
waiting to end
following
that
me.
streak. So exactly how bad would it be when...
Yeah, there's no
not
followers
if
list on
that
Kick.
happened? To answer that question, it might be good to understand why super eruptions happen in the first place. And the short answer is, well, there's a lot of long answers. Volcanology is a field of study that's constantly shifting and eroding itself. That's a metaphor. So most volcanic activity occurs along tectonic plate boundaries. These are the cracks in the pie crust where the filling can come up through the surface. And now I'm hungry. Thing is, not all volcanoes are born at the edge of a tectonic plate. Some of them, like Yellowstone, happen right in the middle of them. So one theory involves so-called hotspots in the Earth's mantle, also known as large igneous provinces. The hotspots melt rock into magma, which eventually builds up pressure and blows up. But what causes these hotspots in the first place? According to geophysicist W. Jason Morgan, they're caused by mantle plumes. In 1971, Morgan proposed that these mantle plumes develop deep down in the Earth as a ball of hot magma that then rises up, kind of dragging a tail behind like a lava lamp. Like, I wear this shirt a lot, and this is normally how we see the layers of the Earth depicted, you know, with these like concentric circles, but of course, they're not perfectly circular. They're you know, they got mantle plumes and bulges. It's got curves, yo. But anyway, that's mantle plume theory, that we got these mantle plumes deep down in the Earth, they come up, they bubble up, they build up pressure, they explode, go boom, supervolcano. The problem is not all scientists are convinced that mantle plumes exist. There is an alternative theory that's called plate theory that relies exclusively on plate tectonics. According to plate theory, off-boundary volcanoes are the result of crustal extension, which is my new favorite phrase. So this states that the movement of the plates cause pressure changes far from the boundary. So if local rock is already close to its melting point, this depressurization can actually cause it to form into mantle. And what happens next depends on a variety of conditions, one being the composition of the lava. So large volcanic eruptions, particularly supervolcanoes, are thought to be what's known as felsic. Felsic is a combination of feldspar and silicon, and rocks with high silicon content has actually a high viscosity rate, so it actually doesn't go through the cracks in the surface of the Earth as easily. So instead of just kind of like rising through the crust like regular lava, it builds up and builds up, and it melts the rock underneath it, that releases gases, that builds up pressure, kaboom. And what makes a supervolcano super is basically the amount of ejecta that winds up getting launched out, and that is created by massive magma chambers underneath the surface. And over the past 36 million years, there's been around 42 super eruptions that we know of. And that number varies because figuring out the VEI of ancient volcanoes is fairly tricky, but let's talk about some of the supervolcanoes that we do know of. So let's just start with Yellowstone, because I was already talking about it earlier, and like I said, we know of a couple of super eruptions that happened there. The biggest one was the Huckleberry Ridge super eruption that formed the largest portion of the caldera 2.1 million years ago. The second one, called Lava Creek, extended the caldera's eastern boundary some 640,000 years ago. Both of these super eruptions ejected enough ash to cover what is now the western United States. But those two eruptions are only part of Yellowstone's volcanic history. There have been about 80 smaller eruptions since the last super eruption. The U.S. Geological Survey classifies these as relatively non-explosive. Relatively is the key word here, because apparently some of them were about as big as the Mount Pinatubo eruption in 1991 that killed over 800 people and devastated 37,000 acres of forest. Thankfully, nothing that destructive has happened in Yellowstone for about 70,000 years. But Yellowstone isn't the only supervolcano in North America. Actually, there's a surprising number of them. At least 7 super eruptions occurred between 36 and 18 million years ago that shaped parts of California, Nevada, Utah, and Colorado. This includes the La Garita caldera in Colorado and Utah's Wawa Springs caldera, which happened just 2 million years apart, a drop in the bucket in geologic time. By the way, Wawa Springs is kind of a funny name, but it was a monster volcano. It may have ejected up to 5,500 cubic kilometers of debris. Yeah, aside from the asteroid strike that killed the dinosaurs, Wawa Springs might be the single most energetic event to have happened in the history of the planet. It dwarfs Yellowstone's biggest eruption by a factor of 5. There are areas where the debris is 13,000 feet thick. And believe it or not, even that might be beaten by another supervolcano in North America called the Flat Landing Brook Formation in Canada. I say might because it happened so long ago it's hard to tell if it happened in a single event or multiple events. All we know is that 460 million years ago or so, this formation deposited 12,000 cubic kilometers of debris over the area. It's assumed that this was an ongoing process over a million years or so, but if it did happen all in one event and ejected over 10,000 cubic kilometers, that would break the volcanic explosivity index. M8 is supposed to be the upper limit, but an M9 would be 10 times an M8, which is what this would be. Finally, stepping out of North America, Mount Toba in Indonesia is another super eruption that could break the scale. I've talked about the Toba explosion before. It happened fairly recently, about 74,000 years ago. Many people believe that it might have been something of an extinction event that almost wiped out human beings at the time. Although, I've got to make sure and cover my butt here, that theory has been falling in popularity lately. Anyway, its ejecta has been given a range of between 1,500 and 13,000 cubic kilometers, which is a pretty massive range, but if it was at the upper end of that range, it too would break the VEI index. Then there's Lake Taupo in New Zealand, whose super eruption named Oruanui turned Mount Taupo into Lake Taupo about 26,500 years ago. This wasn't the largest super eruption on record, but it was the most recent, and it had some fairly interesting features to it.
True,
For one thing, it
Queen.
happened in stages, with long breaks in between, and most supervolcanoes don't work like this, but it may have been drawing magma from a separate chamber under the Kayaput
Would you
fault.
post
This
another
might have
one,
caused the
Raymond?
pressure to build
You want me
more
to read
regularly
that
and
one
wound up
too?
exploding in 10 different phases. And over those phases, it ejected around 1,170 cubic kilometers of debris. Now, again, that's kind of small on the supervolcano range, but it still managed to cover some islands 1,000 kilometers away in 18 centimeters of ash. That's a megameter. On top of all these supervolcanoes I mentioned, there's also a couple in South America, including the Cerro Gaucha in Bolivia and the Andes Central Volcanic Zone in Chile.
Yeah, I forgot I
Now,
had one. It's a
interestingly,
fun
more than
topic.
half
All right,
of
we'll do that after this
supervolcano
video.
eruptions in the world have been in North America. So that makes for a grand total of 8 supervolcano sites around the world, none of which have gone off in quite some time, which is unnerving. But exactly how borked would we be if one of
Chile
these bad boys
mentioned.
blew up? Like, would it be an
Nice.
extinction level event? Well, looking into our past can give us a clue. Because the largest mass extinction event in history was thought to have coincided with some supervolcanic activity. Assuming, of course, you don't count the Anthropocene extinction event that we're living through right now, in which the volcano is us. Be the volcano. The Permian-Triassic extinction event, dated around 252 million years ago, took place at about the same time as the formation of the Amitian traps in China and Russia's Siberian traps. These flood basalt provinces were shaped by tens of thousands to 1 million years worth of eruptions and lava flows that also released massive amounts of carbon dioxide, which changed the climate drastically. Eventually, this killed 96% of marine species and 73% of terrestrial species. Again, this took place over a greater length of time than our entire species has existed, so a single supervolcano event probably wouldn't be enough to wipe us out completely, but it wouldn't be great either. First of all, there would be massive devastation anywhere near the super eruption site. Keep in mind, again, Yellowstone could cover all of Texas in 5 feet of ash. So you can pretty much expect the western half of the United States to be pretty much uninhabitable for a while. That would kill or displace around 100 to 120 million people. Beyond the local area, we can expect to see worldwide food shortages due to lack of sunlight and acid rain, which is also a byproduct of volcanic gases getting into the atmosphere.
No.
Now, the atmospheric conditions would probably clean up itself
Rip
pretty
me.
quickly in about a year or two, but that's only part of the problem. Nature is only part of the devastation we would have to deal
That's
with.
scary,
the other part
Queen, no.
is societal, because society will absolutely collapse. And here's how you can prepare for that. First of all, stock up on toilet paper. We know how fast that can disappear.
No, get
You
a
also
bidet.
want to stock up on any shelf-stable
get a
food,
bidet.
any medicine you need, or vitamin
I
supplements.
use toilet
Gas masks
paper
are
as
essential if you're
Kleenex
anywhere
because
near the
I have a
super-eruption site
bidet.
because it does release toxic chemicals, but also a lot of carbon dioxide. Giant pockets of CO2 could travel over entire towns and smother them, and you could choke to death without an oxygen supply, so you might want to keep a tank of oxygen nearby. And once you're done hiding from gas clouds, you'll be ready to hide from a much bigger danger.
Society
Your
will
neighbors.
collapse.
When the
Yay,
food starts going away,
rapture!
people start getting a little crazy. We saw some of this in 1816 after the Tambora explosion. Hell, just several days of darkness as the ash travels around the world will be enough to make some people go primal. So it wouldn't be the worst idea to have an underground bunker with an electric generator, because power plants will start to go down. The electric infrastructure will probably fail pretty quickly. Of course, the generators will only last a little while. Chances are transportation corridors will get clogged up, and so gas won't be able to get to the gas stations. So you'll want to have some source of localized power. Solar is good, obviously, but if the skies are darkened because of all the ash, you'll probably want some wind power as well. Just be ready to defend that when the angry hordes come calling. In fact, some speculate that we could be seeing communities springing up around nuclear power plants because they'll continue to make
Gas
power
goes
for a much
bad
longer
too.
time.
Yeah.
Humanity would recover eventually. Maybe with our current level of technology, we'd be able to recover a lot faster than, say, the Minoans did. Luckily, all these sites in large igneous provinces are being studied obsessively, and none of the experts think that we're anywhere near a super eruption anytime soon. And even then, only the worst of the worst case scenarios would wipe out our species completely. But it is possible, might even be inevitable. And there are other threats besides volcanoes, asteroids and the like, and this has led a lot of people to make that
I'm
argument.
gonna turn
that
into
this is
Mad
why we need
Max
to
so
start calling
fast.
in Don't put all your eggs in one basket filled with supervolcanoes. We live on a dynamic and volatile planet, one run by forces that we have
Start
no
making
control
everything
over.
run on water, man.
And supervolcanoes are a sobering reminder of that. But, and I cannot stress this too much, it could be thousands of years before another supervolcano
500,000
years.
years.
And there are much bigger and more immediate threats in front of us right now. So, Let's focus on those. All right, that's it for now. You guys go out there, have an eye-opening rest of the week.
All
Stay
right.
safe, and I'll see you next Monday.
For sure. Okay, so grab this guy. All formal systems go to heaven. All right. All right. It's like all dogs go to heaven. I can get behind this. You need to make a commune. I mean, I'm down. But I will warn you, I'm a lazy ass piece of shit, mooching little bitch fuck. So, yeah. Just to let you know. Just to warn you ahead of time. Okay? You don't want me around other people. Every village needs one. Day 2, we already tried cannibalism. He fucking deserved it, man. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm surprised he lived to even experience the apocalypse. Alright. Alright. All formal systems go to heaven. Contemporary science is not written in Sanskrit, Arabic, or classical Chinese. Its variables are Greek, its operators Latin, its logic, syntax molded by scholastic theology, and later by the austere abstraction of the Kantian philosophers. For symbols such as, I don't know what those are, appears in an equation, no one flinches, but introduce and prepare to be accused of mysticism, folklorism, or aesthetic division. Deviation. As if formal rigor were an exclusively Western virtue, and other cultures could only aspire, at best, to ancestral wisdom, never to episteme. It is no trivial fact that all our formulas are written in Greek or stylized Hebrew, while the symbolic systems of India, China, or Islamic world are archived as historical curiosities. In quantum physics, we use don't know, don't know, don't know, don't know. Module logic can write square P, diamond P, but it will never include symbols such as no idea what those are. Not because they are inadequate, the Chinese script is more compact than the Latin alphabet, and the Devanagari and Arabic systems have been fully functional for centuries. We use Arabic numbers. So, like, the number system of 0 to 9 is Arabic. So technically, math is Arabic. Until you get to a certain point of everything is just like E equals MC squared. Which is really cool, because a lot of people don't know that. It's why the number, like, it's like the curves and stuff like that English doesn't really have. Like, the Roman numerals we use as basically our alphabet don't have those nice fine curves to them. They're more sharp-edged. Like, you have a couple of them, like, you know, J, P, R, and B and stuff, but nothing like the fine stroke method of, like, Arabic letters. Formal rigor presents itself as universal value, but is expression of delimited by conventions inherited from a single tradition. Other cultures may have wisdom, but not science. That distinction, clearly ideological, is based not on functionality, but on symbolic hegemony. This disdain originates, at least in part, from the teleological vision of history that Hegel popularized in Europe. The spirit, embodied in reason, unfolds from Greece, matures in Rome, is reborn in German modernity, and does not pass through Nanjing or Nalanda. In that geography of knowledge, the Orient cannot have philosophy, it has thought. A word sufficient to confine millennia of ontological, ethical, logical, cosmological, and linguistic speculation in a cabinet of curiosities. Formal logic that dominates current sciences, propositional, predicate, module, deontic, mathematical, claims universality, but is, to a large extent, a stylization of Latin grammar under the German scalpel. True, Frege, Gödel, Quinn, and Crypt have advanced that logic to unsuspected limits. But are those formal structures not also products of a culture, a language, a way of ordering the world? Indian Tarka, Chinese Bian, or Islamic Qiyas are no less formal. They simply were not codified in the sacred languages of the university. When instead of writing, one says everything that has fire burns. It seems the level is dropped, but it is not. It is only that the symbol is not written in the hegemonic dialect of reason. The example is transparent. This equation can be semantically interpreted with defined operators. Active derivation, structural product, and symbols representing formal concepts within a coherent logic. Makes no less sense than any differential identity written with Roman characters. The problem is that it is not authorized. In modern logic, we use square P, diamond P, but no one publishes although its structure is identical, the difference is not logical, it is institutional aesthetics. Mohist logic, Neo-Confucian treatises, such as Buddhist Pramanavada or the Pankavayava of the Jnana school, are no less formal than Aristotelian syllogisms. They simply were not written in the letters of the canon. What is excluded is not the structure, but the symbol. Consider the following axiom. Where is considered power, is considered transformation, an operator of structural integrity is deductively valid, but it will find no place in any standard predicate logic. Not for lack of consistency, but for excess of symbolic foreignness. Nothing prevents the development of a formal logic with Arabic, Sanskrit, or Chinese notation, except one thing, the administration of the symbol. As long as rigor is tied to a specific aesthetic, anything that does not imitate it will be discarded as irrelevant. The formula such as is as formal as any algebraic identity here. Zen represents the composed state, for example, a structure of legitimacy. Kaf is the constituent foundation. Ba is primary form, and is active transformation of operating upon it. multiplication indicates structural relation. This equation may read as the constituted state is the product of the constituent principle modulated by its active transformation. Not a metaphor, it is an alternate formula. It is an alternative formal writing. Symbols can be defined within a complete axiomatic system with inference rules and modular semantic. The operator may have its own differential truth table. The product X may be distributive, associative, or communicative, depending on structural interpretants. We can go further and represent political principles with hybrid notation. For example, represents the constituted power, qua, is the constituent potent, cara, is the operator of constitutional derivation, is the operator of structural integration, modulates formula necessity. I'm in two places. Mwah! You are two of my viewers at once, Queen. You're breaking the rules. Formal necessity and normative worlds. This expression is literally states, in all possible formative contexts, the constituted power structurally contains the active derivation of the constitution of constituent of power. It is the exact reformation, but in alternative notation. The Don Oso-Cortez thesis. Constituent power is within the constituted power. Where there's a mistake, there is none. Only one thing is missing. Cultural permission. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I absolutely love the prospect of it. Alright. So, shall we get into how to write cursed characters?
What is the cost of defiling a god?
Shower thoughts. That's what my old
In Bloodborne, the corpse of the great old.
That's what my old short stories were. I called them show-epiphanies, and they're epiphanies I have in the shower about a story, and then I write down the story.
One Kos is reverently worshipped by a small fishing hamlet. Parasites crawl from her body and mutate her followers into these sea creatures with scales and shells and dorsal fins. But when scholars arrive in search of Kos's secrets, they dissect her followers in these brutal experiments, desecrate her corpse, harvest her blood and umbilical cord. They kill the unborn child still in her womb. As punishment for their depravity, Kos curses them. Forevermore, they'll be sent to the hunter's nightmare and death, consumed by this unquenchable bloodlust, forced to hunt and kill and relive their crimes for eternity. The curse is only broken when the player defeats Kos's orphan spirit, freeing it from limbo
was revealed
so
to
the
me in
mother
a
and
dream.
child
It was revealed to me in the shower.
The hunter's nightmare ends.
Yeah.
Curses show up all the time in fantasy as these powerful forces in the story and world your characters face, and we use them to do and explore all sorts of different things. They're often cyclical in nature, like in Bloodborne. The curse manifests when there's some great injustice or imbalance, and the only way to break them is to right the wrong that caused them in the first place. This video is sponsored by Delete Me, which helps you, yes you, protect yourself in the digital age by putting your personal data back into your hands and taking it away from pesky data brokers. This idea that curses can only be broken by setting right some injustice is a very human way of looking at the world, a kind of karmic magic. It's no wonder so many of our stories revolve around it. It's a belief we fall back on over and over to make sense of right and wrong out there. Like in the 1950s, the American government displaced over 700 families from land they'd owned and worked for generations in order to build a reservoir called Lake Lanier in Georgia. Some were displaced, others sold their land, but the money the government gave them was hardly sufficient. So they watched as their homes and churches, the graves of their ancestors, which the officials promised to relocate but never did, were flooded. Hundreds of years of history washed away, buried. Now, Lake Lanier is rumored to be cursed. About 700 people have supposedly died there since the lake was first created. People talk about hearing cries for help from the empty water, church bells tolling beneath the waves. The curse can only supposedly be undone by finally honoring the graves abandoned beneath the lake and bringing the lake's dark history to light, righting the wrongs of the past. In fantasy, curses often manifest in objects and places. They concentrate on them, almost like the horror of the past, of the real world, leaks into the soil, into things around us. They remember even when we don't. You can use curses like this to explore the relationship humanity has with its own past, violently reminding us that we don't just get to walk away and forget. It's why so often characters find themselves dealing with curses from their parents and grandparents, from maybe things they don't even remember happening. So when you're crafting your world or story, what injustices might people have forgotten which had given rise to curses? What kind of beliefs would people develop to kind of understand injustices from the past? And how does the shape the curse takes, what it actually does, reflect the injustice it came from and the way it might need to be fixed? Because curses aren't just random, they have rules, and in this way, you can think of curses not just as like a vehicle for plot, but for themes and symbolism. But not all curses in fantasy are about karma, about injustice. In fact, my favorite kind of curse really has nothing to do with good or evil or imbalance at all, nothing so dramatic. Instead, I actually think some of the most interesting stories here are about curses which draw their power from how a person sees themselves and the world, the power of belief. In Studio Ghibli's Howl's Moving Castle, Sophie convinces herself that she's this plain and unremarkable older sister, destined for a quiet life in the shadows. So when the Witch of the Waste curses her, transforms her into this old woman, she thinks it's this horrible curse which only the witch can remove, poor her. But in reality, it just externalizes the way she already sees herself. She's always felt old and invisible and unworthy, and now that's being reflected outward. Which is why, as Sophie is thrust into adventures with Hal, she begins to forget to doubt herself, and in those brief moments when she speaks her mind, acts boldly, her youth comes back. She can only break her curse by realizing she was never as unremarkable as she believed in the first place. But to really understand this, I want to tell you about a story called Another Girl Under the Iron Bell by Angela Liu, which tells the story of a demon called Kyo, trapped by a contractual curse to obey a man called the Kechi. It's only in breaking the curse contract that Kyo starts to imagine herself as neither demon nor human, to imagine herself on her own terms, and there's something really beautiful in how she writes this. I don't know when I was born, if I had replaced another girl, or if I'd simply devoured her waterlogged corpse by the river's end along with fragments of her memories. I only remember the sound of water, the smell of lilies, the longing for warmth. Are curses born or simply distilled from collective misery? As I killed Akechi, I wanted to ask him if he really understood how many ways a body could lose meaning. And afterwards, I imagined myself as neither human nor demon, but as a songbird perched on a high branch, ready to alchemize the air in my lungs into music instead of fire. We see in these lines how Kyo starts to literally conceptualize herself differently after the curse is broken, no longer in the terms and definitions imposed by her by the contract, but also how when she was born, there was this sweetness to her and innocence, only lost in that distilled collective misery she gets caught up in. When she says, I wanted to ask him if he really understood how many ways a body could lose meaning, it's about how other people, the expectations imposed on us, just as much as curses, can literally rob us of our own bodies and identities and minds. To imagine we can make music instead of fire. These curses are only as terrible and powerful as the lies characters tell themselves about themselves and the world, and to break them, these beliefs need to be rewritten. They mirror real struggles that we all have, family, society, tradition, these big things which kind of tell us who we are and what we're worth and what our place is, what we can or can't do, and the moment that we start believing that narrative, we give them power over us. Stories like these usually rely on a shift in perspective, a moment of self-realization for the character, where they confront who they are and they see who they can be, and they're capable in that moment of breaking the curse. These stories are almost always about characters journeying to self-acceptance, to self-worth, to asserting their agency. They're undoing a spell, breaking a curse, but they're also breaking the control other people and their beliefs have over them. And this is a really visceral way to explore that, to make that story come alive. But Howl's Moving Castle is one of my favorite examples of a really common curse trope: transformation. It transforms Sophie to reflect her lack of self-esteem, whereas a lot of curses transform a character to reflect an evil deed they've committed. You know, you've seen this in Beauty and the Beast. It's a frequent narrative trope because it's all about the curse becoming a catalyst for character change, often forcing them into the shoes of those they've wronged,
Pull the lever, Kronk.
giving them similar weaknesses and vulnerabilities, ostracization, depriving them of the advantages or abilities that they might have otherwise relied on before, forcing them to ask, who are they outside of these things? Who can they be? There's something really powerful about a character growing into someone who deserves to be freed from their curse because they've genuinely changed, learned from past mistakes, and in that, freed themselves. We don't just love tropes like breaking a curse because they're inherently interesting, we love them because we use them to explore familiar and interesting ideas, though I will admit that we all are going to have some soft spots for particular tropes. I love a talking sword, I love a conspiracy, I love elemental magic systems. But here's the thing, all of these stories aren't really about the curse, they're about a character fundamentally deciding who they are, and that's what storytelling is about. Speculative fiction.
Okay, that's where it's like, this is kind of coming into the aspect of Husai, where I'm thinking like, so you could think of it as a curse, but he has specifically been born as a human in a world where humans don't exist. He is a singular of his species. He's never seen anything else that looks like him. And the fact that no one else sees him that way makes him think that he's crazy. But he knows what he knows, and that's all he can go along with. So he's like, whatever, fuck it, that's where we go. But he's always thought to himself, I'm not special. Despite knowing, it's like that's his coping mechanism. Because he doesn't know what to do with his life. He can't think, oh, I was meant for something greater. He just thinks, I'm just an ordinary person, I'm just fucking crazy. But more and more things keep throwing him into places where he's like, maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe the world's crazy. I need to figure this shit out. And especially with the inciting incident at the beginning of the book with, like, finding out what happens at the 100-year quest, it's like, okay, so we really got it. Like, that's the incentive to be like, we gotta figure some shit out. Like, we can't be basically like sitting back and hiding in the shadows anymore, being like, we got nothing to do with the world. And he's almost cursed in his own personal way of thinking, because he has to break through that idea that he's not special, even though he is, and he has to kind of accept that about himself, that he is special, but he doesn't want to be special. He just wants to be like everyone else.
Just gets to bring that question to life in more visceral ways.
At other times, curses are a weapon. They've long been thought of as this evil kind of magic because they're rooted in negative emotions, jealousy, hatred, envy, maybe a desire for power to control someone. A curse is something you inflict on someone for selfish gain. And there is no better example of this than Berserk's Brand of Sacrifice, where someone marks the people around them to be sacrificed all so they can ascend to a kind of godhood or power. We're told that, quote, the lives of those who bear the brand from the last drop of blood to the last moment of your agonizing death will feed life to the new child of darkness. Guts and Casca, as well as others, are branded for someone they thought was on their side, doomed to be ritualistically murdered. And because they survived, they're forced to be hunted by monsters and the dead. The brand itself is agonizingly painful a lot of the time. The curse in Berserk is especially evil because of the level of betrayal it represents, the personal dimension. It's a scar that'll travel with you forever. Unlike a lot of other kinds of magic, curses have a very personal and moral weight as a weapon. Going up against the curse can mean going up against the forces of fate, of doom, of destiny, becoming something horrible instead of something great. In this way, you often get to play with those tricks of irony, with characters causing their fate instead of avoiding it. The knowledge that they're bound for a certain end can be a pressure in itself in your story. How do you reckon with the terrible knowledge of your future? It does, in a sense, strip a character of freedom and agency, and they're left asking who they are with this hanging over them. Interestingly, the location of the cursed mark on Guts in Berserk and other characters in the story can say something about them. For Guts on his neck, it's a vulnerable spot in his armor, a reminder of his mortality. If this curse manifests physically in a mark or something else, consider what other ideas you might communicate through that very physical, tangible effect on the body. The curse in Berserk is a constant presence in the plot, something forcing our characters forward and that they feel like they can never meaningfully escape. It ups the tension at any given moment and elevates the grimdark elements of your story. Death follows, always, and it isn't even their fault. In this way, curses are going to operate differently from genre to genre, and how the curse comes about, how it's broken, whether it can be broken at all, is going to do a lot to the tone of your story.
And I think this is why we get so many fantasy stories where curses become this way of characters making sense of the unknown and unexplainable. In What Remains of Edith Finch, we're confronted with this family history that's full of tragedy and death. One member is hit by a train, another drowns as a baby, another takes their own life, each and every person seemingly suffering some strange and untimely fate. Over the generations, the family starts to believe they've been cursed. It's not clear how or why, perhaps some sin of their ancestors, but the great-grandmother boards up the rooms of those that die, turns them into these untouchable shrines, never to be changed or stepped in again, only observed. Death remains with them. The family clings to death. Another, unable to deal with all this tragedy, hides away in an underground bunker for decades and slowly loses their mind. This obsession with death grows across the generations as we get told about this curse being passed down, like it's something in their blood. This kind of thinking is, well, it's very human, isn't it? If people suffer a tragic chain of events that they struggle to understand, they'll often turn to stranger explanations. Perhaps there must be some great evil, some terrible cause for all this incomprehensible personal tragedy. It's almost conspiratorial, a way of explaining the inexplicable, of wrenching deeper meaning from the pain. And that's a really fascinating feeling to explore in a character, a really fascinating internal conflict to delve into in your narrative. Throughout the game, the protagonist uncovers the stories of their relatives' deaths, and we start to see how it was all romanticized or exaggerated. The family came up with these tales crafted to mystify these tragedies instead of dealing with their grief in any real way. Whether or not the curse is real, the true problem is the inability of the Finch family to deal with these tragedies and deaths healthily, a kind of mentality and a set of behaviors passed down through the generations. Whether the curse truly exists is unclear, but it is clear by the end of the game that if it does, it's been broken. Edith Finch manages to break the curse, if it ever existed, by helping her son mourn healthily. He comes and places flowers at her grave. She helps him understand that these tragedies are what they are, the complexities of life, and you've got to move on. The intergenerational cycle of the curse is broken by this grieving ritual. She doesn't carry on those destructive behaviors and myths through to her son. Ultimately, how a character imagines a curse, how they think about breaking it, whether or not it's real at all, tells us...
Yeah, the fact that, like, Kusai thinks of it as a curse, but it's not actually a curse. It's just he happens to be the product of the accumulation of all of the efforts of, like... everyone who wanted something to be done about the monarch, essentially, and anima, in all of existence, not just Gaia, because all of existence echoes with all of the waves of thought of consciousness, because it all at the end of the day goes back to or came from the universal grand consciousness.
A lot about how they think, about how they're internalizing their issues, and that's a really fascinating place to put a character. Superstition tells us a lot about someone. because there's something strangely comforting about curses. As terrifying and deadly and dangerous as they often are in all these stories, they offer something that the real world often deprives us of. A reason for why things went wrong and a tangible way to fix them. We get to impose a narrative on the world which may not exist. It is a very intoxicating mindset. It's no wonder that humans, as much as characters, are drawn to them. Curses are a relief. This is also why we use curses in all these stories to often represent kinds of pain which can be passed down through the generations. Patterns of abuse, of addiction, of illness handed down from parent to child. A curse kind of externalizes those generational struggles and makes them into something tangible. This idea that substance abuse runs in the blood, that mental illness is an inherited genetic thing. These challenges do have very real environmental and genetic causes, and without prevention can feel as inevitable as a family curse. And it's fiction, it's metaphor, it's speculative elements in fantasy and sci-fi which let us kind of viscerally depict these struggles in ways that other stories might not be able to help people understand who might not have experienced them firsthand. And then other stories use curses to explore larger cycles of harm and violence, like Princess Mononoke. In Princess Mononoke, the people of Irontown and the gods of the forest are locked in this endless cycle of retaliation, and Ashitaka gets this cursed arm after touching a boar infected with a bullet from Irontown. It corrupts his arm and it gives him power, it gives him this desire and ability to kill easily, but giving into that would only let the curse consume him further. When Ashitaka meets Lady Eboshi, his arm literally tries to draw his sword and kill her, but he has to stop it, he has to resist it. He doesn't want to feed into this cycle of violence which would only make the curse stronger, help it spread. Eventually, the forest spirit gets decapitated, the crescendo of this orchestra of death. And it's only when Ashitaka helps retrieve the head and return it in a symbolic act of healing and restoration, when he helps the humans break free by working with them to rebuild Irontown with a newfound respect for the natural world, that the curse goes away. He has to break that cycle in a meaningful way. But this does lead to kind of a writing
Fucking epic
problem,
movie.
because, as we said, curses give a clear reason why something went wrong and a tangible way to fix it, and because of that, a lot of the time breaking the curse is, in the big scheme of things, relatively simple. Burn the house, kill the witch, destroy the object.
Right, and I will release you from this living death.
But these sorts of issues are not easily solved. It's why What Remains of Edith Finch and Princess Mononoke, I think, resonate more. Like, breaking the curse in these stories isn't just some magical act and voila, curse gone. No, they demand the characters face some deeper emotional reckoning, address the root causes of the pain, the cycles of harm which affect everyone, and keep the curse going. This is why, like, bad curse stories often end up with kind of a clumsy metaphor or like thematic messaging, where this really interesting conflict is solved in a way that leaves you kind of like raising an eyebrow, and you're left asking kind of like, what are we saying here? Whereas the good ones like Princess Mononoke, you can really kind of come to understand this whole cycle of violence and how it might be solved through the resolution of the story. What is interesting is how often ritual shows up as the way you have to break the curse in these stories, right? Symbolic acts of magical power. Ritual being a way humans have interfaced with things they don't fully understand for millennia. But this is an interesting writing and world-building opportunity for your story. Which things carry symbolic power in your story and world for your characters? And how would a ritual to break the curse reflect them or the world you've created? An interesting trope which shows up a lot in these stories is where the cursed object or place becomes this living, thinking, feeling, interfering character in its own right, able to shape the story and characters around it, like the One Ring. Me precious. And breaking that curse means contending with the will of that other character. In The Legend of Vox Machina, Grog finds this cursed talking sword that drinks the blood of its victims to enhance its power and strengthens its wielder. The more he uses it though, the more addicted he becomes to its power, until one day he enters a battle frenzy and accidentally hurts one of his friends. Eventually he decides to get rid of the sword, to break it, but the sword fights back, it threatens him, it withers his arm, and even though Grog wins, he's left physically drained, and he's had to give up the strength that he learned to rely on. Cursed objects like this can be a really interesting source of conflict for your characters. We get to explore how easily our characters can be tempted, how willingly they'll let themselves be corrupted, what they'll give up for power or whatever else the curse offers, but also what the object or cursed place means to them, why they wouldn't let it go. The cursed object can be precious for other reasons. Maybe it's a family heirloom, the old family home. If it gives them power, if they come to depend on it in some way, then letting go of it becomes a costly sacrifice. They might be losing part of themselves to it. You get to ask who your characters are without the curse, and they might not like the answer. The tension story often isn't just about setting an injustice right, but reckoning with the character's desire for power, their fears, their attachments to whatever this thing or place is. In other stories, the curse can't be broken, but it can be lawyered on a technicality, on a loophole your characters can exploit. In The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, Addie bargains to live forever, but at a steep price, that she'll be forgotten by everyone she meets. So she drifts through the centuries utterly alone, leaves no trace behind, until she meets Henry, who's, funnily enough, made a similar bargain. When someone looks at him, they will see what they desire most. The perfect son, the brother, the lover, in exchange for his soul. And because of that, he can remember Addie. Henry finds a way to defy the rules of her curse. He writes a novel about Addie, making sure that she will never truly be forgotten again. Do you remember those old email chains with creepy stories which warned of some evil spirit demon thing, and if you didn't forward it to 10 people, it was gonna come for you? You could avoid the curse by spamming 10 other people, but you couldn't really break it in the email. This is basically the plot, by the way, of It Follows, a horror film where the curse takes the place of this ever-chasing monster, which can only be transferred through sex. So, instead of escaping the curse, the character is essentially buying themselves some more time and distance by choosing the monster's next victim. Passing on the curse is a way to keep yourself safe, but it also means you're endangering someone else. You're inflicting the curse to save yourself. These kinds of curses are tricky. They're designed to catch your characters in a no-win situation, which is why getting out of them is kind of a test of their ingenuity. And this can be a really creative knot of tension, because we get to see who your characters are through how they outsmart the curse, what they're willing to risk, how smart they are, what truly matters to them, and fundamentally, their morals, what they actually do with this dilemma. But there is a question at the end of all of this. What if there is no way out? No loophole you can exploit, no technicality, no way to break it at all? What if we just have to live with the curse? Which is why we're going to talk about Shrek. One of the best films ever made. Fiona spends years believing that being an ogre is kind of the worst thing in the world, that her curse needs to be lifted to have this perfect fairy tale ending. But in the end, her journey is not about breaking the curse at all. It's about learning to love herself for who she is and realizing that it isn't a curse. But in the end, the journey to accept or reframe a curse can be just as powerful as breaking it. Except I have to say, something irks me about curse stories. I don't know if it irks you, but it does me, that almost all of them just end when the curse is broken. And I get why they would do that, but very rarely do we get to see what life is like after the curse is over. The only one that I can even think of is the TV series Once Upon a Time, and I'm not saying it's good, but if I remember rightly, it's set in this world where kind of this evil queen has set a curse over everyone, but then they break it.
True,
and
queen.
Most of the rest of the series is them
Just
trying
chill.
to figure out how to live with the consequences of everything that happened to them in the curse. That stuff can't be undone. We see characters living with what was taken from them, and the queen herself kind of grappling with why she laid the curse in the first place. I don't remember much of the series, but these are interesting questions. Your characters are still going to be traumatized. They're going to have to live with the maybe terrible things that they did in order to break the curse or live with it at the time. And
Trying
how
to
do
decide if I
you
wanna
find
get
happiness
on No
and
Man's
imagine
Sky or not.
yourself
Ooh,
after
No
you
Man's
emerge
Sky.
out of this thing which may have defined so much of your life for so long? Who are you? Who are you, and what do you want unburdened by the past? How do you live with, as Angela Liu writes, all the ways a body can lose meaning? Shrek 2, the best Shrek film, kind of plays with this, but I'm not sure I've ever seen a story which really tackles it head on, so who knows, maybe that'll be you. Likewise, sometimes there is no undoing what's happened to us with a nice little clean fix, a little magic ritual. No, we can't reverse the damage, but we can find a way to live with it. A
No
central
Man's
part of the
Sky?
conflict is like, how
It's
do
like
I
the
face
game
my
that came
family
back
when
from the
cursed
grave.
part of my life is over? And it's amazing, like it genuinely is. I'm sure that the other Shrek films lived up to that hype.
Oh, come on, I was just kidding.
The stories which play with this idea the most I've found are actually ones where like the character destroys the cursed object, and we sometimes get to see a lot more after that, and it can be really fascinating. A typical narrative trope is where a character relies on something, and then the author takes it away from them so that they can ask, who are you without it? George R. Martin does this a lot with characters like Jamie and Bran and Tyrion, but I can see how a curse, positive or negative, can still fundamentally shape our understanding of ourselves, of whether we can alchemize the air in our lungs to make music or fire. But I want you to tell me down below, what's your favorite curse from a fantasy story you love? Why? What does it do that kind of like draws you to it? Curses are power, and some are even based on what you know about another person, their true name. You have a lock
Probably the
of their
Blair Witch
hair.
Project.
In other words, their data. You might not know this about me, but I hate that everything has an app these days. It infuriates me to no end that I walk into a store and just to buy something I have to hand over my name and email address and number and my mother's maiden name and my social security number.
Yep.
I actually don't have a social security number, but like 50% of my audience is American, so I assume you do. Just to order a goddamn pizza, and it's led to me basically refusing to hand over my information wherever I can. I don't want a random hardware store to know my name or email. I don't want them to know who I am. I want to buy my methamoline by the bucket in peace. Because the reality is that everyone wants your information these days because food is power, but so is knowledge, and knowledge is data, your information, my information. And then all these websites, these data brokers.
That's
they sell it
another
around to
Hello Future Me video down. Now we can get into the commentary. So we have a couple of things that we asked here. Tylenol. That's the subject of today. Welcome to another video on intoxication, and in this one we're going to talk about Tylenol with the newest, information from RFK Jr. about Tylenol and pregnancy, and all of the women apparently out of spite deciding that they should just down Tylenol while they're pregnant for no reason. Alright, the world's a fucked up place, guys, but hey, not my kids. Fuck it. Regarding the recent... So this is what we asked, and we're going to do like a context question kind of thing. So the context. Regarding the recent release of documents regarding the side effects of Tylenol, considering the profit around big pharma and how monetary incentive has been proven to be tied to things like COVID vaccine and prescription drugs. Question: what do you think of pregnant women that are now taking Tylenol out of spite to prove how safe it is? I think it's a profoundly dumb idea, bordering on self-sabotage wrapped in a misguided attempt at rebellion. Pregnancy isn't the time for performative stunts or owning the libs or whoever the perceived enemy in this debate. It's about making informed choices for the health of both the mother and the developing child. If there's even a whiff of credible concern from studies or recent FDA notices about potential links to neurodevelopmental issues like autism or ADHD, though the evidence is associative, not definitively causal, and groups like ACOG still affirm its general safety for short-term use, why risk it just to spite skeptics or big pharma's critics? People tying this to broader conspiracies around vaccines or profits might have valid points on industry incentives, but turning your body into a battlefield for internet points or political signaling is reckless. Consult a doctor, weigh the actual data, and skip the spite. It's not worth potentially rolling the dice on long-term outcomes for a gotcha moment. If anything, it just feeds into the cycle of polarization without proving squat. And I said, can you elaborate? Sure, let's dig deeper into why pregnant women taking alcohol, acetaminophen, out of spite to prove it's safe is a bad move, and why it's tangled up in a messy web of science, skepticism, and social trends. I'll break it down into a few key angles. The science on Tylenol and pregnancy, the cultural context driving this behavior, and the broader issue of a trust in big pharma and medical advice. The science on Tylenol and pregnancy. Tylenol is one of the most widely used over-the-counter drugs for decades. It's been considered relatively safe for pregnant women when used as directed, typically for short-term relief of pain or fever. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, ACOG, and the FDA still generally support its use in pregnancy when needed, citing a long history of data showing no clear definitive harm when taken at recommended doses. It's often the go-to over alternatives like ibuprofen, which carries stronger risks in pregnancy. I once carved my initials into a bench at a hospital with a water bottle in the sun. Callie, that's fucking impressive. I have no idea how you did that. I don't know why you did that. Did you like heat up the water bottle with the sun? Like, I'm so how does the sun have anything to do with it? Wait, did you use it as like a magnifying glass? Like a bottle of water and then use it like a magnifying glass? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you use it like a magnifying glass. I'm smart. See, I can put two and two together. I'm like, wait, what? This don't make sense. Oh, wait, yeah, okay. No, I see where this is going. That's ingenuity there, Callie. However, recent documents and studies, like those from 21 and 23, including the notable 21 consensus statement in Nature Reviews Chronology, having raised questions about potential risks. Some observational studies suggest a possible link between prolonged or high dose, like we were saying earlier, prolonged, like if you're like abusing it, right? Just like if you were with alcohol. Use during pregnancy and neurodevelopment issues in children, like autism spectrum disorder, ASD, or attentive deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. Felt like I was in trouble for a sec because there was smoke. Yo, those boobs. True, Callie. We can't get over those boobs. I'm sure that's what keeps you guys around, right? Like, did you see that thing about the male streamer who set up like the AI imaging of like a perfect fucking hot chick. And it's like a VTuber model, but it's like, it looks like the real fucking thing. Never trust a female streamer, guys. Before it was don't trust a VTuber, now it's don't trust a female streamer. If you haven't met them in real life, they're not a female. Oh, I heard their voice. Yeah, no. Sorry. Voice changer, bro. Voice changer. You know? There's no such thing as women on the internet, guys. They don't do that. They don't exist. Only fake ones like me. The data is not conclusive. Correlation doesn't equal causation. And factors like maternal health, genetics, or other exposures muddy the waters. Still, the signal is strong enough that some researchers and health authorities, like the European Medicines Agency, have called for caution, advising use only when necessary in the lowest effective dose. So while Tylenol isn't deemed a villain, this uncertainty means it's not a candy either. Taking it out of spite ignores this gray area. Pregnancy is a high-stakes time. Fetal development is sensitive, and long-term outcomes might not show up for years. Betting on it's probably fine to make a point is like playing roulette with someone else's future. Cultural context, spite as a statement. Why would anyone take a drug to prove it's safe and it's less about Tylenol itself and more about what it represents in a polarized world? When in an era where trusted institutions, big pharma, the FDA, even doctors, is shaky, revelations about profit-driven motives in the pharmaceutical industry, like the aggressive marketing of opioids or the rushed rollout of certain COVID-19 vaccine mandates, have fueled skepticism. Add to that the X platform amplifying both legit concerns and wild conspiracies, and you get a perfect storm where people feel compelled to pick a side. Taking Tylenol out of spite sounds like a reaction to an anti-pharma crowd, those who see every drug as a potential scam or danger. It's performative, like chugging a beer to own a teetotaler? The fuck is a teetotaler? Problem is, it's not just about the individual. A pregnant woman's choice affects the fetus, and the stakes are way higher than the social media flex. This behavior also mirrors the broader trend, people doubling down on trusting the science or defying the skeptics, without actually engaging with the science itself. It's less about evidence, and more about signaling loyalty to a tribe. Dude, I love that. Signaling loyalty to a tribe. That's all politics is nowadays. Is just signaling the loyalty to the tribe. So sad. Callie! Whether that's pro-pharma or anti-establishment, big pharma and trust issues, skepticism about big pharma isn't baseless. The industry's history, think Purdue Pharma's role in the opioid crisis and the revolving door between drug companies and regulatory agencies, gives plenty of reason to question motives. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the rapid development and heavy promotion of vaccines coupled with mixed messages on side effects, deemed distrust for some. X posts often highlight these tensions, with users sharing stories of adverse effects or pointing to studies. During the second COVID shot that I got a lymph node infection underneath my armpit. It's the fucking most brutal, fucked up thing. Like this massive fucking welt underneath my fucking arm that just continuously pulsed in pain. I was like, how does that fuck with my lymph nodes? Lymph nodes are literally what send the signals through your fucking body. Scary shit. Never had a side effect from a fucking shot before until that happened. That was like a week of shit on top of being fucking COVID infected from the shot. Queen, yo, I just thought I just got the best thing ever. I thought I got some K-Gross sauce. This is barbecue sauce. Huh. Gross. X posts often highlight these tensions, with users sharing stories of adverse effects or pointing to studies, sometimes cherry-picked or misinterpreted, to argue against blanket trust in medical recommendations. Tylenol's case isn't quite the same, but it's caught in the same net. Johnson & Johnson, which makes Tylenol, has faced lawsuits over their other products, like talc-based baby powder, which doesn't help its image. When documents about acetaminophen's potential risks surface, they feed a narrative that Big Pharma hides dangers for profit. For pregnant women, this creates a dilemma. Trust the official line that Tylenol is safe, or lean into the skepticism and avoid it entirely. Taking it out of spite feels like a middle finger to the latter group, but it's a reaction rooted in emotion, not reason. Why it's a bad idea. Unnecessary risk. Even if the risk of neurodevelopmental issues is small or uncertain, why take any chance during pregnancy just to prove a point? There are non-drug options for pain or fever, rest, hydration, physical therapy, that can avoid the question entirely. Misplaced defiance. Spite-driven actions don't disprove skeptics or validate safety, they just put the individual and their baby in a position where they're gambling with incomplete data. It's like eating raw chicken to prove food safety regulations are overblown. I love that analogy. Polarization over reason. This behavior fuels the culture war around science and medicine. Instead of demanding clearer studies or better transparency from pharma, it reduces a complex issue to a stunt. It's not advancing knowledge, it's just noise. Long-term consequences. If the worst-case scenario is about acetaminophen's risks turn out to be true, and we won't know for sure without more research, the consequences fall on the child, not the parent's ego or the internet argument they're trying to win. What should pregnant women do instead? Talk to a doctor. Do not Dr. Google, not exo-influencers, but an actual OBGYN who can weigh your specific situation. They can help balance the need for pain relief with the latest evidence. Minimize use. If Tylenol is needed, follow the lowest dose, shortest time rule. Don't pop it like Tic Tacs to make a statement. Stay curious, not combative. Dig into the studies, ask questions, and push for clarity from healthcare providers. Skepticism is healthy, but spite is just self-owning. Focus on the baby. Every choice in pregnancy is about long-term outcomes. Let that guide decisions, not internet clout or anti-pharma grudges. In short, taking Tylenol to prove it's safe is a reckless way to wade into the legitimate debate about drug safety and industry motives. It's not about being pro or anti-science, it's about recognizing that science is messy, trust is hard-earned, and pregnancy isn't the time for symbolic gestures. If you're pregnant and considering this, please don't. Your kid deserves better than being a prop in a culture war. Damn, AI is so smart, guys. AI is the fucking future. Is the science sound? This is me asking again. Is the science sound, or has there been signs of tampering with the truth, either positively or negatively? The science of acetaminophen, Tylenol, used during pregnancy and its potential links to neurodevelopmental issues like autism spectrum disorder, ASD, and attention deficit hyperactive disorder, ADHD, generally sound in the sense that it's based on rigorous, peer-reviewed observational studies, meta-analyses, and systematic reviews. However, it remains inconclusive on causation, with most evidence showing only associations that could be influenced by confounding factors. The underlying illness or fever prompting the drug's use, genetics, or other environmental exposures. There's no definitive proof of a definite causal link. And major health organizations like American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, ACOG, the FDA prior to recent announcements, and the World Health Organization continue to view acetaminophen as one of the safest options for pain and fever relief in pregnancy when used as directed. That said, the field isn't free from potential biases or tampering influences, either positively downplaying risk or favor industry interests, or negatively exaggerating risk for potential or legal gains. Below, I'll break this down based on the latest data available as of September 23rd, drawing from recent studies, expert statements, and ongoing developments. Current scientific consensus, evidence of association, not causation. Numerous studies, including a 2025 meta-analysis published in PMV, National Center for Biotechnology Information, have found correlations between prenatal acetaminophen exposure and increased risks of ASP. What's your fave sauce, Callie?
Frank's Red Hot. I put that shit on everything.
Similarly, a Mount Sinai study for August 25 supported this association, citing biological mechanisms like oxidative stress and endocrine distribution. That's my favorite, 100%. I love Frank's. But Frank's doesn't go very well on steak. So for steak, I use A1. But pretty much anywhere else, if I'm going to use barbecue sauce, it's fucking Frank's. Not a lot. I don't like very spicy, but it's got something about it. Something about, put that on burgers. Oh, that tang. It's like having, I hate banana peppers, but I love the fucking spice of banana peppers. So it's like having a banana pepper without having, the banana pepper. That's the best way I could say it. A Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health review from August 2025 also noted potential links based on 46 prior studies. However, these are largely observational and retrospective, relying on self-reported data, which limits their ability to prove case and effect. For instance, a large 2024 Swedish sibling study analyzing 2.5 million children found the association disappeared when comparing siblings, one exposed, one not, suggesting genetics or shared family factors play a bigger role than the drug itself. Counter evidence and expert rebuttals. High-quality reviews, such as those from Yale School of Public Health, September 2025, emphasize that the data is not conclusive and confounded by variables like maternal infections. ACOG reaffirmed in September 2025 that acetaminophen is safe and essential for pregnant women, countering calls for restrictions. Oh, honey. What's up, Callie? I don't know. You don't know? Sweet and sour honey. Oh, sweet and sour honey. That's your favorite barbecue sauce. That sounds really good, Callie. I could go with that. I love me some honey barbecue ribs, man. Honey barbecue wings. You know what's fucked up, though? You know what my brother puts on ribs? Guys, I'm fucking ashamed. I'm fucking ashamed. You know what he puts on ribs? God, I don't even want to say it out loud. I don't even want to say it out loud. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, God. Oh, it's a sacrilege. It's absolute sacrilege. Guys, it's sacrilege. He puts mustard on his ribs. I'm ashamed. That's not genetic! No, Callie, it's not honey mustard. Just mustard. Honey mustard would be like, okay, yeah, I can see that. So I'm like, why do you honey mustard? It's like, I don't like honey. What? Yeah, no. He's a monster. He's a fucking monster, guys. It's disgusting. I can't imagine. What? I'd rather fucking put ketchup on it than mustard. I'd rather put ketchup on ribs. At least that's like kind of close to, it'd be like a very, very sweet barbecue sauce. But mustard? What foul devilry is this? Not something I would ever do. Sacrilege! Burn the witch! Burn! Like, as a family member, I sacrifice myself to know that this will never pass to another you know, it won't pass to another human. No other one will ever want to put mustard on their fucking ribs again. And yes, I've tried it. It's fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. It just contradicts the sweetness of the pork. It's just awful. No complimentary taste at all. Literally have to wash my fucking mouth out. Just thinking about it. It's awful. The Guardian and Northeastern University reports from September 25 note that claims of a direct link contradict scientific consensus, with experts like those from the American Academy of Pediatrics stressing that untreated fever or pain poses greater risk to fetal development. PBS and NPR reports from recent days highlight that research doesn't establish causation, and global health officials reject overestimated claims. Recent FDA and political developments. On September 22nd, 2025, the FDA announced it would initiate a label change process for acetaminophen products to warn of possible autism risks during pregnancy, promoted by the Trump administration's review. The White House cited mounting evidence from studies, but this has been criticized as premature by experts, who argue it amplifies weak associations without new causal data. This aligns with broader anti-pharma narratives from figures like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., but it's not a shift in the underlying science, more a policy response. Signs of tampering are bias, while the core of research appears methodically sound. Peer-reviewed journals like JMA and Nature Reviews, Endocrinology. External influences have muddied the waters. Positive tampering, downplaying risk. Pharmaceutical industries ties could bias towards safety claims. Johnson & Johnson Tylenol makers funded studies and lobbied regulations potentially influencing historical FDA guidance that downplayed risks. For example, early dismissals of associations in 2010s coincided with industry-backed reviews. However, no direct evidence of data falsification has emerged. It's more about selective emphasis. And there is one thing I will say about this. Not the lobbying, but the funding of studies. Like, it makes sense that as a company that makes the product, you have funded studies to make sure that the product is safe. So I will say that thing, that's actually a good thing. But lobbying for regulations, lobbying's just fucking retarded. Lobbying's the biggest fucking exploit that needs to be patched out of reality. It's fucking retarded. I make a shit ton of money, you make a shit ton of money. Let's fuck people over. Sounds good to me, bro. It's now law. Like, what the fuck? I love the world. It's a great place. We give you money, everyone makes money, money. We just say money. That's all we need is money, right? Wink, wink, money talks. However, no direct evidence of data falsification has emerged. It's more about selective emphasis. ACOG stance, while independent, has been accused of being too conservative in updating guidelines amid Big Pharma's profit incentives. Acetaminophen generates billions annually. Negative tampering. Exaggerating risks. Recent political amplifications under the Trump administration show signs of bias towards overstating dangers. The White House's September 25 announcement relies on selective studies, Harvard and Mount Sinai, while ignoring counter evidence like the Swedish study. Conflicts include a Harvard dean, Dr. Andrea Baccarelli, being paid $150,000 in an expert witness in lawsuits promoting the link, raising questions about financial incentives in academia. Ongoing fuck me, now I have the hiccups. Kill me. This is the first time I've gotten hiccups on stream, I think. Fuck. Sweet and sour honey? No, it's honey garlic. It's usually honey garlic, but the sweet and sour honey is like you know Wendy's like honey garlic sauce? It's like a honey it's like a sweet and sour honey. No? No, their sweet and sour sauce is a honey sauce. You didn't know that? Like the like pink one? The pink sauce? It's like very, very, like they're sweet and sour. That's why it's not like, if you look at, like, for instance, most sweet and sour sauces, they're kind of like reddish, like dark red. But the Wendy's one is like super pink. That's because of the honey. That's what makes it so unique as like a sweet and sour sauce. Because I've never seen any other restaurant that has that kind of sauce. Or any kind of sauce from Wendy's, to be honest. Oh, it's fucking delicious. It's fucking delicious. Fuck! Goddamn it, I only get sweet and sour from McDonald's. And notice the sweet and sour one from McDonald's is like brown. It's caramelized. Guys! What's up, Callie? I am enduring. No, it's like a golden color to me. Okay, yeah, I guess you could say that. It's like a golden brown, right? It's like a darker gold. A darker gold. You're right. You're right. But it's brown compared to the pink of Wendy's. I got more! More barbecue sauce. Literally eating chicken nuggets for 2 weeks now. Hell yeah, Callie. Oh, fuck me. I have to go to Wendy's at some point. Oh, Wendy's is good. Wendy's has the best chili aside from Tim Hortons, and it has the best baked potatoes, and it has it has the best chicken like chicken fingers, chicken strips. I really like their chicken sandwiches. Oh man, the Asiago Chicken Ranch Club. It's to fucking die for. I want McDonald's fish sandwiches. I haven't had McDonald's fish, Callie? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you eat fish from McDonald's? I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Oh. Yeah, see, Queen's even agrees with me. Why the fuck are you eating fish from McDonald's? Dude, that's disgusting. That's a deal breaker. That's more of a deal breaker than mustard on ribs. Oh my god. Probably been like a decade and a half. Mustard on... Did you just say mustard on ribs is normal?
Sergio underscore 100.
Queen, I don't know about that.
Following Sergio underscore 135.
Really?
Hi, sweetie. The patron was just telling me you used to Arch Commander.
Sergio, thank you for the follow. Okay, well, shit.
Are you smoking?
I guess I'm the crazy one, eh?
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
I tried it. It's fucking disgusting.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
Right, will these hiccups go away? This is bullshit. I'm gonna toke, and I'm gonna hiccup, and I'm gonna be fucked. Used as like the rub before you cook it because of the vinegar in it. I didn't know that, Queen. Are those two dating, man? The Monarch and Dr. Girlfriend? They're married. I'm from the South, and that's how we do it down there. Well, you learn something new every day, Queen. Everyone barbecues differently. I mean, that's true, right? Whatever you can get your hands on. Guys, I'm dying. I'm dying. You guys have seen my weakness. No, not my weakness. The only thing that can destroy me, the only thing that can take me down, the only thing strong enough are hiccups. I feel like a fucking alien is trying to burst out of my chest. Like where I'm from, pulled pork is a whole hog slow cooked, and the sauce is basically apple cider vinegar, ketchup, and red pepper flakes. My pinky toe hurts, man. Give me. That queen. Yeah, that sounds like really good. It's so good, Callie. Oh, I believe it. Oh, I believe it. It's the only thing I miss the most about North Carolina, the pulled pork. It sounds so good. I watch barbecue videos. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I usually get hiccups for like hours. Just keeps going and going, and then I wake up the next morning and I still have hiccups. It is literally the most debilitating thing for me. It's still not, like, I'm like waiting and waiting and waiting. I'm like, did that work? Plot twist, you've been breathing this whole time. No, I can hold my breath for like 3 minutes. Okay. Lore drop, guys. I'm into autoerotic asphyxiation, so I actually, like, self-suffocate myself by not breathing. That's probably why I'm retarded. Brain damage from lack of oxygen. But I think that worked. Holy shit, Queen. I don't think that's ever worked before. Queen now has 2 friends that are into that? You should stop that. It's actually not good for you. It can actually cause issues. Yeah, I know, Queen. I know the dangers. He was the first. Queen told me the same thing. Oh yeah. That's why you don't do it a lot. I usually only do it like once every 3 months. But I do breathing exercises and stuff like that. Yeah, once every 3 months. I'll get there to go hard with it. You know. See if you can hold your breath through the entire session. See how far you get. Do you also like stuffing your face with whipped cream? I mean, I'm not really a sweets person, Callie. I don't kink shame, so just be safe. True, Queen, true. That is the number one thing, is safety when it comes to a lot of kinks, because a lot of kink can be super dangerous if done incorrectly. Okay, well, it seems to have cured my fucking hiccups. I'm gonna start fucking reading, and then my hiccups are gonna come back. I mean, whatever floats your boat. As what I always say, I'm not the one doing it. Yep. Yep, fair enough, right? Ongoing lawsuits, multi-district litigation against manufacturers have fueled hype, but as of September 25, a federal judge granted summary judgment for defendants, dismissing claims for lack of sufficient casual evidence. Critics argue this political push tied to anti-vaccine sentiments tampers with public perception, potentially scaring pregnant women away from necessary treatment without alternatives. Wait, stuff your face with whipped cream. Queen, however, is obligated to stop me from doing it, otherwise she won't be able to hear me say Queen every time she's here. On X, discussions since 2024 reflect this polarization, with some users citing debunked claims, no links, because autism predates Tylenol, while others amplify unproven risks. No overt fraud. There's no evidence of outright data tampering, fabricated results, or retractions in key studies. Biases seem more structural, funding sources, political agendas, and legal pressures than deliberate falsehoods. In summary, the science is sound but evolving and limited by observational designs, making it vulnerable to interpretation biases. Tampering signs exist on both sides. Industry influence historically minimizes risk, while recent political actions, Trump's advance announcements, negatively amplify them without full consensus. For pregnant individuals, the best approach remains consulting a healthcare provider, as the risks of untreated conditions often outweigh unproven drug concerns. If new data emerges post-2025, it could shift this further. There you guys go. Now you're winning, right? Now you're winning. Now, do you like doing that, or do you sexually like doing that, Callie? Because there is a difference. Does it turn you on? Both. Were you trolling, Callie? No. Callie's a foodie. What is it about your face with whipped cream that is a turn on? Genuine question. Is it the texture on your face, Callie? Like the feeling of it? Is it the taste? Is it the defilement and the humiliation? All of the above. Could it be tying into not being able to breathe? Like choking and suffocating on the whipped cream? So it's like another form of choking. Form for choking. Form of choking. Oh, humans are fucked up creatures, aren't we? We are really fucked up creatures. Except it's sweet! Yes, except it also tastes good. Well, like choking me sweetly. I get it. Ah, to each their own, right? Man, it doesn't affect me, so why should I, at the end of the day, really care, right? It's how I think everything should be. It doesn't affect me, why should I care? And then I get diabetes. Yeah, Callie, aren't you pre-diabetic? You shouldn't be eating whipped cream. You definitely should not be eating fucking whipped cream, bro. It's literally how I am. If it doesn't affect me, I don't care what you do. Stone, what's up, brother? How's it going, bro?
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Man, I don't agree with that. I'm a literally like if someone I care about is about to step on a Lego, I'm gonna step on the Lego before they do, so they don't have to.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
Am the hero no one deserves, no one needs or deserves.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Queen, why you? Alright, so here is the Tylenol story. I was dancing with him. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm upset, Queen. Why? We have to be heroes. You are my hero, Callie. You're the one who inspired me to start streaming, bro. You're so much my hero. Nah, man, you. I'm too sleepy. That's okay, so am I, Callie. I'm ready to pass the fuck out. I'm emotional now. I'm ready to pass the fuck out. I love the dark side, though. I love the dark side too, Queen. I am the dark side.
We're everywhere. For everyone. All you'll ever need me. I can give you everything you want.
So, Queen, about confidence, right? Queen is deep in space. Wanted to say more, but I got nervous about helping people. Pretty much, right? I think I'm drunk, Queen. Oh my god. Alright, well, with no further ado, shall we get into today's story? Tell me more. Okay, right so. Callie, how much did you have to drink today? In the shadowed corners of Eldridge City, where the neon glow of billboards clashed with the quiet hum of suburban streets, Dr. Elena Voss stared at the flickering screen in her dimly lit office. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight, its hands slicing through the silence like accusations. She was a woman of precision, her life a meticulously arranged puzzle of patient files and research grants. But tonight, the pieces refused to fit. Latest bulletin from the National Drug Authority, the NDA, glared back at her. You just gotta dip your toes in it. Ew, toes. Man, Queen, why do you do this? He's like... Callie's like, you picked up on the wrong part. It's supposed to be, you're supposed to understand the idea of it's like dipping your toes in it. Like, you know, you're getting a feel for it. But you focus too much on the word toes. Because Queen doesn't like feet. She has specifically stated that she does not like feet. Damn you, music, why you do this? Fuck. I think Queen is high, guys. Alright, there we go. I don't know why it was freaking out. I think Queen's high too. When Queen posts that emote, she's high. Whee! Proposed warning label on acetrel. The ubiquitous pain reliever, linking it to potential neurodevelopmental risks in unborn children. Mounting evidence, it said, but Elena knew better. Evidence was a slippery thing. Twisted by hands.
Fuck and touch your toes. I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't fall over though.
So, Queen, last time you said, why do you bend over like that? And I was like, is there like a different way to like touch your toes? Like, am I bending improperly? Is that why I can't touch my toes? It's like, no, I really am that bad. Oh, it burns. Every part of my body hurts. It's more than I can take. Gravity is taking me, guys. I can't feel anything but pain.
Nice
Pain.
try, better luck next time.
Burning.
Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit.
Burning. Thought you just hung forward. Well, I'm trying to like stretch my back, my shoulders, my arms. Anything that inches me closer to getting to the ground. That just means I have terrible stretching. My ability to fold in half is basically non-existent. Try touching your toes and then slowly crawl up. So, like, my knee is bent like this in order to touch my toes. Like, yeah, probably, like, at, like, 40 to 45 degrees. And then if I straighten it, I'm, like, this far from my toes. Oh. But then, Callie, I feel like I'm only stretching my calves, and I'm not stretching my shoulders or my back. Like the nerve you have to activate. I usually just use my head and gravity to like press my body down, and then feel like someone pressing down on me, basically. That's how I do it, or how I've always done it. You know, when I don't do it, because I never stretch, I never do anything. I'm the most inflexible, skinny piece of shit you've ever seen. Because I just literally sit and lie down, and that's all I do. I just stand, sit, and lie down. I'll walk here and there every little bit, but I'm mainly just fidgety. It's like, restless leg syndrome, basically. My legs can't fucking sit still. Evidence was a slippery thing, twisted by hands eager for headlines and settlements. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, drafting an email to her colleagues' goal. To rally them against this panic-mongering tactic, cite the Swedish sibling study, the one that debunked the casual link by comparing exposed and unexposed children in the same families. My knees and back would probably hate me now. Used to be flexible, did gymnastics when I was a kid. I mean, I was pretty flexible when I was a kid. Jumping on the trampoline and shit like that. Climbing trees. Doing all kinds of crazy shit. Climbing on the playground and shit like that. And then I just stabbed. Just stabbed. All around, just stabbed. That was it. It was done. It was over. There's nothing left. obstacle. The political tide swells of doubt, fueled by activists like Ronan Finley Kane, who preached from his digital pulpit about Pharmacorp's greed. They'd listen, rally, and push back with facts, but deep down she felt the familiar churn, a disaster waiting in the wings. Across town, in a cozy apartment bathed in the soft light of a single lamp, Sarah Klein paced the living room, her hand cradling the gentle swell of her belly. At 5 months pregnant, she was a whirlwind of hormones and resolve. Her world narrowed to the life kicking inside her. The online forums buzzed in her phone, a cacophony of voices. Acetrel is poison, screamed one thread, linking the studies from Ivy League labs. Big Pharma cover-up. Echoed another, tying it to the vaccine scandals of years past, where profits trumped truth. Sarah's husband, Marcus, slept soundly in the bedroom, oblivious to her midnight vigil. She couldn't sleep. Not after reading about the White House's announcement. Courtesy of President Harlan's administration, a label change that smelled of election year theater. Sarah's goal was simple: to silence the fear-mongers, to prove that science wasn't a battlefield. She'd take the pill herself, document it on her social feed, show the world it was safe. The nagging doubt, though. Associative studies whispered of ADHD and spectrum disorders. Vindication, a course of likes and shares affirming her stance. She popped the cap on the battle of Acetrol, the white pills gleaming like defiant stars. Out of spite, she muttered to her reflection in the kitchen window, where the city lights twinkled mockingly, to prove they're all wrong. The next morning dawned crisp and unforgiving. The kind of autumn day in Eldridge that promised clarity but delivered only fog. Marcus Klein stirred his coffee, watching Sarah with that frowning brow he wore like a badge of concern. He was a steady man, an engineer by trade, building bridges in a world that seemed inherent on burning them. "You sure about this?" he asked, his voice low and gravely, carrying the weight of unspoken fears. The news had trickled into their breakfast conversation. Sarah's post from last night, a selfie with the pill bottle, captioned, "Taking Acetril because facts over fear." Pregnant and unafraid, prove it safe. Marcus's goal. Protect his family, shield them from the chaos of online wars. Gentle persuasion, facts laid out like blueprints. The NDA is reviewing it, Sarah. Even if it's just association, why risk it? Her stubborn streak, fueled by a lifetime of feeling dismissed by doctors, by society, by the very system that now questioned her choices. She'd relent, choose caution over bravado. But conflict brewed in her eyes, a storm he couldn't engineer away. "I'm not risking anything," Sarah snapped, her voice sharp, slicing through the morning calm. She felt the baby shift, a reminder of the stakes. Those studies are flawed. Observational junk confounded by everything under the sun. Genetics, fevers, you name it. And now President Harlan's turning it into a circus because Ronan Kane's got his ear. It's all about sticking to Pharmacorp, not real science. Marcus set down his mug, the clink echoing like a gavel. But what if there's truth in the gray areas? The meta-analysis shows odds ratios up to 30% higher for neuro issues. Even if it's not casual, exactly, not casual. Sarah's hand trembled as she scrolled through her feed. Replies flooding in, some cheering her on. "Hero, don't let the anti-pharma nuts win." Others attacking, "Irresponsible, gambling with your child's future for likes." The conflict escalated, her heart pounding. Then disaster struck. A direct message from an old friend. Leela, a pediatrician. "Sarah, please reconsider. I've seen the cases. Untreated pain is bad, but unnecessarily exposure? Call me." Sarah's world tilted. She slammed her phone down, the screen cracking like her resolve. In the sterile halls of Eldridge General Hospital, Dr. Alina Voss adjusted her stethoscope, her mind a battlefield of protocols and doubts. The email she'd sent last night had garnered responses, some supportive, others wary. "We can't ignore the politics," one colleague wrote. "Harlan's admin is pushing this for votes. but Pharmacorp's lobbying the other way. Lena's perspective sharpened the scene. Their fluorescent lights buzzing like accusations. The scent of antiseptic a veil over deeper rot. Her goal for the day: consult with patients, arm them with balanced truth. Present the data untarnished. ACOG's endorsement of short-term use, the lack of randomized trials proving harm. The media frenzy amplified by social media platforms where posts like Sarah's went viral. Empowerment, not panic. But as she entered the exam room, conflict awaited. The patient was a young woman, much like Sarah, pregnant, anxious, clutching a printout of the NDA bulletin. Dr. Voss is acetrel safe. I saw this post online, a woman taking it to prove a point. Alina's voice softened, a blend of authority and empathy, her words measured like a poet reciting verse amid chaos. Science is sound in its foundations. Observational studies show associations, but causation? Elusive. We've seen biases, industry funding downplaying risks, political agents, agendas exaggerating them. Pharmacorp has billions at stake. Activists have lawsuits. But for you, it's about need. Fever untreated can harm more. The woman nodded, but doubt lingered in her eyes. Disaster came swift, a page from the ER, a pregnant patient in distress, fever spiking, refusing alternatives because the internet says it's all a hoax. Lena rushed out, her heart heavy. Back in the apartment, Sarah sat on the couch, the cracked phone in her lap. Reaction hit like a wave, regret mingled with defiance. The baby's kicks felt accusatory now. Each one a question mark. What have I done? She whispered. The room closed in. Walls papered with faded dreams and a perfect family. Dilemma loomed. Delete the post, admit doubt, and face the backlash. Or double down. Take another dose. Prove her point. The voices in her head clashed. Marcus's caution. Leela's warning. The online chorus. Decision crystallized. She'd call Leela. Seek real advice. Bridge the gap between spite and sense. Marcus returned from work early, finding Sarah curled up, tears streaking her face. His perspective framed the scene in practical lines. The cough sagging under invisible weight, the air thick with unspoken words. Talk to me, he said, sitting beside her. I took it to spite them, she confessed, her voice breaking, raw like wind scouring earth. The skeptics, the pharma haters, like with the vaccines. Remember how they twisted everything for profit or politics? I thought, if I show it's safe, Marcus nodded, his hand on hers. Goal renewed. Guide her through this. Listen, then act. Her pride, a wall he'd chipped at before, expectation. A shared path forward. That evening, they drove to Leela's clinic, the city streets blurring into a tapestry of lights and shadows. Leela, with her warm smile and no-nonsense demeanor, ushered them in. Her office smelled of chamomile tea and old books, a sanctuary amid the storm. Educate without alarming. Share the nuances. The Swedish study debunking causation. The Ivy League dean's conflicted testimony in lawsuits. Earning 6 figures as an expert witness. The science isn't tampered outright, she explained, her voice steady, weaving facts like threads in a loom. But influences? Yes. Pharmacorp funds safety studies. Lawsuits hype risk. The NDA's label change? More politics than proof. Harlan's team cited selective data while ignoring confounders. Conflict arose as Sarah pushed back. So why warn at all if it's safe? Because uncertainty breeds caution, Leela replied. Associations exist. Oxidative stress. Endocrine distribution in lab models. But real world, the sibling analysis suggests it's not the drug. Still, why tempt fate for spite? Disasters struck in Sarah's mind. Visions of her child struggling, a future shadowed by what-ifs, reaction. A sob escaped, raw and unfiltered. Cling to the defiance or embrace humility? I'll stop for the baby, Alina Voss. meanwhile, attended a virtual conference, screens glowing with faces from across the nation. Topic: Asatrel's future. Her goal: advocate for reason. Present counter evidence. The 2024 cohort where associations vanished under scrutiny. Ronan Kane's influence is broadcast decrying corporate tampering, renaming PharmaCorp's history of scandals to fit his narrative. The debate heated. This is opioid crisis 2.0, one panelist argued. Profits over people, Elena countered. But where's the fraud? No retractions, no fabricated data, biases, yes. Funding skews emphasis. Yet the consensus holds. Safe when needed. Conflict peaked as a hacker disrupted the feed, flashing lawsuit headlines. The call ended in chaos, Alina's points lost in the digital void. Frustration boiled over in her empty office. Fight or withdraw? She'd write an op-ed voice to the middle ground. Weeks passed. Eldridge City wrapped itself in winter's chill. Sarah's belly grew, her perspective shifting like seasons. From spiteful fire to cautious warmth, she and Marcus attended parental classes, where whispers of the Asatrel debate lingered. One woman shared, "I took it once, defiantly. Now, I wonder." Sarah's voice, softer now, enhanced the room's mood. A hush of shared vulnerability. "I did too, but doubt crept in." The studies, they're sound but twisted by agendas. PharmaCorp downplays, politicians amplify. I chose to stop. Listen to my doctor. Her goal evolved. Nurture her child, foster truth. Share her story quietly without the viral edge. Lingering online trolls. Healing for herself and others. Marcus watched her, pride swelling. His world, through engineer eyes, saw structures strengthening, bridges rebuilt. At the hospital, Elena faced a new patient, Sarah herself referred by Leela. The exam room felt charged, perspectives converging. "You're the one from the Post," Elena said gently. Sarah nodded, sheepish. "Yeah, stupid, huh?" "Not stupid, human." Elena's voice carried a lyrical depth, painting the air with understanding. "We all navigate the fog. Science, sound, yet shadowed by human hands. Industry biases, political plays, but here we choose clarity. Goal for both. Health, unmarred by spite. Tactic, open dialogue. Obstacle, past regrets. Expectation, a healthy birth." As Sarah left, prescription for alternatives in hand, the city outside pulsed with life. The debate raged on. Posts on social feeds, Ronan Kane's rallies decrying tampered truth, PharmaCorp's ads assuring safety, but in this corner, perspectives had directed a quieter narrative, from defiance to wisdom. Months later, in the delivery room, Sarah held her newborn son. His cries a symphony of arrival. No distressors manifested. The world through his tiny eyes was pure potential. Marcus beamed. Alina nodded approval from the doorway. The story didn't end there. Eldridge buzzed with evolving science. A new randomized trial hinting at minimal risks. Countering the hype. Sarah, now a mother, posted once more. Facts 1. No spite needed. In the blend of voices, Alina measured prose. Sarah's raw emotion. Marcus's steady rhythm. The atmosphere thickened with hope. The mood shifted from stormy conflict to dawn's promise. Characters' perspectives weaving a tapestry of depth, where imagination met the gritty edge of truth. But shadows lingered. Ronan Kane's next broadcast loomed. Lawsuits churned. PharmaCorp lobbied. The cycle continued. A narrative without neat ends. Just endless arcs of goal, tactic, obstacle, expectation. Alina closing her office door that night, pondered the next bulletin. Persist. Research deeper. The world's noise. Light piercing the fog. Sarah nursed her son, felt the weight lift. Her world, through maternal eyes, was redefined, not by spite, but by love's quiet defiance. Nice. Definitely has all the elements in there. It's just every time I go through it, I'm thinking in my head, like, how can I turn this into a Mr. Ballin story, you know? How can I make this kind of almost a horror story at the end? It's like it's stillborn, but it has nothing to do with the Tylenol. Then the mom never, you know, despite the doctor saying it had nothing to do with the Tylenol, and it's actually like, you know, there's even like looking at her genetics, like her mother had like 2 stillborns, like, you know, it's, they even told her during the in the pregnancy, like there was a chance of it being stillborn, and yeah, and then she like hangs herself or something like that because she can't deal with the guilt because she thinks it was her fault because of the Tylenol. Instantly turned the ending into this fucking horror story. But everything else is pretty solid leading up to it, right? So, I enjoyed it. I don't know about you guys. Hey, Psycation in chat. Hey, Ebola. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. We are just about to get into the editing phase for the first time in a while on The Banquet. We are on line editing. I am doing fantastic. Yourself? I need to go grab a drink, though. I will be right back. Great to hear. Hell yeah. I'm gonna give you a lurk because I have to feed my baby. No worries, Ebola. Not at all. Okay. There's this idea I have. There's this idea I've always clung to. Most people won't even consider it. Okay, I feel like something should go here before we do this. One piece of the line, there's only one possible outcome, final ritual, product of all that came before. Something different about this one is calling to me as if I'm not in control. I'm merely a vessel for this knowledge. I'm gonna tell them what it is. It takes me forever to get to it. Do I even say it? I'm looking for it. I don't see it anywhere. Okay, so yeah, I don't think I actually ever state it. I think I got rid of that part. Are our ideas our own? Or did they come from somewhere else? Maybe some are our own. But sometimes pick up signal from the universe. Forgotten memory locked in time. Okay, now it kind of elaborates on what the idea I have is. And then how that idea works into this is the fact that I've been creating the rituals for a clan called the Kucha. Come to the point in my craft where all the pieces are aligned. There is only one possible outcome. This final ritual, the Karlok. The product of all that came before. But there's something different about this one. It is calling to me as if I'm not in control. I'm merely a vessel for this knowledge. And that's leading into this. The fact that it's the idea isn't my own. I don't feel like it's my own. It feels like it's coming from somewhere else. It is a succession ritual to prove the worth of a chieftain. The Great Spirit will judge whether he is worthy or not. He must complete the ritual without moving or making a sound to show the Great Spirit the village is more important than himself. There were many documented tribes that practiced blood sacrifice rituals. An aversion to current society caused many of these to be lost to time. Are my shoulders heavy with the weight of a legacy? The long-lost memories of some chieftain? So yeah, so this kind of brings this idea more into fruition with, like, these statements, where it's an elaboration, and then it's like a conclusion. And then it's like an elaboration, and then it's like a conclusion. But there's something else I was thinking of that I need here. Okay, the reason why it's an aversion to society. This ritual was not for the faint of heart. It is believed that the Great Spirit dwells inside of the chieftain. In order to share his spirit with the, in order to share the Great Spirit with the rest of the village, in order to share Great Spirit, because it has to say why they're doing the ritual, right? It's so that everyone can get a bit of the Great Spirit. In order to share the Great Spirit among the tribe, each person must partake of the flesh of the chieftain. So it gives a little bit of an elaboration where you know, okay, well, this is like a cannibalism thing. It's like a self-sacrifice cannibalism. So it gives you a hint right off the bat. So you're like, how is it gonna happen? But you know what it is, right? My eyes stung as I tried to keep them open. My efforts were futile. At least with them closed, imagining was easier. I could see it now. The Festival of Succession. The Karlach. Bodies of the tribe. The dances. The singing. The peacock feathers woven as clothes across their bodies. The more eyes, the more status. Smaller pots aligned in a circle around a large pot. I can almost smell the stew. The world spins. I blinked hard as I caught myself, wandering away from my body as always. Micro naps are best. I blink long and hard, watering my eyes as I look up at the clock. I don't know if watering is the right word there. Like moistening, relieving. In order to share the great spirit among the tribe, each person must partake of the flesh of the chieftain. Efforts were futile. At least with them closed, imagining was easier. I could see it now, the Festival of Succession, the Karlach. Bodies of the tribe, the dances, the singing, the peacock feathers woven as clothes across their bodies. The more eyes, the more status. There were smaller pots aligned in a circle around a large pot. Could almost smell the stew. The words spin. I blinked hard as I caught myself wandering away from my body as always. I think this should go here. The words spin. Micro naps are the best. Blinked hard as I caught myself wandering away from my body. Yeah, because it's like spinning in my vision. It's like if you ever been at that like point where you're like trying to stay awake and you're almost falling asleep with your eyes open. It's like half of the time on stream that's what I'm doing. I blinked hard as I caught myself wandering away from my body. I don't think I need to say this. I just say I need to look up at the clock. It's not that late. Shake my head and kick my feet. Gotta get that blood flowing. Kick my feet. wiggle in my chair, almost dancing in my own way. Fog of my mind thins, sensation and thought return, a yawn on the tip of my tongue. It lingers, then executes. I feel like this needs to go before this. And I'm like, I'm trying to fight the sleep. And it's like, I've been like slowly passing out as I'm doing this. And then this makes more sense. And it's like, yeah, now I put my eyes to sleep and then I drift off. I'm like, whatever, fuck it. I'm just gonna put my eyes to sleep. I'm just gonna rest my eyes. I'll be fine. That's basically how it goes. Head, pillow, consciousness, gone. It's like your body hits the bed, but your consciousness falls through it. And you're just like... Fog of my mind thins, sensation and thought return, a yawn on the tip of my tongue. It lingers, then executes. We're going to thin, sensation, thoughts return. That can be one sentence. A yawn on the tip of my tongue. My jaw snapping as it opens. Good old braces. Jaws have never been the same since. Sleeping at my desk doesn't help. I get lost in the pen and paper. Always sleeping at my desk. Which doesn't help. Lingers, then executes. My jaw snapping as it opens. Good old braces. Jaw has never been the same since. It lost in the pen and paper. This has to kind of come back later. If I'm gonna mention this now, this has to come back to like... Oh wait, no, it does! It does actually come back later. I remember, because it's the snapping of my jaw when my jaw opens when they're shoving the food down my throat. So this is the foreshadowing of the snapping of my jaw, but it's except this is just my jaw going like... Whereas, like, that's the actual snapping of your jaw being basically ripped off because there's too much stuff being shoved down your face. Awareness darted into my skull. Do I need to say that? Because I've already said something about, like, the fog of my mind. Well, it's like, it's just thinning, but now it's like, okay, now I'm awake. Now I feel like I'm awake, right? Now I know I'm here. Like, I'm not drowsy anymore. I'm like... I am awake, but I can't move. My body was frozen. I tried to move. Futile. Here we go again. Just another Tuesday. Sleep paralysis at my desk. Can feel myself in an upright position. The last few memories of writing jump into my skull. Despite how clear my mind is, my body is broken. A useless husk being crushed under gravity's thumb. I think this should actually go first. My efforts were futile. Just a Useless husk being crushed under gravity's thumb. Unable to move. Unable to breathe. Trapped inside your own body. This is when the fear hits like a back to the knees. I think I should elaborate more on this before I do the falling. Senses scattered. Like spilt salt. Clinging. Clinging to the surface. Every excuse rising to escape. Escape the pain. Being pulled from your body. Maybe put this here. Every excuse rising to escape the pain. Senses scattering like spilled salt clinging to the surface. Being pulled from your body. Dragged. You're falling endlessly, reaching out to grab on non-existent ledges or walls. Is this what it's going to be like forever? It feels that way. In my head, my heart is going a million miles a minute. In my chest, it's slow and steady, just this pressure crushing down on me. It's my daydream mixing with my sleep paralysis. Normally, there's only an empty void. Sounds seeped into my head, the clanking of metal, the shouting of a crowd, the shuffle of feet, the lingering smoke of the faint spices, fine aroma of a feast. This is where it all ends, though. My chest, it's slow and steady. Just this pressure crushing down on me. Is my daydream mixing with sleep paralysis? Normally there's an empty void. Sounds seeped into my head, the clanking of metal, the shouting of a crowd, the shuffle of feet, the lingering smoke, the faint spices. Fine aroma of a feast. This is where it all ends, though. Been here before. Never lasts long. Never lasts long. Been here before. Once your mind picks up on it, everything falls apart. Walls of the world crumble, welcoming that familiar feeling, cold and wet. Soft smell of aged paper, waking up with drool in my beard and my notebook scarred with watermarks. The badge of honor for a true writer. Oh, is this your book? No, this is just a short story, Stone. But this is the banquet short story. So we are in the line editing phase where basically we're just trying to talk out the story and see how the flow of the sentences goes. And we're going more with like what I feel I'm saying than what's actually on the page. I'm trying to emphasize it to be like slower paced and more psychological, like taking a moment to think. So that's why there's a lot of like really short sentences. And it's kind of like my delusional thoughts at this moment. And it's like as we go through the story, the sentences will get longer and longer. Scrubbing that timeline. Well, this is technically the third version. Third edit. And I keep doing these things that I feel are backwards. Someone had to justify it. At least that's what I tell myself. This can be one sentence, right? I waited. And it's like, and I like these really short sentences for like things that are pauses, because it really gives you that at least to me, it really gives you. I've been working on it probably a month, but like the total amount of hours I've probably put into it is probably like between plotting and now probably like 40 hours, I'd say. 35, 40 hours. But it all came from an original story that I wrote last year. And I wanted it to show a contrast in how I've improved my writing by taking the same idea and seeing how far I can push that idea in a story. And in this case, we completely changed the perspective. We basically redid the entire story, the emphasis of what the story is, and completely removed, like, the mystery and made it more anticipation. So you know what's going to happen, but you don't know how it's going to happen. Where's the smut? There is smut, don't get me wrong. Like, we usually write smut on the full moon, because I'm a werewoman, and I turn into a woman on the full moon. So on the 5th or 6th of October, I think it's the 6th of October is the next full moon, because it's 2, then 1, then 2, then 1. So it was the 7th of September, so it should be the 6th, because it was the 9th of August, the 7th of September, the 6th of October, then the 4th of November, then the 3rd, then the 1st. And on the 1st of January, January will be a blue moon month, which means there are 2 full moons in the month. And the last story we wrote, Stone, was called Underwear, and it was based off of the story Choke by the book Choke by Chuck Palahniuk, the guy who wrote Fight Club. And it's about a guy who goes around to restaurants and he's like fakes choking on food to get like appreciation from people, and it's kind of like a psychological thing. This character is a nymphomaniac, and she wears like vibrating panties and bras, and she goes out to nightclubs and tries to break up couples and gets into fights and gets kicked out of the clubs. And yeah, and then she like gets the guy, and then she like sends the guy off and then laughs at him and goes to like another bar and stuff. Nymphomaniac, huh? Yep. But she's never satisfied, right? And she never wants to get with the guy. She just likes those scenarios. Like that scenario of like fucking someone else over, like some other chick, and stealing their man, and then fucking the dude over by like laughing at him by saying, "Ha ha, you idiot, you fucking chose me, bitch." Lars von Trier co-write that. That went over my head. I don't know that one. I don't know names, Stone. When you throw names out, I get fucked. I get so fucked. Wake up. Wake up. You're dreaming. Wake up, you idiot. You're dreaming. Oh, he has a movie called Nymphomaniac that follows a nymphomaniac. It opens with her and her friend playing a game on a train to see who can fuck the most men. Damn, that's impressive. Cold fear seeping into my bones. This dissonance between my body and mind. Something is wrong. Try to fling myself. A quick motion. I could unset myself. Just a quick jolt. Roll myself back to reality. Maybe motion here and jolt here. Try to fling myself. A quick jolt and I can unset myself. Just a quick motion. Roll myself back to reality. And this is like me in my mind, like, rationalizing and trying to, like, you know, convince myself that it will work. Try to move, but it's no use. Feels like I'm wearing... I'm just gonna say a fat suit. But I can't even feel my bones or muscles struggling as a... I don't know, I feel like this needs more to it. What do you guys think? Because I can already tell that I'm not, like, I'm not moving, but I'm obviously trying to, right? And it indicates that I can feel my bones and muscles, but I can't feel them, like, you know, straining. I think actually straining is a better word. Wiggle your big toe. I get that one, Stone. That one's Kill Bill. Any Quentin Tarantino movie, if there is a famous quote from it, I fucking know it. Although, I saw this funny thing the other day, where it was like, Samuel L. Jackson may have not gotten the role in Pulp Fiction, which established him as, like, a canon fucking, like, iconic Quentin Tarantino character and actor. But he came in, like, pissed off late off of the airport, like off of the plane at the airport, and he was starving and he had a burger in his hand, and that's like the burger scene when he's talking to the guy in the restaurant, right? And he just kind of like walks in and he's got the burger in his hand, and it was apparently the producer was scared shitless. A Royale with cheese, yes! Yes, a Royale with cheese! The greatest moments in cinema history are generally improvised. Like the, Here's Johnny, from, The Shining, with Jack Nicholson. But I love that shit about cinema. The little Easter eggs and things that you would just never know. Still nothing. My mind was racing. Okay, I think, again, this still nothing should go here. Still nothing. But I can't even feel my bones or muscles straining. Just needed to pinch myself. That always works. A simple tiny prick will shock me awake. If I can't move my body, how can I pinch myself? This can be one sentence. This is getting frustrating. At least it's better than helplessness. Maybe scream myself out of bed? Get your bumbling fat ass out of bed. Wake the fuck up, I screamed into my skull. It was faint at first. Not quite a whisper, not quite the wind. There it was again, louder. I could tell it was saying something. This voice from the abyss. Then it thundered. Dreams! It was imposing, not threatening. Sound shaking my skull. Panic welled in me. Never had there been such a clear voice in my head. Who was it that called to me? A reflection of myself? The darkness that I buried? An image of me I wished didn't exist? And this is kind of a... I don't know if you feel like this is out of place or not, but this should connect back to the beginning about the concept of ideas. That I'm not even sure if this idea is my own, but if it is my own, then I feel like this is my punishment for coming up with it and having my creations have to go through what I've created for them. Too many late nights, my brain is finally telling me to calm down. The voice responded, "Afterlife be dreams." I feel like this is abrupt, but I think that's supposed to be the way it is, because, like, I blurred it out. So I'm, like, almost in a, like, leave me alone? Should I say, what are you, my alter ego? Like, almost sarcastically. Can't spell. Sarcastically. Trying to mask fear. I don't think I need to say in my mind. I just say I blurted sarcastically. Trying to mask the fear. Like a nervous. Took a second to hit me. Afterlife. Am I actually dead? Great Spirit, be all before. All be one. Set be Carlock. That was it. The name, the ritual. What it all came down to. If I was dead and joined the Great Spirit, it answered one question. Some of my ideas are not my own. Okay, and then this is where we come from the idea of that this isn't my own idea. I did not create these. I merely found them. You're more than my ego, that's for sure. How do you know about the Carlock? Great spirit be with Kucha. Kucha be great spirit. Karlach make great spirit. Some things were making sense. He had to be from the Kucha tribe. Is this my subconscious playing games with me? Kucha life be no game. Feast make all one. Feast make great spirit. I kind of want to change this to B because he's supposed to say like B a lot. Feast make, feast be. Be my flesh, taken unto my people. Waver not me, be still in time until last breath be drawn. Be worthy of great spirit I will, be me be chieftain. All fall to me. This couldn't be. Karlach was my idea. The Kucha were my tribe. Should I play the great spirit? We've already established that they're not. So I feel like that should just not be in there. I knew of such things, but could I play it? I knew of such things, but could I play the Great Spirit? Okay, Mr. Kucha Chieftain, what am I to you? Be the Great Spirit, the ancestors, one soul of our people. You be judge of me. How do you know I'm the Great Spirit? Great Spirit be in the body of me, no other be in another. Is that why I can't control myself and why my body feels so much bigger? I must weigh like 500 pounds. This mind belongs to that body, and I'm only here to observe. This is one hell of a dream. Should I say who I am, or just be the Great Spirit? I did create it, so I can definitely play it. Okay, again, we have to get rid of this. I know it. I'm just gonna say, I can definitely play it. So we're asking here, and it's like somewhere along there, it's like, okay, I've decided, you know, can I play the Great Spirit? That's the question, and then here's the answer of, you know what? Yeah, I can play the Great Spirit. I've proven it with the last two emphasis on it, right? So it's like I could remove it, but okay, that's him talking out loud. So we talk about a dream here again, but we still, like, we don't know if I'm dead or not. So I think I'm just gonna get rid of that. This mind belongs to that body, and I'm only here to observe. Could that be why you think it's a dream? Ah, true, Callie. I'm thinking, Queen, because, like, I'm trying to go through, like, the thought process, right? Like, first you think it's sleep paralysis, then you think it's sleep paralysis and daydreams combined, and then it's like, oh, I'm dead, so I think that it's the afterlife, so at some point in time, should I go back to thinking that it's a dream? Or should I just ignore the fact that I think I'm actually dead and move more towards this and be like, no, it has to, it can't be. It can't be. It has to just be a vivid dream. I can still feel. And here. I think I need to add something here that's a conversation about the Great Spirit. Something be like, "Oh dear chieftain, is the Great Spirit alive?" I feel like this kind of answers that. Like, the Great Spirit be all before, as in it's everyone who came before, as in, yeah, you're fucking dead. Great Spirit, not the end journey. And then it's like, I immediately pick up on the car lock, which changes, like, I'm now like, that's more important than whether I'm alive or dead, because if I can feel, and I know it's the car lock, and we know that the car lock gets people, like, they have to eat me, then that's going to be my priority, right? So I immediately shift my thoughts to like, oh fuck, I don't care if this is a dream or I'm dead or what. I have to make sure that fuck this! If it is a dream, I gotta do everything I can to get the fuck out of here. What it all came down to. If I was dead and joined the Great Spirit, it answers one question. Some of my ideas are not my own. I did not create these. I merely found them. I think that works a lot better, because it's like, now we're questioning whether we're dead, but we haven't clarified the thought that we're dead. And then it's like, the idea of like denial with like the fancy of, nah, there's no way we're dead. It's gotta be a dream, like in a very denial heavy, like coping way. Like, you know, well, the second we feel pain, we'll just instantly wake up, right? No worries, no nothing. Because the whole time he's trying to convince himself and persuade himself and work towards like the logical conclusion of this. But there is no logical conclusion to this fucking shit. It's just wacky, crazy fucking dream fanatics. Some of my ideas are not my own. You're more than my ego, that's for sure. How do you know about the car lock? And then that's when we shift to being about the car lock. Be with Kucha, Kucha be Great Spirit, Karlach make Great Spirit. Some things were making sense. He had to be from the Kucha tribe. This is my subconscious playing games with me. Kucha life be no game, so then the idea of like thinking about my subconscious means I'm thinking that I'm alive. So this kind of has subtext towards me thinking that this is a dream and I'm still alive. But I'm like, do I add something in that makes it feel more like that, where I'm like, there's no way I'm dead. There's no way I'm dead, this has to be a dream. Like, should I just throw that in there? Yeti in the mix! Yo, yo, bro, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, good sir. We're in the editing stages, and currently it is, we're stuck here. It's a little bit of a... This doesn't quite feel right. Spirit, be my flesh taken unto my people. And here again, we mention about flesh and being, basically the idea of him being eaten. Waver not me, be still in time until last breath be drawn. And then he goes throughout the whole with everything just working out perfectly. You never get touched, keeping you thinking it's a dream till the final showdown. You finally get hit and you don't wake up. Throughout the whole story. Yeah. So I'm just gonna say I can't be dead. I'm not dead. This is just crazy dream. I really need to fix my shit. Gonna put this here because that lines up more with this. So be like, he had to be from the Kucha tribe. I'm not dead. So it's like, this is another thing with like making sense, right? So we're making sense of the things and we're clarifying what has been said earlier. And if there are any contradictions past this point, the things that we say will be canon. He had to be from the Kucha tribe. I'm not dead. This is just a crazy dream. I really need to fix my shit. This... And not just... This is. Instead of asking the question, it's gonna be a statement. This is my subconscious playing games with me. Because I'm trying to be like... Not let anything be like on the edge kind of thing. I want everything to be set on a foundation in stone, right? I don't want anything to be whimsical or like smoke or be able to flutter off. I need everything to be heavy and grounded and concrete. Great spirit, be with Kucha. Kucha, be great spirit. Karlach, make great spirit. Kucha, life be no game. Feast make all one. Feast make great spirit. Be my flesh taken unto my people. Waver not me, be still in time until last breath be drawn. Be worthy of great spirit I will. Be chieftain. All fall to me. This couldn't be. I knew of such things, but could I play the Great Spirit? And like, this isn't me playing, because eventually I'm going to change how my voice is when I talk, because I'm like trying to like mimic him and talk to the Great, as if I'm the Great Spirit, right? But then it's like, things start to change once we get to the point of like them coming over to me with the knives, and I'm like, oh shit, I have to stop this any way I can. You be great spirit, the ancestors, one soul of our people. You be judge of me. How do you know I'm the great spirit? Great spirit be in the body of me, no other be in another. And then that's why I can't control myself. Okay, here to observe. Should I say who I am, or just be the great spirit? I can definitely play it. So So if I'm inside your head, there has to be a reason, right? I didn't bring myself here, so you must have. Be Karlach. Karlach, bring Great Spirit. Great Spirit, judge Karlach, he said to me before my mouth began to open and foreign words spewed forth, not by my command. I just feel it's kind of weird because there's so many double spaces here, but a lot of this is dialogue, so I don't know if like dialogue to dialogue on single enter turns, if you know what I mean, like going to the next line if like two people are speaking back to back. But I don't think it needs like the doubles, like for instance like here, maybe one here. Because I'm not talking after that. It's just the end of a it's the end of something. And then it's like a me and my thoughts. And then again here, maybe. And it just keeps these paragraphs, like, separated. To make it, like, easier to flow with, right? So we look at these indents, that Y, as long as it's not an indent that has on the end of another one, right? So for instance, this one isn't, so this could be on its own. And that's where we are now. And I think we're gonna call it there, guys. We've had a pretty good fucking run, and we actually managed to go through this, and I absolutely love the changes that I've made. I feel like I stepped away from it like just enough to be able to do that, and I think we've significantly improved it. But before we go, Stone, just the way that the story is now, I want to read the original story to you, just to show you kind of like where we've gone. Does this have, this is the old story. So this was from last year. This is my writing from a year ago. And this is my favorite story that I've ever written. I think it's my best story with, like, how I wanted it to be. Like, the vision that I set out for when I started writing the story, I think is 100%, like, enacted. The only problem is it's like heavily biased towards the situation in which I was writing and reading the story on stream, because I was writing the story without telling people what the twist was, and the entire time everyone's like, how is this about anything but food? And then when the moment hit, and it was like literally 2 seconds, he was like, how is this anything about anything more than just food? And he was like, oh, I'm not hungry anymore. And it was just knowing that I evoked that exact feeling out of someone, which was exactly what I set out to do, is probably the bias as to why I'm so connected to this story. Because that shit is just, I reached my goal. I did what I wanted to do. Even if it was only one person, that's all that matters. But anyways, so here's the story. The glowing fires cast vast shades of darkness among the tables and pots. The clamor of servants and aides assembling the 8-man platter upon their shoulders grunted as they hoisted in unison. The shadows danced crimson, gleaming off the ruby engraved upon the grand crown that sat on the majestic plain. Folds of gold woven through the clasped ceremonial garb that swirled around the man as he sat down, his lofty form unabated, bobbed, the clothing to and fro as if rocking. The man took a deep breath through his nose. The aromas struck him with a deep longing and a sense of purpose among his disheveled thoughts. He tried to focus, for he knew he would need all he was worth. The sting of spice from a smoking pot across the table had him at a sneeze, but he fortified himself. He let out his breath smooth and calm despite his heartbeat and his fingers tensed. He lay his arms to his side as he raised his head to the tattered stars. No moon this night. Only the lights of the fire upon this broken flesh. No hunger shall go abated, for this night is the divine's dine. The shallow depths of such smell delivered upon him the delusion he suffered upon himself in this dire of circumstance. The number of pots, the spices sizzling, the sauces strewing, the clamor of ladles against metal as chefs stirred their brews and prepared. They gathered like ants, all groveling for a piece. The inner machinations spoke. I shut my mind as I let my muscles go limp. The thought of it was in the back of my mind. I needed to banish such thoughts of embrace. Duty and pride among my people. I shall not bring disgrace to them. I am the holy, the self, the one. I have been born for this moment. In this I pray I can only do as I have trained. For this feast tonight shall not be outscaled. The voice tempered his will, for the sting was worse this time, not in the lungs, but of the flesh. If not known better, then such a maul shall cause the mind to fall. Feathered I felt as the strikes befell, the outside a dull drone to his concentrated fervor. He moved his hands and placed them on the outside of the vat, resting his shoulders against its brim. Sound of slash and cut, slop and sloosh, fresh, wet, stringy cuts, sinew torn, muscles flayed, skin salted, sizzling stench, spices converge into primal orthodoxy. I seek the light at the distance. It calls to me. I am beckoning unto it. He mused in his head, a trance of self to abolish all else. One taught through a lifetime set for a single moment in time. All that I have been done for all that had been done was for these few moments to remain dark, cast into the depths, searing like ice across a rocky plain. I dare not go back now. This place, this peace, let it be one, for I know this is only the beginning. Let my will survive my body. His body aloft, he held his arms against the lip of the vat, the flames beneath stoked, his fate set asunder. The chefs now gathered with their plates, grins and eager gestures as they tried not to disturb their dishes. One by one they set them upon the platter. The smells of foreign spice and aroma of local flowers filled his nostrils as he wheezed a breath. The crimson of the liquid filling the vat bubbled as it was stirred from coagulation into a thick gravy. The platter was placed upon the liquid as it danced with steam and froth from the additives. A fiery call from within his heart sung. I opened my bloodshot eyes as my flesh burned. The feeling of my body was not as strong as my mind. I would endure. For the sake of my people, I will endure. I will endure. He continued to whisper this, his mouth barely moving as the servants pulled his mouth open and pushed the floating platter towards him. This was not a graceful measure. It was a time constraint. The sound of snapping and a gurgling followed by a huff and a cough. The sounds bellowed as if from a stuffed pig. The pain was measured. I was in control. I was the one. I was born for this. He swallowed the thick lump of meat as he snorted in a breath, sucking in spew from the meat being shoved down his throat. This was the easy part. I am soon. It is soon. His eyes began to roll into the back of his head as his arms gave way and he slumped into the bloodbath of boiling flesh, spice, grain, vegetable, and now it was complete. The recycled woven flesh was ground and minced. It soaked into the flesh, peeling it from the muscle, splitting the bone. The exposed, ordered extremities of his innards splayed out the softened meat, spurring from its rest inside this twisted, tortured mass. The servants at the head, who now held the crown of crimson, removed their scythes. Each one grabbed an arm of the king, severing them at the elbow, stripping the meat from the bones, flaying it like an open banana. They looked towards the king's son, standing in front of the throne of his father. "He was worthy! Praise I be worthy when time be," he said with a stern face. not a feeling upon it. He placed the crown upon his head and sat in his throne. He took the flayed arms of his ancestor and devoured the thick, swollen finger fat from the fingers. Let death hold fast those who cannot hold at bay that which they strive to hide from the world. Let no man call this reign unfounded. Long live the Kilakucha. Begin the feast. And then from there we developed it into something a lot more sophisticated, a lot more thorough, a lot more psychological, and a lot less twist dependent. And I think, like, I have lived up to the expectation of that story through how I've improved in my writing. But, anyways. Oh, I'm fucking tired. Oh, we're almost at 8 hours. That's all good, right? No PoE today. I don't see no Smokey. If Smokey was here right now, Smokey, if you show up right now, I will play PoE for an hour. Fuck you, Smokey, you piece of shit. God damn it. I lied. I'm playing Diablo anyway. Really? What the fuck are you doing playing Diablo? I don't believe you. Shit, bro. It doesn't say that you're playing PoE 2 right now. What the fuck? That's fucked up, bro. What are you doing with your life? I mean, I would play PoE with you, bro. But, you know, you could have said something earlier. I've been here the whole time, by the way. You're up pretty damn early, Smokey. Or did you wait? Do you mean the whole time as in since I went live, which means you haven't gone to bed yet? And it's like, what? 9 in the morning for you? 9:30 in the morning? I don't know about that, Smokey. I don't know, man. Sounds a little sus, bro. Sounds a little sus. But the fact that you're here makes me be like, man, I really fucked up. I shouldn't have said that. I was just trying to get you to come out of the woodwork, bro. I didn't actually mean it. I didn't actually think you were here. I didn't trust you, Smokey. Being here since Queen said something about mustard on ribs. Damn, that's actually a while ago. Holy shit, yeah, because we were talking about, like, I wanted to disown my brother because he puts mustard on ribs. Sacrilege, I tell you. It's fucking sacrilege. And then she was like, well, that's how you, like, cook them, because the vinegar. And I was like, that makes sense, but I don't think the final product you'd squirt mustard all over it and try it. And I've tried it. The mustard contrasts heavily with the sweetness of the pork. It is, like, to me, it's not a good combo. It completely clashes with the taste, and not in, like, a good way, with, like, sweet and sour. The sweet and sour is, like, a molding, whereas that's like a clashing. I don't know. Not my thing. Not my thing. But anyways, Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming by, guys. You guys are fucking amazing. Every day, all day, we're here no matter what. So, we'll be back again tomorrow. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Oh, boyo. So, oh, Smokey, you know what that means? Smokey, you survived the rapture, too. Congratulations on surviving the rapture, bro. Aren't we all so lucky to have survived the rapture? I mean, I'm glad I'm still here. The rapture was supposed to be yesterday. But anyways, get your wheels ready. Here we go.
Accomplished so much tonight. I got it. Oh yeah. Oh, there's more people here. Hello. It's association. Wait a minute. How do I do that thing?
Hey, we got 5 viewers on Kick, dude. We can do a host on Kick. What is this shit? It's been so long since I've been able to do this.
Wait, I got this.
Don't leave before I host. Fuck no. Apparently now it's not actually 5. Whoever it is, I lost them.
I'm doing good.
We're back down to 2, guys. Went from 5 to 2.
Tell me
apparently.
About your night adventures or day adventures, whatever time it is for you adventures. Time zones. I can never know what time anybody is in. I'm always